The story begins with the sounds of a creaking bed. There was a man completely naked on the bed. The girl was in tears and was very scared. But then the man took her hand and moved it away from his face and said, "Don't hide." The girl looked at him with a very angry look and just silently shed a tear. But the man liked the way this girl behaved, and he just grinned. And then he attacked her without even covering himself with a blanket. Sometime later, he drank a cool drink already dressed in a robe. The girl lay next to him on the bed and could not believe her eyes. What did she do? But suddenly, after she woke up, she suddenly jumped out of bed. Well, as soon as she saw this man in front of her, her face changed dramatically. "Are you awake?" the man asked. "So can I hear your answer now?" A few hours before, I knew I had been having too much luck lately. The villagers were filled with energy when they heard that the province lord would be visiting us. Just like yesterday, today I had a lot of work again. It seems that if I work hard, I can create a good life. So I was glad to move to this place where it is cold all year round. And suddenly, her gaze fell on Aunt Gelda, Fina, Luca. This day was to be just one of many. And suddenly, a kid running nearby pushed the man with the firewood. In turn, the firewood scattered, and because of it, the horse running nearby could not stop. The horse with its large hooves ran straight towards the children. But she, being very brave and courageous, rushed to protect the little children. So at what point did everything go wrong? She thought, when she saw in front of her a man who saved her and the children by cutting the horse with his sharp sword. In front of her stood a gorgeous man with white hair and covered in blood. She bowed low and said, "Thank you, I will repay your kindness." But he just smiled, and he asked, "Kindness?" He looked at the wounded horse and added, "So you call the death of my beloved horse kindness? Bring the father of these children. I will make him pay the price for this horse," he said decisively. The woman was shocked by this phrase and answered uncertainly, "I don't have a husband, so I will repay you myself." But the prince answered, "A woman cannot return such a price." But the woman stood her ground and wanted to help her savior. "I will do everything in my power to repay you." In turn, without thinking twice, he said with a smile on his face, "Then come to me at Voldor Castle this night, sometime later." She put the children to bed, and Auntie was very worried about her and screamed, "You can't go. Did you survive with everyone crazy? I raised you like my own daughter. Do you even know anything about this place? This is the price I must pay for the lives of my children. There is simply no other way to repay his debt." And with words, "I'll be back soon. She's on her way. I live in Geneva, which is on the border of the Ringen Empire, and now I'm heading to Lord Geneva's estate, castle of the Marquis of Mornheitz-Volador, grandson of the brave Red Lion, who was the heroic founder of the Ringen Empire, Bolt Mohrenheitz. As if to prove his origins, he himself achieved many military victories, and is revered as the rebirth of Leo. But all aristocrats are, of course, the same. Somewhere at night on the estate. "Sir, the widow said she is almost ready." "Fine." And then a charming girl entered the room. She was wearing only one robe. She was shaking all over with excitement, and he asked her, "Well, why are you shaking so much?" She made a promise so confidently, but didn't expect anything like that. But she just turned her head and said, "I'm shaking from the cold." That's it. After these words, he held out his cape and said, "Judging by your voice, you are the same woman from the market. Did you behave this way, knowing who I am?" She, of course, put on the Lord's cape and answered without hesitation, "Yes, to Lord Geneva, Marquis of Mornheitz. I see you are indeed brave enough to jump in front of a raging horse." She knew who I was, and yet she promised to do anything for me. If you were anyone else, I would still make such a promise. "To anyone who would save my children, sir." After these words, they stood and silently looked at each other. There was an awkward pause. Then you know what you should do as a woman who enters a man's room dressed like that. If you are afraid, you still want to leave. She understood the Lord's hint and immediately took off her cape. "I must repay my debt." And after that, the prince could not resist and threw her onto the bed. Then let's get started. They spent a crazy night together. Our time, she just woke up and saw the Lord in front of her. But the Lord was not in the mood and asked, "Are you awake? So can I hear your answer now? How did I become the first man you spent the night with, Claire?" He did not hear an answer to his question and asked again, How did I become the first man you spent the night with? He took her by the neck and asked, Did someone hire you to get close to me? Should I call you again to answer? It's better to tell you before I gnaw your thin, graceful neck. Why was your body still innocent? And he began to approach her closer and closer, but she pushed him away with words. Stop! I didn't lie. I never lied, Claire said in a breathless voice. You made your own conclusions, my lord. I didn't deceive you. Even though they were not born by me, they are still my children. So move away from my face and get off me, my dear sir. This phrase struck him very much, and he immediately moved away from it. Because of these words, he couldn't even say anything. So who is their real mother? And it would be better if you told the truth, for the sake of yourself and your children. My brother's wife was their mother. She died barely giving birth to Rudia, her youngest. Your brother? Yes. My brother sailed on the merchant ship Poussin before his youngest child was born. We have not been able to contact him since then. I don't even know if he's still alive. The eldest boy had just turned 5. The second was only 3. They are too young to understand the death of their parents, which is why they believe that I am their mother. So you pretended to be a widow when you were still innocent? Children still need a mother, plus, it was safer. After these words, he thought and looked closely at her. Well, it's true, she would have to work, because she doesn't even know if her brother is alive. So it was easier to pretend to be a widow than to pretend to be an unmarried girl for whom men could start hunting. And with the words I heard everything I wanted, so it's time to get back to our business. He attacked her. He threw her onto the bed, hugged her gently, and said, You yourself said earlier that you would enter anyone's room if only necessary, didn't you? He nibbled her neck and whispered softly in her ear, Remember, it wasn't just anyone. Bolt Marenheights took you. Morning. After this stormy night, he was the first to get up and began to get ready. She, in turn, was still sleeping. He was already fully prepared, thereby waking her up. He wanted to tell her something important. Claire. But without waiting for his answer, she jumped out of bed and said, I disturbed your rest, sir. If you allow me, I'll leave right now. You and your family should remain in Volador's castle until the snows on Mount Altus melt next year. And before he left, he said, I have decided that this is the price you must pay. Out of anger, she squeezed the blanket and thought, That is, he is not going to end everything in one night. Meanwhile, he walked along the corridor, and all the servants bowed to him. Geneva's only resource is human labor, so it is quite normal that she pays with her body for my loss. I took her to my bed as payment for the death of my beloved horse. But, seeing the rebellion that she so carefully hides under the guise of humility, suddenly I could not keep calm. So move away from my face and eat out of me, we are dear sir. Remembering this phrase, he immediately smiled. I felt such pleasure only on the battlefield. I can't believe that I felt this in the bed of a simple widow. He continued to walk down the long corridor and mutter under his breath, How absurd! Meanwhile, in the village, the sun was shining and the children were playing happily. Claire was already at home, and she looked at her aunt, who was all dissatisfied. My God, there is so much to do. Claire wanted to carefully reach for the blanket while Auntie didn't see it. But suddenly, Auntie screamed sharply, I told you not to move. She told me to sit quietly and not remove the heating pad from my stomach. But I'm fine. The hell with it! A weak girl like you was taken by this bear. It can't be that you're okay. Damn him for realizing how beautiful you are. But it's not like he looked much like a bear. So be a good girl and rest. Don't upset your auntie. In any case, life there will be better than here, Claire said. But Auntie did not agree with her. Well, I don't even remember my mother's voice. So only thanks to you, I know how to be a good mother. You understand this, right? With this phrase, Claire really touched Auntie, but then she ruined everything with one phrase. And I'm sure that the Marcus blinks with the intention that he won't starve the girl he spent the night with. This is a great deal for me. You are not a married girl. How can you say such vulgar things? Auntie, calm down. If your mother heard what you just said, she would come down from heaven and pull you by the hair. And it's all the fault of this stupid Indian. How dare you disappear and leave your children? But suddenly, through Auntie's screams, Claire heard a knock on the door. Tired, Claire opened the door and asked, Who's there? But when she looked up, she saw a gorgeous blonde. I am General of the Teutonic Order of Knighthood, Julian Crome. By order of the Marquis of Moorhates, I will escort you back to the castle, Lady Claire. Everyone around looked at Claire and whispered, "Oh God. I can't believe that the Teutonic Order of Knights came all this way to escort a woman. So yesterday's market rumors are true. And why does the Marquise need a widow?" Claire froze in surprise and couldn't believe her eyes. Is he from the Teutonic Knightly Order? And without thinking twice, she collected all her things and got into the carriage. She drove in silence the whole way and just looked out the window. She was not in the mood and did not know what would happen next. When the carriage was already approaching the estate, she promised herself, "Everything is fine. I'm sure everything will be fine." Meanwhile, Claire had already arrived at the estate. There was clean air everywhere because of the mountains, and the sun was shining very nicely. They all got out of the carriage together, and the Finn ran forward. And Auntie shouted after him, "Finn, stop running!" When Claire got out of the carriage, something very bright blinded her. And Auntie continued to shout at Finn, "I told you not to run!" She was blinded by the estate, because of which a very bright sun was peeping out. Meanwhile, at the estate, the Marquise was sorting out all sorts of papers. "I, seamstress, salute my master. I heard that you brought a woman to the heir's tower. I have nothing more to add to what you already know," he answered decisively. "My lord, but since the death of your mother, Lady Oberta, this place has had no owner. Wouldn't it be better to find someone for this position first?" This question made the Marquise very angry. He grabbed his chair tightly and said, "What kind of woman do you think could meet your requirements, Count Schweiwen? The Emperor works day and night to get an heir. Should I pray that he has a princess? I am sure that I am not the only one who wishes you to become the ruler of this empire." "Ruler of the empire, you say?" And the Marquis plunged into his memories. About 20 years ago, when the first Emperor Regan, who united the empire, died, the political arena was divided into 3 factions. The capital is Halpen, where the Emperor Kilveric resides, and the Duchy of Puissen, ruled by his brother Archduke Edwin, and the Marquisate of Geneva, ruled by Regan's friend, Neuburg-Mohrenheitz. The current emperor and archduke are not capable of ruling the empire. Well, that makes sense. They even sent their little sister away because they felt she was a threat. In the absence of the princess, the only heirs to the Regan blood are the emperor, the archduke, and the archduke's only daughter, Lady Brody. The empire is on the verge of collapse. We can no longer rely on Kilverich and Edwin, my lord. That's why. And before he could finish speaking, the Marquis interrupted him. "Enough." He turned around and said with a cold gaze, "If this is your true desire, be careful with your words." Schweiven coughed in surprise and said uncertainly, "My apologies. There is very little time left before you leave for Puisin. So I, your faithful servant, have become impatient. And yet you should know that the Archduke will definitely try to arrange your engagement to Lady Brody this time. Therefore, the run-in occurred." And before he could finish speaking, the Marquis smiled and interrupted him. "That's enough for today, Count Schweiwen." Meanwhile, Auntie and Claire entered the estate and just turned their heads from side to side. And the children, in turn, screamed. So big! Simply huge! They saw a very good and high-quality stove, which was in the kitchen. They also came across very cozy and comfortable bedrooms, with very good and expensive beds. And from this, Claire concluded, "Looks like we won't have to worry about the kids catching colds." And then suddenly the servant said, "Your family will live here. Lady Claire, you will live in that tower, alone." And the servant showed Claire a tower that stood far from the entire estate. "God, what refined taste he has," Claire said, looking at this tower. She turned around and looked at the servant with a cold gaze. And the servant answered her, "It's time for us to go. The Marquise is waiting." Auntie couldn't find a place for herself and was very nervous. "Please wait. We've just arrived. Everything is fine," Claire answered in a calm voice. Of course, she did not forget about the children and approached them. "Finn, Luke, you have to wash up and go to bed before Mom gets back, okay? Anyone who goes to bed late will have to eat 2 bowls of spinach soup." She said goodbye. After some time, she was at the gates of that same tower. There were guards with swords standing near the door. Claire was very nervous and worried. "Further from the annex than I thought. It will be harder to sneak out than I thought." But she overcame herself and opened the tower door with a creak, and she went inside. And the Marquise was already waiting for her inside. He was dressed like a real emperor, and he looked very intimidating. The atmosphere around him is just as scary. He is rumored to be the best swordsman in the empire. For a man who became famous in battle, he is quite handsome. But of course, he also has a creepy side. Are you happy with your new home? This is more than I deserve. That's why I don't know how to thank you. Glad to hear that. Hoping to give you what you want most. The Marquise pressed her to him and said, Claire, what do you think I gave you? Claire was confused and didn't know what to answer. Safety, right? Why do you think so? Because you sent the Teutonic Order of Knights after me, warning everyone not to touch me. Of course, when the children grow up, it is possible that we will not be able to stay in the village. Thanks to you, my family and I will be able to live in the safest place, Geneva. Thank you. After these words, the Marquis just grinned and immediately threw Claire to the floor. She was at a loss. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt and spoke. Now your debt has increased. You should work harder to get him back. She turned all red and shy and just looked at him silently. He spoke gently, stroking and licking her leg. I'm sure I've already taught you how to repay me. The next morning, Claire tossed and turned as the gentle rays of the sun fell on her. How soft, she thought. But suddenly she jumped up and began to think. Soft? This scared her very much. But from the soft bed, she remembered where she was. And this is exactly the place. But as soon as she managed to come to her senses where she was, a very strong pain pierced her. That's right, yesterday. He continued until I lost consciousness. And then there was a knock on her door, and a servant entered the chamber. How are you? My name is Jake. I am the butler of Volador Castle. As long as you remain in the tower, you can contact me if you need anything. And then Claire suddenly asked, Does my work start today? Sorry? Job? What are you talking about? I'm talking about my duties in the tower. I can start living and tanning leather right away without any training. I will work hard no matter what you tell me to do. But I am useless in the kitchen, so I will be grateful if you entrust me with laundry instead of cooking. There seems to be a misunderstanding. We cannot allow the lady who serves our master to do such rough work. Lady, what serves your master? Claire asked with a grin. Can what he did to me for the last 2 days be called service? If you want to get some fresh air, you can go for a walk. But I have been informed that you are not allowed to invite anyone into the tower. Treat me like a hostess. Fine. Now I want to rest. I ask you to leave. Certainly. And after that, the servant quickly turned away and left. And she lay down on the bed and could not move away from last night. And sighed heavily. How long has it been since I had a separate bed? If last night hadn't left these bruises, I would have thought it was all just a dream. We cannot allow the lady who serves our master to do such rough work. Well, I think I deserved such luxury for putting up with such a rude man. It's a fair deal. But suddenly, she shuddered and thought. But it still feels awkward to be treated like this. If Endon saw me, he would laugh that I was pushing for pity. You're not weak at all, so why are you pretending? You can trick grandpas, but not me, so don't be so two-faced. I know how cold-blooded you are. My brother is right. I'm definitely cool. I survived for so long, so it's no big deal. Since I can do nothing, I'll take this opportunity to get some sleep, and then I'll spend some time with the children. Let's eat something tasty. Because of these sweet words, she slowly began to fall asleep, and she slept very, very soundly. After the servant left the tower, he turned around and thought, working as a butler, I was sure that I knew the Marquise quite well, but I can hardly believe everything that has happened since yesterday. He went to the village to check if we needed supplies from outside, and returned covered in blood. God, I can't believe she threw herself under a horse like that. Don't you think this woman is braver than many men? Welcome back, sir. Shall I prepare a bath in your chambers? No, I'll go straight to the sauna. Also a widow. She looked good, so she would quickly find a rich man. By the way, what did you say to that woman? She looked upset, but the Marquise turned around and said with a cold look, Maximum. Should I tell you to shut up so that you can finally close your mouth? But Jake and I have the right to know everything about you, sir. Please don't involve me in this. After all, it was Jake who taught us how to get a woman. And after this phrase, Marquin hit Max on the leg. Hey, Bolt, a normal person's leg would break if you just touched it. Don't think that you are too cruel to your friend? Captain, You should show your respect to the Marquise, even if you are friends. Jake, you're always on the side of the Bolt. He just killed his favorite horse, and now he's having fun with me. And why do people consider him a cool and balanced person? He's just a petty lout who holds a grudge. Shut your mouth and bring that woman to me. Woman? What are you talking about? Isn't that what you're talking about, the widow? Max was at a loss. Jake, when that woman shows up, bring her to my room. Okay, sir. That same Bolt not only brought a woman to the castle, but also placed her in the heir's tower. More importantly, there is something extraordinary about this woman. Despite the situation, she is too calm and, although a commoner, she is surprisingly elegant. Perhaps the time has come for a change in the life of the Marquise. At least that's what I thought. Since that day, he has never visited the tower. I want to work in the castle, Claire shouted resolutely. But I have already told you that a lady serving a master should not do dirty work. Apparently, your master has forgotten about me, so there will be no problems. Meanwhile, all the servants were already whispering behind her. It seems she has already been abandoned. She has 3 children, and she doesn't even know how to seduce a man. And she is not as beautiful as rumors say. I owe the Marquis. I've already spent 10 days doing nothing, and I can't do this anymore. Are you in debt? About what? The butler was at a loss. In bed, the Marquis talked about the price for the lives of my children. But since he doesn't visit me anymore, I have to find another way to pay him. The butler blushed all over at this phrase. I heard that they are drying bed linen today. I'll start with this. Lady, I beg you, wait. My name is Claire. Sorry? Ah, Lady Claire. He doesn't give me any work. He also ignores me. So why keep calling me lady? If you need anything, just let me know. I'll tell the servants to take care of it. I already said that I need to work. The people of Geneva believe that all debts must be paid. Even though I'm not local, I know this. Now, Marquis is helping my family. If I don't do something, he might suddenly kick us out before spring comes. I can't let this happen. Lady Claire, please listen. You're not even going in the right direction. Lady Claire! While the butler was trying to reach Claire, the sound of hooves was heard behind them. Then a familiar voice followed. Enough already, Jake. She turned around and saw the Marquise. You called Claire so many times that her ears would dry out. Who is this Claire that got you so worked up? Max asked with a grin. Aren't you wondering, Bolt? God! What made you want to wear armor today? The butler was very worried about the Marquise. The guards went to the mountain and noticed the bear. We heard and are now heading there. Claire looked at him and understood. He ignores me like I'm invisible. Anyway, who is that woman next to you, Jake? After this, the Marquis immediately said, Let's go. And then the Marquis galloped forward. He rode off on his horse very quickly, so much so that Claude didn't even have time to say anything to him. Wait, sir, I need to say something. And Claire began to run forward, and the butler, in turn, was very scared. Wait! Be careful, Lady Claire. He grabbed her from behind and saved her from the horse. It's dangerous to approach a galloping horse like that. The butler stood by. Wow, Jake, how gallant of you! Max shouted. Which is more important? A horse and a woman. Doesn't that sound strangely similar? Is it possible that she is the same widow? I barely recognized her. Now she looks much neater. According to rumors, Bolt placed her in the heir's tower. What a misfortune to be caught by such a man. It seems that now there is no trace left of her chance for a happy life. The Marquise could not stand it, and went up to Claire and said rudely with a cold look, Return to the tower. And why, in his opinion, am I here at all? If you let me work in the castle, I will return. But the Marquise did not listen to her, and continued to speak with the same cold gaze. Come back. If you don't plan to visit me, please, at least give me a job. This is how I will repay you, Marquise Morinheitz. The Marquise did not listen to Claire to the end and spoke sharply. Jake. Jake leaned in a little and answered, Yes, sir. Teach this ignorant woman what will happen if she disobeys my orders. If I ever see her out of place one more time, I'll cut off your hand, Jake. The Marquise was very serious. Max felt awkward and said quietly, Bolt, this is unnecessary. But before Max could come to his senses, the Marquise quickly rode off on his horse. Hey, Bolt! And Max, catching up with him, mumbled under his breath. And why is he suddenly acting like this again? Claire had a lost look and silently looked into the distance. In her eyes, one could read the anger and rage that she feels towards the Marquis. The next day, children were playing loudly outside the window, and Claire and her aunt were watching the youngest. So what did that handsome butler say? Will he let you work? No, it seems he can't do anything without the Marquis's permission. Auntie sighed heavily and said, I knew it. People here sang praises about him, saying he was different from other lords. So I thought that Marquis would be better. But I was wrong. She could no longer hold her tongue and said, All dirty nobles are the same. Auntie, children can hear you. Besides, it was my choice. You were threatened, so what choice are we talking about? Do you know any woman who survived in this empire after disobeying the order of a nobleman? And can you imagine what will happen to us if the Marquis changes his mind? Well, as a last resort, should I ask the butler for a couple of silver plates? What silver plates? If the Marquis changes his mind, we can sell them to get money. The butler would never voluntarily give you such plates. He begged me to talk about everything I needed. So if I asked him for plates instead of work, he might agree. Damn it! I can't believe we're going to live like beggars! Auntie, I told you that the Rutia will hear you. How will this little creature understand anything from my speech? She can understand everything, even while she's little. Whose fault is it that Finn learned to swear before he even learned to speak properly? All because of that damn Undine. Claire and Auntie continued to argue while the little girl listened to everything. Meanwhile, Marquis and Max were fighting the bear. Damn, why doesn't he die? His skin is so thick that the sword cannot reach. Pull the rope harder. But the bear did not give in. The servant also noticed another flock of bears approaching. There are a few more. Let's run. And then, when everyone was running away from the bears, the Marquis took out his golden sword from its sheath and waved it. He made only a few swings of his sword to defeat such brown and dangerous bears that even an entire order of knights could not defeat, after which everyone noticed that Mr. Marquis had arrived and began to shout, Our master has arrived! And the Marquis, as always, was up to his elbows in blood. A few moments later, all the bears were defeated. God! If we want to transfer the carcasses before sunset, we will have to call more people. After Marquis finished with the bears, he simply turned around and began to leave. Max, take care of everything here. Where are you going? The Marquis climbed onto his horse and said, It's none of your business. And Max was very interested in where he was going after all. Lately, he has been disappearing somewhere after every hunt, probably because blood got on his famous Ascaron sword and he needed a place to calm down. Some time later, the Marquis galloped somewhere deep into the forest, and he left the horse to graze on the lawn and rest. The Marquis undressed and went knee-deep into the river, and in order to calm down after such a battle, he needed to splash in the water a little, after which he began to wash himself and greedily drink water from the river. I absolutely cannot quench my thirst. Perhaps it suits me better to remain on the frontier, on the battlefield, than to follow in my father's footsteps and rule. Scarron's bloodlust is eternal. At this rate, I'm really going crazy. To satisfy it, I must take part in the battle on the battlefield. And then the Marquis froze and plunged into memories. And at the same time, he even trembled a little. Be careful, Lady Claire. If you let me work in the castle, then I will return. So she flirted with another man for the sake of it? If you don't plan to visit me, please, at least give me a job. She's only been alone for a couple of days, but she's already showing how much she misses a man in her bed. Since she's so desperate to be in bed with me again, I think I might visit her one more time. Right, Bouquet? It costs me nothing to hug a woman that means nothing to me. And he thought about Claire. He remembered her smile, her soft, silky hair, and her deep eyes. And after that, he decided with a smile on his face. We returned to Volador. The next day, as always, the children played loudly in the yard. Meanwhile, Auntie was feeding the baby and arguing with Claire. I told you that I can feed her myself. Everything is fine. I don't do anything anyway, so I might as well. Before arriving at the castle, you were constantly grumbling about how you wanted to relax. There is no end to this damn sewing. I haven't done anything for a couple of days, and I'm bored. I can't just rest like I do now. But you said that the servants allowed you to join them in milking the cows this morning. It's only because they were interested in you. For every drop I milked, they asked 3 questions. And what were they so interested in? Isn't it obvious? Since the father of these children died? How did she receive the favor of the Marcus? And how did she lose it so quickly? They should mind their own business. I can imagine how you reacted, Auntie. But I'm glad that there are people here who are kind to Finn and Luca. And they can play with children their own age. If you're so worried about them, why do you disappear as soon as you return to the tower? Yes, and how do you spend your days there? Claire thought for a moment and answered, Well, I don't really do anything. There was dust everywhere, probably because the tower had been empty for a long time, so I cleaned it up a bit. I light the fireplaces on each floor every morning, and at the same time ventilate each room. And I also shake out the blanket. And now I'm exploring one floor after another from the first. Auntie opened her mouth at this news. I almost forgot. When I was cleaning, I discovered a rather large library on the third floor. Yes, you've been busy all this time. Today, I'm thinking of climbing to the top of the tower. Luckily, she seems to be doing well. Auntie was sincerely happy for Claire, and her anxiety quietly went away. She got into the habit of enduring all the hardships, and she had to grow up so quickly. Auntie, are you listening to me? Claire asked. What did you say? Yes, I'm listening. Well, she will still remain a baby to me. While Auntie was thinking how well done Claire was, she, in turn, continued to talk about her adventures in the tower. The time was approaching sunset. The sun was setting over the horizon. Auntie came out to see Claire off. Are you heading back to the tower again today? You shouldn't follow me. You said that I was here in the yard. No, I didn't return after the first day. Can't you spend the night here? I don't want to give him reasons to reproach me. Besides, he saw me today. So maybe this meeting will remind him to visit me tonight. Is it worth saying this? But Claire no longer listened to her aunt and said, I'll be back. She walked quietly through the forest and thought. Auntie couldn't agree, but I know what she meant. Words are more shameful than any curse. And the reason why the castle people don't talk to me. This is her, a woman who serves our master. She remembered this phrase in the maids who whispered behind her back. A woman who gave her body to a man with power is what I am considered to be now. But I don't care about their gossip about me. We will leave this place with the arrival of spring in any case. I just need to endure until then. She continued to get more and more lost in her thoughts. She continued to silently walk on. But suddenly, something began to glow ahead. A few seconds later, Claire noticed this strange and very bright glow. It was the most beautiful and most mesmerizing sunset in Claire's life. This sunset illuminated the entire forest and her entire path. At the moment, the sun was like a source of life for her. She enjoyed this sunset for several minutes and could not take her eyes off it. Well, after she had watched enough of the sunset, she wondered, I wonder what this beauty looks like from the top of the tower. And then she broke away and quickly ran to the tower. A moment later, she was walking up the steps. She was full of enthusiasm and desire to watch the sunset. But suddenly she stopped, changed her face, and became thoughtful. For some reason, this reminds me of a moment from a book I loved when I was young. How a man with golden white hair, like a silver nothing, and a red-haired girl met under the same sunset sky. As she climbed the stairs, she recalled her favorite moment from this book. What was my favorite moment from this book? Out of breath, she finally climbed to the top of the tower. But someone had already gotten ahead of her. And when she looked up, she saw the Marquis. The sky over the whole world turned red, and when the golden disk disappeared beyond the horizon, the two lovers swore that even death would not separate them. Why is this man here? Came here to watch the sunset like me? Claire was very nervous and didn't know what to do. As soon as the Marquis looked at her, she immediately remembered his words. If I ever see that woman out of place one more time, I'll cut off your hand, Jake. The Marquis looked at Claire, and Claire looked at the Marquis. Am I allowed to be here? They clearly didn't expect to see each other here. But suddenly the Marquis said, You're pretty fast. This made Claire shudder. But suddenly she came to her senses, made a low bow, and said, I didn't know you were here. Obviously she didn't know. Otherwise she would have run to get here. But Claire did not listen to the Marquis. She was thinking about her own things. This man is so dazzling against the red sky that I want to look away. At the same time, he is incredibly arrogant. Don't wander around the castle unnecessarily. This man is the reason for my unhappiness. I was only trying to pay you back for a long time, Marquis of Morgan Heights. You must repay me by doing what I demand, when I demand. If you no longer desire me, I would like to repay you in another way." After this phrase, the Marquis changed his face and said, "Claire, all you have to do is wait. Is it that difficult? How long should I wait if you don't show up? You imprisoned me here, but you do not visit me. You have turned my family into a laughingstock. So where are the guarantees that you will keep your promise to free us? You're only allowed to do one thing. Whether I visit you, ignore you, or throw you away, you must wait obediently. Therefore, you must stay here as long as I wish." And then, through the Marquise's speech, Claire shouted, "But what if I desire you?" The Marquise was perplexed by Claire's words. "What? I don't plan to become a woman you can use a couple of times before throwing away. Even if I am thrown out into the cold, I will definitely leave a scar on you in return. What should I do if I desire you, sir?" After Claire's phrase, the Marquis answered without thinking, "Do you need a man who will warm your bed? Why? Is the wood burning in the fireplace no longer sufficient for heating? It's not that I'm cold. I want to say that I have nothing to do. As you know, my family has 4 people whom I have to support. He gave us shelter only until next year. We have to prepare for life after we leave this place, so rest is a luxury I cannot afford. Therefore, please show mercy and allow my aunt and I to work at the castle." Claire asked politely, making a deep bow, "I must prepare for the day when you will not seek to meet me, so that we can live on our own." "Living on your own?" The Marquise did not understand what was going on. "Yes. We'll be penniless when we leave the castle, and I wouldn't mind dying from hunger in the cold of Geneva with my children." Although the Marquis was surprised, as always, he simply smiled and said, "Are you telling me that since I'm not going to visit you every night, I should give you a job? Even if you plan to continue visiting me, it would be better if you let me work." After Claire's words, the Marquis silently pressed her to him and looked straight into her eyes. "Isn't it easier to get what you want by pleasing me than by working?" he said, licking her shoulder. She was all red and very shy. "Please wait." But the Marquise did not stop and continued. She was very embarrassed and became even redder. "Wait," she said in a trembling voice. To her surprise, the Marquise stopped and moved a little away from her. From this, she was already all red and out of breath. The Marquis said, smiling meanly and wiping his lips, "I don't know if you're talented enough at this, of course. Didn't your mother tell you what to do if you want to get something from a man?" But Claire had already calmed down a little and came to her senses. "No, I have never heard anything like that from her. She left this world immediately after my birth. Not only does she take care of her brother and aunt's 3 children herself, but she also grew up not knowing the face of her own mother." After which the Marquise came even closer to her and said, "If you want something, call me to your bed. After all, this is the only place you can get anything from me." And after that, he kissed her passionately. Some time later, they were already naked together, and they did it in bed, and only the creaking of the bed was heard. Claire begged with tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, "A little slower." But the Marquise held her hand and said without slowing down, "It seems that your words before were different." Because the Marquise made love to her very passionately, she scratched him all over his back. The wounds looked like the claws of a beast. Her hair was disheveled. She was all sweaty and red. She tried to close her eyes tightly and tightly. "This woman smells like the wind blowing from the mountains of Altas. Such a refreshing aroma displaces the smell of blood." I knew that she did not run to the top to see me, but nevertheless, I did not feel disappointed. I wanted to punish her for ignoring my warning to stay in one place, but her presence was enough to quell my irritation. The first night spent with her wasn't too bad, and when I went to bed alone afterwards, I was surprised by the feeling of a slight trembling. Despite this, I did not return to her because, well, perhaps because I did not understand the reason why I gave her this tower for just one night spent with me. But it seems as if this woman does not know her situation. I can't believe she's worried about her future, even after spending the night with the Marquise. Even if I no longer visited her, she would receive appropriate compensation. I don't know if this is naivety about how the world works, or if she's trying to trick me. The Marquise could not get enough of her. He was like a lion at a watering hole. He had an incredible thirst. He gently stroked her hair and said, "Claire, I had no feelings even for noble people. So why do I keep you rootless close? They enjoyed this moment together, and they couldn't tear themselves away from each other. But the Marquise was haunted by one thought. Claire, you keep bothering me. Morning of the next day. The Marquise had already woken up and started getting dressed, but Claire was still sleeping, and as soon as he left the room, he was immediately met by Jake. Good morning, sir. I see you're early today, Jake. I'll take you to the office. Jake walked him down the corridor to the office, and meanwhile, Marquis looked around and noticed Claire's work. Looks like she touched every corner here. Isn't it amazing? My last memories of this tower were filled with the smell of blood. But look how everything has changed now. Do you want me to tell Lady Claire to stop cleaning the tower? But surprisingly, the Marquis answered, it's her choice. And entrust this woman's aunt with some work. Sorry? Jake didn't understand what we were talking about. The night went well, Marquis said, looking straight into Jake's eyes. Jake blushed all over from this phrase and couldn't put two words together. So I think we can meet halfway once. And suddenly, Jake was very surprised, and it dawned on him. He never listened to any request, no matter how hard he was begged. Is it possible that this time the Marquis really is changing? Sometime later, in the Marquis's office. On the Marquis's table lay very expensive and luxurious jewelry. But the Marquis said without looking up from his book, Jake, get this away from me. But Jake was a little confused and answered, I can't do this, sir. You must choose a gift for the Duke. I have never had any difficulty solving problems regarding the castle, but at such moments, the absence of the lady of the castle is felt. If you can't decide on a choice, then what about this bracelet? This is an extraordinary thing, so I think the Archduke will like it. The Marquise, without thinking twice, immediately answered, Okay, pack it. Yes, sir. I almost forgot. I prepared these as gifts for Lady Brodie. The Marquis answered, without even looking at these decorations, and without looking up from his book. Just choose a horse. Jake was confused and asked again, I'm sorry? As a gift for Lady Brodie? Yes, choose an obedient but playful one. Does he really want to send a horse instead of a jewel to the only princess of the empire? What was he up to? And send all the other jewelry too. Make sure I never see them again. Yes, sir. But suddenly, the Marquis's gaze was attracted by a marvelous decoration with very precious stones. Stop. Leave this on my desk. Jake was completely at a loss, but answered, Yes, sure. He only glanced at the decoration. Why this particular one? Jake couldn't understand Marcus's choice. All this seemed strange to me, even when he ordered this girl's family to find work. Something unusual has been happening to the Marquise lately. Could this necklace have something to do with the lady in that tower? Meanwhile, Claire climbed the steps of the tower to the top, holding a small candle in your hands. She smiled a little and thought, Aunt Held looks so excited. I can't believe they gave my auntie a job starting right away tomorrow. To be honest, it was unexpected. I don't even know whether it was my awkward conviction that worked this way, or whether he immediately planned to do everything that way. Of course, I haven't been given the opportunity to do anything yet, but he admitted that my presence here would be useful. This is already good. At least it didn't seem like Marquise wanted to take back his words. So I'll probably take a break while I have the opportunity. After some time, she climbed the stairs and came to the library and decided, I'll stay in this library on the 3rd floor. She placed her small lamp next to the open books, and she took one of them in her hands. With a sincere smile on her face, she flipped through the pages of the book. Books no longer smell damp. It's good that I started ventilating this place every time it was sunny outside. She wrapped herself in a blanket. I sat back and thought, I'll spend the rest of the evening reading this history book. She was very interested in this book. This book fascinated her so much that she did not notice how time flew by. The founder of the Ringen Empire was Nicholas Ringen. Together with his friend Newberg, he won many victories on the battlefield and accomplished many great deeds. He also united the Western Roman continent into a single empire. He fell in love with a mysterious woman and made her his empress. He was a favorite of the people of the empire until the very last day of his life. Meanwhile, the Marquis and his soldier were walking through the forest not far from the tower. They were all in armor, probably returning from a mission or going on one, and the Marquise's attention was attracted by the light in the window of the tower on the 3rd floor. And then the Marquise's soldier said, Again you look there. The Marquis was a little tensed by this, but he was calm, and with a balanced tone he answered, "You're too observant. It is the duty of a Teutonic knight to maintain order and serve his lord in everything. Then it's better to watch over the Lapis Mountains when I'm gone. These freaks are just waiting for spring when the snow melts. This time, the Order would like to accompany you to the parade in Puisine, sir." But the Marquis only grinned and answered, "For what? Do you want to destroy something in Puisine? As you know, the one whom I want to tear apart more than anything else in the world lives in health in the Langteo Castle just in Puisine. It is obvious that you will say the same thing to the Archduke, and yet you ask me to take you with me? Those knights who followed the Great Ringen and served only as members of the imperial dynasty were knights of the Teutonic Order. Every member of this order despises the current emperor and archduke. How could he ask me, the general, to take him with me to Puisane? You know how dangerous this parade is at the moment. It may be dangerous, but not as dangerous as the fact that knights appear there who want to eat the duke alive. There are already rumors on the streets that you are bringing all kinds of jewelry to propose in Puisane. I know that the Marquis is a wise man, but still you know what a vile and cunning person the Archduke is? This insidious man will do everything possible to get his daughter into your bed. So, just in case. But before he could finish speaking, the Marquis interrupted him and said with a cold look, "Julian, this will never happen, so stop pestering me." And as soon as the Marquis took hold of the door handle, he asked, "Do you want to come inside with me?" "What? Do you think something inside this place is going to cut my belly open or something?" But Julian made a low bow and said, "No, sir. Good night." Yes, the Marquis is not the kind of person that the Archduke can easily manipulate. I met him face to face, and I know what I'm talking about. But the Marquis never showed interest in women, even on the battlefield. And yet, he became interested in the girl in that tower. Not sure if getting intimate with this girl before going to Puisane is a good idea. Or will this just add more wood to the fire of his desires? The Marquis went up to the third floor and went to the open door where the light was on, and he saw Claire sitting over a book and reading carefully. I thought she came out of curiosity, but it looks like she really can read. How unexpected. He silently entered the room and stood behind her. He just silently watched her enjoy the book, and suddenly he remembered those words that Claire said to him on the roof of the tower. "What should I do if I want you, sir?" Hearing these words, I think I realized what emotions I really feel for this girl. When I saw her, I was displeased. I am the most revered person in this empire. But when I'm with her, I feel like I'm interfering with someone noble and respectable. It's as if I've become some kind of beggar Friday. After these stupid thoughts, he walked up to Claire and grabbed her hands. Like a scumbag who knows he's drunk, he can't stop drinking hard liquor. He held her close to him, so close that he whispered in her ear, "Claire, I want you very much. Take off your clothes." Claire tried to push him away with words. "Wait!" But he ignored her and bit her fingers. Pure and noble creatures. Why did I feel guilty before? He threw her to the floor and said, "After all, such a disheveled look suits you." Claire was confused and did not understand what he meant. The Marquis approached her so close that he saw a tear in her beautiful and so charming eyes. He moved away from her a little and thought, "Just as I thought, her eyes look like a precious stone." He gently ran his hand along her neck and thought about how the jewelry would look on her. I wonder what she would look like if she wore it on her thin blonde ball and stood in blue spring water. He imagined Claire naked with a jewelry around her neck, under the midnight sky, somewhere deep in the forest. How annoying! I already feel more satisfied, he said, moving closer to her lips. The Marquise was very excited and passionately attacked Claire. Due to the fact that the Marquise pushed her very hard, she screamed, "Stop!" Because of this, the books that were standing unsteadily on the shelf fell. But the Marquis managed to react in time and covered Claire with his body, thereby saving her. Because the books fell on him, the Marquis became even more excited, and he lifted the clerk into his arms. But Claire, all red and embarrassed, continued to beg, "Please stop. These books. I'm in pain." But the Marquis ignored her and said, "Come to terms with it." He kissed her passionately. But Claire, there was something wrong. After a while, Claire sat curled up on the bed and lowered her head down. Jake came running out of breath and asked, "Mister, what happened? Why did you need medication in the middle of the night? Claire injured her ankle due to a falling book. Look at it. Jake bent down and began to examine the leg. Try lowering your leg. It looks like you have a broken bone. Now, I will provide first aid, but I will need to examine you again in the morning. It will be better if you don't walk for a while. This made Claire very uncomfortable, and that made her clutch the blanket. And Jake noticed it. When he asked me to bring medicine in the middle of the night, he was afraid that the Marquise might have been injured. But I'm not sure that now I feel better about this truth. This book must have been very heavy to cause such trauma. No wonder she's so fragile. I wonder why she visits the library on the third floor so often. The Heirs Tower was built by Lord Newburgh for his son, Bolt. This library mainly contains complex historical theological books. More books should be written in Frankish, the language used by most nobles, or in languages such as Latin and Swedish. Jake was still tormented by one question. Why is this girl in a library like this? But his thoughts were interrupted by the Marquise with words. If you're done, you can go. Jake got up without thinking and left. I'll come see you in the morning. Claire sat with her bandaged leg still twisted and thought, how I want him to go away. And suddenly, the Marquise said with a serious tone, Stupid woman! If it hurt you that much, you should have bitten me to stop it. But Claire could not remain silent and expressed her dissatisfaction. You didn't let me do this. After that, the Marquis leaned towards her and said tenderly, Do you want me to tell you where to bite a man, so that he will pay attention to your words? But surprisingly, Claire turned away with words. No thanks. He didn't move when all those books fell on him, so what was the point of me resisting? Ignored me where I begged him to stop, so why now is he pretending to care? And suddenly, she grabbed her leg and began to tremble. The pain is getting stronger. No, I can't stand it anymore. She barely bowed and said, My apologies. I don't think I can serve you tonight. When the Marquis heard this, he was perplexed and a little shocked. What did you say? Please let me rest. And after that, she almost fell, but the Marquise managed to grab her. She didn't have the strength to even sit on the bed. She was all red and in tears. The body hurt so much. She slowly began to close her eyes, and the Marquis spoke from the side. Claire? He's so noisy. Claire! Just leave me alone, please. She lay in bed at night and slept. In her sleep, she tossed and turned a lot. Looks like she was having a nightmare. When I was little, the demon visited me every night. Little Claire sat alone in a large, cold room. Close your eyes and don't think about anything. Just think that your heart is shrinking like the soft bread in this cozy home, and your parents, whom you miss so much, will be yours, alone in a cold room where no one ever came to visit me. I desperately prayed to the sun to rise, and for the whispering demons in my head to stop. But it's happening again. Even if you survive, what can you do? There is no point in resisting. Just give up your life. Leave me alone, please. Claire suffered greatly from the nightmare, when suddenly the Marquise, who was sitting next to him all the time, putting it on the head, he said, Don't worry, everything will be all right. After she felt the warm hand of the Marquise, nightmare left her alone, and she slept soundly. The Marquise was very worried about Claire, so he sat closer and watched her closely. The Marquis noticed that Claire had a fever. Her body is on fire. He gently took her into his arms and hugged her a little. And he noticed that Claire was sweating. Claire didn't know what to do and quietly watched her. And then he remembered her words. Is that why she said she couldn't serve me in this state? I have met many women who have said ridiculous things, and this girl turned out to be just as annoying. I know where it all started. Brave and respected Marquis of Mornheights. I made a mistake because I couldn't keep it inside me. War is a primitive thing. So, without hesitation, I showed the real me. And when he returned to the castle, he could not accept the peaceful life that was happening. And over time, I became more and more bored. Perhaps this is why, as soon as my bloodthirsty nature awoke, I lost control and ended up unleashing my disgusting lust. I even came up with an excuse that this was the norm, since she is a girl from the bottom. The Marquise continued to watch her silently and thought, Why did you show such impudence? If you asked for forgiveness, I would show mercy as the Marquis, he said with a grin. He turned and looked at her leg. This injury must have been difficult for her. It was time to take the medicine, and she was still sleeping, so he decided to give her something to drink. She looked funny, enduring this pain. It didn't annoy me. And with words, it seems, you need to be kinder to her. He took the medicine into his mouth, and with his hot kiss, he poured the medicine from his mouth into hers. I didn't know I could be so cruel. He heard Claire slowly swallowing the medicine in her sleep, but still a couple of drops flowed down her cheek. At this rate, Claire drank a whole glass of medicine. The Marquise decided to leave her alone and simply wiped the medicine from her lips, and only the Marquis decided to move away from Claire. She grabbed him by the shirt and said to me coldly in a trembling voice. The Marquise could not resist the sick, fragile girl and decided to lie down with her. He held Claire close to him to warm her with the warmth of his body. "You'll feel better soon." And in the arms of the Marquise, she slept soundly and seemed to be getting better. Poussine, Lengthio Castle. "So when are people planning to leave the Margraviate?" Archduke Edwin asked. Edwin loudly slammed his fist on the table and said, "They don't plan to come to the banquet, do they?" "They said that they were rushing to Longteo. I'm sure that we will soon find out everything, Your Majesty." But Edwin only frowned in response. "You've been saying the same thing for days. How can you postpone your trip to the Archduchy?" Edwin's anger knew no bounds. Edwin remembered his father and compared him to him. He is as arrogant as his father. "If I just had a son, I wouldn't have to humiliate myself like that. Everyone else gives birth to sons easily. So why do my brother and I have so many problems? But you still have your daughter, Your Majesty." After that, Edwin smiled and answered, "Are you saying that she may be a useless girl, but I'm still in a better situation than my brother, because he doesn't have any children? But because of her, I have to jump through all these hoops just to marry Martella's precious son. But, Your Highness, if you accept Newburgh's grandson as your son-in-law, then you will rule not only in this empire, but also in the overthrown and all other neighboring kingdoms. This trouble could have been avoided if he had not been given such an important title by the Margraves. My father was nice to everyone during his lifetime. With everyone, of course, except my mother and us, his sons. He was a hopeless romantic. Are you sure that Bolta is the girl he's dating now? I haven't heard anything about him. Thought he might be powerless, just like my brother. I don't think he's that powerless, but I definitely heard that he took a widow to live with him. Ordinary and widow. Then, I don't think there should be any problems with marriage in the family, as long as they can give birth to a child. Don't forget about it, Edwin. I promise to end your bloodline even after death." The thought gave him goosebumps. Damn, why do I still remember this stupid curse? But I'm sure Brody can seduce the guy herself. After all, my daughter is known as the greatest beauty of the empire. The next day in the tower, it was raining heavily. Claire, who had not yet fully recovered, opened the window and enjoyed the rain. The smell of wood soaked in rain. So refreshing. I want to enjoy this air a little more. But suddenly, Mrs. Revilla came and said, "No, Claire. I told you, you still can't go out into the cold." I go back to bed, fast. After which, Mrs. Revilla immediately closed the window and then drew the curtains. Cold wind is prohibited for those with broken bones. "You are so thin that I have to worry about so many things. Mrs. Revilla was appointed by the Marquise to take care of me. A couple of days ago, 2 weeks? I'll give you 2 weeks so she can walk again." And just as Jake wanted to object, the Marquis interrupted him, without excuses or objections. "Okay, sir. How can he say that such an injury will heal in less than a month? It will be difficult for Lady Claire to interrupt alone for now. What are we going to do?" The Marquis answered without thinking. "Call the rabbi. Mrs. Ravi?" "Okay, sir." After the Marquise's phrase, Claire asked an immodest question. Then I wondered who Mrs. Revilla was, but I would never have thought that she was the Marquis's nanny as a child. "Claire, you must sit up straight. At this rate, you'll soon break another bone. I wonder why he called an old nanny like me. I can't believe that the girl who was serving at the Sir's house is such a little one like you. Mrs. Revilla treats me like a feather, brings me fruits and meat to bed. Sometimes she even feeds her, and even tries to help him swim. Worried that I might fall in the bathroom. Try the soup while it's warm. Thanks to her, I live in luxury, like a noble lady. But not everything is so smooth. Unfortunately, I have to listen to such revelations. How do you tolerate him in this state? You need to quickly build up these bones. Her persistence reminds me of Aunt Gelda." That's probably why I don't feel uncomfortable around her. Aunt Gelda! I haven't seen her since I injured my leg. And suddenly, Claire asked, "How did you get here today? Did you happen to see the children when you passed by?" But Ravia was in no hurry to answer. "Why are you so impatient? Eat first." But I have never been separated from my children for so long. I'm sure they miss me terribly. But suddenly, after she ate the first spoon of soup, she felt a familiar taste. It tastes like what Aunt Gelda cooked. Yes, I jumped down to give her the meat, and she asked me to bring you this one. She cooks very well. According to the maids, Gelda is also good at sewing and washing. You and her are so skinny. I can't imagine how it has managed to work until now. A small smile appeared on Claire's face. What about the children? They're doing well, so don't worry. Apparently, Finn enters the mountain to get firewood with the other children. I think he said the chef was rewarding him with a pie for that. After which, Claire's mood immediately lifted, and she even began to laugh a little. But suddenly, Ravia's face changed, and she said, "By the way, why do you pretend to be a mother for other people's children?" This made Claire shudder. How does Mrs. Ravia know about this? Come to think of it, the butler told me something. She is now retired, but in the past she was the only person who could direct the Marquise. I felt so comfortable around her that I even forgot who she really was. Mrs. Ravia works for the Marquis. I'm sure she reports everything I say and do to him. He not only put me in this prison without bars, but also introduced someone to be watching me. Perhaps the Marquise is more obsessed with me than I initially thought. Meanwhile, the Marquise was sitting in his office and deciding very important matters. Pusen's merchant ship was again attacked by pirates. I believe the Archduke will ask you to resolve this issue first. The servants did not know what to do and suggested their own options. The Marquis jumped up from the table and said, "Secretly send someone to the Jurassic Sea. Without a doubt, the person leading the pirates must be quite capable. So order everyone you send to find out how their powers work." The Marquis looked out the window and asked himself the same question. I wonder how such a leader appeared so suddenly. I heard that he is even going to exclude the Teutonic Knights from this campaign. Then, his only assistant will be his second son, Max, which causes concern. Even a Leo will find it difficult to survive in a cave full of poisonous snakes. Geneva's only weakness is that most of its vassals are knights. Although a university is being built to solve this problem, the situation is unstable because Baron Keen, who is responsible for this project, is not well. If the Baron goes down, his younger brother Jake will have to take everything upon himself, so we can't send him to spy on pirates. What is Marquise thinking about? Meanwhile, Claire, leaning on the wall and holding her sore leg, walked along the corridor of the tower. She sighed with relief and said, "I feel like I can still hear Mrs. Ravia swearing. I didn't expect her to be so angry when she found out about Endon. Men are fools! This Endon is an asshole!" she screamed. But as soon as I told her this story, she began to sympathize with me. I need to see Aunt Gelda as soon as possible, and for this I need understanding from Mrs. Ravia. She looked through the window into the distance at the moon and thought, the Marquis has not visited me since that night. Somehow, our memories of that day become clearer as time passes. Even though I hadn't felt pain like this in a long time, it disappeared at some point that night. When I realized that he consoled me all night with his warm hands, I experienced something unknown until that moment. This feeling was almost enough to relieve the pain in my leg. I don't even want to be offended by him for being cruel to me that night. For that matter, I'm disappointed that he stopped coming to see me. But she immediately began to turn her head and change her thought. No, I need to get a grip. The pain must have had such an effect on me. And continuing to hold on to the wall and walk little by little, she said, "I'm sure this will pass soon." She continued to climb the steps and go upstairs. But the pain in her leg did not allow her to walk quickly, and she supported herself with a wall. She was sweating and was in a lot of pain. This is only the third floor, and these steps are still difficult to climb. But still, I can't give up books, especially when I feel confused, just like now. I can't believe I felt this way about the person who hurt my ankle. Apparently, something wrong happened to her head while she was locked in this tower. Despite the pain, she continued to rise and muttered to herself, "Now this is my only goal." But suddenly, the Marquise quietly came up from behind and easily picked up Claire. She was very confused. because she didn't expect to see him here. Mister? But the Marquis just looked at her intently and said, "And you've gained a little weight." Claire was confused. What? Is he not saying this when he returns after being away for several days? While Claire was recovering from shock, the Marquise had already brought her to the library. But here another surprise awaited her. While she was treating her leg, the library was cleaned up. God, now everything is cleared away. Claire couldn't believe her eyes and just turned her head and looked around. The Marquise did not wait long and handed her the book. Here, it looks like it's yours. This is a history book that I have read before. Is he giving it to me because he remembered? Although Claire was very surprised by this, she still sat down and began to read. And the Marquis just silently watched her. And then a phrase sounded that made Claire shudder. Who taught you to read? She looked from the book to him and thought, I knew that he helped me get here, not out of the kindness of his heart. But the Marquis stood and still expected an answer. And Claire answered him quietly, but confidently. I learned to read on my own. By myself? The Marquis was surprised. Yes, I cleaned the library of the person I served. And naturally, the letters began to become familiar to me. But the Marquis didn't even raise an eyebrow and said, Do I look stupid enough to believe this? A simple maid learned Latin just visiting the library? Because he didn't believe Claire, he grabbed his head and thought, I can't tell if she's arrogant or stupid. This woman climbed the stairs despite her ankle injury just to read a history book. Why does she need this? The point is that I was imprisoned. My mother died after I was born. I was abandoned in the old library, and after living there alone for several years, I learned to read. The Marquis slowly began to believe her and asked, Why did your mother die? She tried to escape from the man who threatened her. He was the son of the master she served. I heard that she rushed into the river towards the Krya. The Marquise began to gradually enter her position and said, What a tragedy! But she didn't shed a single tear. Her soul must have become numb due to these endless misfortunes, just like mine became deaf to death after so many battlefields. Is Latin the only language you can count in? I can also speak Frankish and Svergen. He went to the locker and started rummaging through it. If you want to read anything, let me know. He handed her another book and said, If you ask Ravaya for a book, she will treat you like the plague. Claire took the book and was perplexed. The Marquis realized that something was wrong and asked what? Are you not a fan of theological books? No, that's not true, Claire answered. And then Claire said something that the Marquis did not expect to hear. I'm surprised you let me read. But he just smiled and answered. You're already roaming this place freely, so why are you asking my permission now? Scribes are quite rare, so books are considered more valuable than jewelry. I imagine that these books cost unimaginable amounts. I can't believe that he gives me his permission so easily. I'm really surprised. After which, the Marquis decided to change the topic and sat down next to her. How are things going with your nanny? Mrs. Ravaya treats me well. The Marquis approached her, stroked her, and the police said, I can definitely tell that she takes good care of you. Do you want her to stay with you? If yes, I can do this. After which, the Marquis gently ran his finger over her lip. Because of this, she turned away and said, Number, that doesn't mean I don't like her, but... The Marquis tensed a little and asked, Are you hiding something from me? And she muttered under her breath, After all, you sent Mrs. Rabia to keep an eye on me. Follow you? For what? So that you don't run away? And Claire simply nodded her head silently, after which the Marquis smiled and thought, I knew it, this woman is definitely arrogant. Why should I, Bolt Morenheights, keep an eye on a woman with a broken leg for fear that she will run away? In any case, she is already mine. He took her by the shoulder and said, You slept with me to pay off your debt, so why should I waste my time keeping an eye on you? The Marquis gently stroked Claire's hair and said, And even if you run away, all I have to do is make a decision, kill you with one blow or tear you to pieces. Like a small unnecessary toy. This made Claire a little scared and shuddered. When Claire noticed that the Marquis looked at what she was reading, she turned around and blushed a little. I see you prefer gray hair. These Svergen bad people know that he was their enemy, but how dare they treat Emperor Ringen like this when he was revered as the most handsome man? Even his hair color is different. Claire's eyes lit up at the Marquis' story. She raised her head up and asked, So, Emperor Ringen really had light golden hair? Right. The present emperor was not fortunate enough to inherit their splendor. She approached the Marquise even closer and loaded him with questions. So, you saw Emperor Ringen with your own eyes, sir? I saw it, although I was too young to remember. However, there is a portrait depicting his image in the Hall of Valador. In the hall? Claire became very interested in this. The Marquise noticed this and pulled Claire closer to him. What? Do you want to watch? Then beg me. Tell me you'll do anything if I take you there. He began to lightly bite her shoulder. Make me burn and get from me what you want. Claire was already blushing and feeling very shy. And after the words, it's easier to read in Alton, isn't it? He kissed her passionately. Claire liked it so much that she didn't mind. The next day, somewhere in the forest, deer and fawns grazed quietly on the lawn, and suddenly an arrow flies into one of the deer and kills him. Everyone ran up and began to rejoice at this, and the Marquise fired that same arrow. Everyone shouted that he had eyes like an eagle. Marquis never misses. Jake found a beautiful white horse as a gift for the Archduke's daughter. I think I could train the mare before you get her. Want to teach how to dump a cowgirl? And what? Not a bad idea. Is he still obsessed with going to Langtheo Castle? This, of course, makes sense, since the Archduke is the main enemy of the Teutonic Knights. The Teutonic Knights, the most famous company of mercenaries in the entire empire, became an imperial order of knighthood after he began to serve the first emperor. In those days, Emperor Ringen had only one condition: duty to serve only the direct descendants of his imperial family, and all in order to protect the concubine's unborn child. Be that as it may, after the death of the emperor, Kilvrich took the throne from his newborn sister, and she made her mother empress, demanding the obedience of the knights of the Teutonic Order. The Teutonic Knights refused to serve him and left the palace. As a result, the current ruling family declared them traitors and subjugated them to their will. After the Archduke sent the general of the Teutonic Order, Charles, the parties were one step away from unleashing a bloody war. But my wise father, Martel Morenheitz, hired the Teutonic Knights to serve him in Geneva, so the conflict was temporarily hushed up. I know exactly what he will do to the Archduke. So why am I even thinking about whether I should take them with me to Langtheo Castle or not? And in the midst of a wild hunt, Max turned to the Marquis. Apparently, Baron Kians passed away. The Marquis turned to him and asked, When? 2 days ago. I just saw the soul's messenger on his way to meet Jake. After which the Marquis killed another deer with one skillful and accurate shot from a bow. In that case, I'll leave the rest to you. The Marquis and Max rode their horses very quickly and talked. Did they really say he fell off his horse? Yes. Apparently, he decided to hide his illness so that Jake would not worry unnecessarily. Lord, what a stubborn family this is. And yet it's sad. Max, I had no idea you were so attached to the deceased defense. But Max sighed so heavily and said, That's not the point. It turns out that I'm now the only one from Salaga without a title. Am I supposed to call Jake Baron Kiens now? Still, the presence of the Kiens family in Geneva is certainly important. Sir, are you going to return Baron Kiens back to Solds? Or will you keep it to yourself, as Sir Martel did? But the Marquis did not answer him. The Marquis and Max were already expected at the castle to deliver bad news. When Max noticed them, he turned around and said, I'll probably come later. The Marquis didn't care about Max and went into the castle ignoring him. But still he turned to him. Mister, you must have heard what happened to Baron Kiens. This is a terrible tragedy. However, both Solds and Voldor need Jake now, so I don't even know what to do. We also lack scribes. How all this is at the wrong time. The Marquis seemed to ignore everything and asked, Where is Jake now? He went to the heir's head. The Marquis lost his mood and asked again sullenly, To the tower? Meanwhile, in the tower itself, Jake was wrapping Claire's leg. Jake was worried about Claire's leg and asked, And it still hurts? No, if you don't step on it, it doesn't hurt at all. What about Baron Kienitz? I haven't received the title inheritance documents yet, so I'm still the same head butler. So relax, there is no point in worrying. But you take care of my bruised leg even after hearing about your brother's death. How can I not worry? Claire was very embarrassed by this situation. I sympathize with you, really. I still can't believe what happened, But still, thank you for your support. When you become a baron, I believe you will live in Solz. No, after my brother's funeral, I will return here. This phrase surprised Claire very much. He will soon have his own property. Is he going to return to continue being the head butler? The title of baron is one of the highest ranks, so why? Claire didn't understand what was going on and looked at him intently. But Jake realized that Claire had a lot of questions and answered her. This work, in principle, corresponds to my destiny. This life was determined for me from the moment I was born as the second son in the Kian's family. Claire sighed and thought, the life that was determined for you. You won't need a tire anymore. Now you need to gradually load the ankle. Jake answered after he unwound all the bandages. But Claire didn't care about her leg. She leaned over to Jake and asked, Baron Keynes, then what are you going to do next? Jake was confused and asked, Sorry? What do you mean? If you were free to choose without the Marquis's permission, would you want to stay in Volador? Due to the fact that Claire posed the question bluntly, Jake could not stand it and quickly left the room. But still, Claire's words stuck in his head, and he began to think. Making choices without the Marquis's permission. I never thought about it. Our family has served Mornheights for generations. My brother was to become the next Baron of China, and I was to become the Marquis's chief butler. This is what we were raised for. We have always been taught that these are our destinies. In my youth, it was sometimes difficult for me to come to terms with the certainty of my fate. But after serving as the Marquise for some time, I stopped thinking about it. But even after these thoughts, Claire's words, Baron Keynes, what are you going to do? They didn't get out of his head. Making a choice without the Marquis's permission sounds interesting. After some time, in the castle, after talking with Claire, Jake went into the Marquis's office. The Marquis was already talking to the Schwan. I just told you about Count Schwan, Marquis said. Schwaven immediately turned to Jake. My condolences, Baron Keynes. Jake in turn nodded his head and said, Thank you. But still, the Marquis decided to get down to business right away and asked, Have you found a host for your families? But Jake answered without hesitation, I plan to find someone suitable after my brother's funeral. You have nothing to worry about, sir. I will make sure that this situation does not affect the trek to Langteo. The Marquis listened to Jake completely and responded, Everything is fine. You can come back after you have settled your affairs. Thank you, sir. Schwaven intervened and added, And I requested 30 scribes from the monastery. This amount should be enough to prepare books for the university, so there should be just enough of them. The Marquis walked up to Jake and said, Baron Keynes, I hope your trip to Solz goes smoothly. Thank you, sir. Make your own decisions without permission, even if it were possible. I would still continue to follow the Marquis. You haven't forgotten about my order from 2 weeks ago, right? Marquis asked, after placing his hand on Jake's shoulder. Although sometimes Marquis goes overboard. My apologies, sir. After these difficult negotiations, the Marquis went to Claire in the library and sat down next to her. Claire did not understand what was happening and cast sidelong glances toward the Marquis. The Marquis sensed this and asked, What's happened? Claire answered without thinking. Will your butler remain at Volador Castle? Or will he return to his lands? The Marquis was a little alarmed by this, and he took the book with words from her. Why do you need to know this? Hey, my book! Claire screamed. Mrs. Revilla said to ask about it. She wants to know what you want. Please return the book to me. And suddenly, unexpectedly for Claire, the Marquis answered, Why do you think this decision is up to me? It stays with Jake. What if you don't like his decision? Then I won't let him. Claire was very worried and asked, Even if he begs you? Tell me, if you don't like his choice, will you allow him if he sincerely asks? After these words, the Marquis smiled and stroked her hair. Is this what you want from me? Forward, you can ask or pity me. But Claire turned away and pushed his hand away from her hair. Then the Marquis added, Although I'm not sure if you have the talent or willpower for that. I don't know about talent, but I have a lot of willpower. Then at least try. After all, I made sure that my nanny didn't treat you like noise, didn't I? After this phrase, Claire thought a little. It's true that he took me to the library every night. And thanks to him, Mrs. Revilla began to take this situation a little easier. Then, surprisingly, the Marquis heard Claire's confession. Just wait until I get better. When the leg is fully recovered, I will serve you twice as hard." The Marquis did not expect to hear this and was very surprised. "What? When my leg recovers, I will serve you whenever and wherever you need it. I swear on everything I have. Can you just let me have one thing before that?" The Marquise was very surprised and asked, "Have you learned to speak and read like that yourself?" With this phrase, he made Claire blush and feel a little shy. She clenched all her will into a fist and said, "Don't you understand what the words what, where, and when mean? Even if you have nothing to lose, do you really think you can say something like that so easily?" And because the Marquise put pressure on her, a sentence came out of her mouth. "All because I'm desperate." But without thinking, the Marquis grabbed her chin and said, "And what do you want so desperately? Do you want to hang yourself with jewelry? Or that I should fill your room with expensive dresses?" Claire still didn't give in. She pushed the Marquis's hand away and answered, "I just want to see my family." But instead of understanding and awareness, the Marquis only frowned. "Family this, family that. I'm already tired of her talking about this damned family. Isn't it enough that, standing at the window, she sees children that aren't even hers?" The Marquis jumped up and thought, "What kind of stupid woman is this?" But Claire continued to speak with a trembling voice. "I haven't seen my children for a long time." She grabbed his shirt and said, "If you allow me to leave this tower, I will see them and return soon." "Have I ever stopped you?" asked the Marquise. "If you would allow me to use a cart or horse to get to them, I would be very grateful." This phrase made the Marquise laugh very much. "Are you too far from asking for a vehicle from the owner of this castle? How presumptuous! If I was so desperate, I could crawl there. What's the matter? Apparently, you didn't miss your family so much to do this." After which, Claire clenched all her will into a fist and answered, "Okay, that's what I'll do." And to the surprise of the Marquise, she fell to the floor and began to crawl. The Marquise was very surprised. She had a bad leg. The Marquis immediately changed his mind and rushed to Claire. "Are you out of your mind?" He grabbed her and tried to pull her to her feet, but Claire did not allow this to happen and screamed, "Let me go!" Claire was very offended by the Marquis. Even though he held her in his arms, she kicked and spoke very hard. "Like you said, I'm crawling there." The Marquise was tired of holding her in his arms and restraining her whims, so he threw her down on the table and said, "Choose the option. Easier than doing something so crazy. Stop being so stupid. I can't even move on my own, so what option might be easier for me?" "What are you talking about? I'm right in front of you, despite all your arrogance. Who knows? If you offer enough effort, I'll give you a cart." Claire really wanted to go to her family, so she immediately answered the Marquise. "Then take me as before." "This won't be fun, Claire. Make me burn. Make them want to create for you. If you don't, then even after your death, I will never let you go." A few minutes later, they were already kissing passionately and could not tear themselves away from each other. The Marquis saw that Claire was already all out of breath, and it was very difficult for her. But he told her quietly, "Just a little more, Claire." And they continued making love. Claire stepped over herself to go to her beloved family. The Marquis held her in his arms and could not let go. "A little more, Claire. One day you will break my heart, but even so I will love you." The next day there was a cart near Aunt Gelda's house. Buckets of paint stood next to them, and Claire forced Gelda to hurry up. "Hurry up, Auntie. The children will wake up soon." Gelda slowly combed Claire's hair and spoke, "This needs to be done slowly so that the color lasts longer." Claire sat wrapped in a towel, and Gelda dyed her hair. "But still, let's hurry up. There's nothing to be done." Aunt answered, "I don't know when I'll be able to wash them again, so be patient. All because of this evil pervert. Why did he even need to break your leg?" "Auntie, the children are sleeping." "God, yes, don't worry. They sleep like marmots." Gelda looked out the window and noticed the cart and asked, "By the way, where's this cart from? Was it that damned Marquis who gave it to you?" "When I woke up, she was already in front of the tower. Maybe he singled her out because he was happy last night, but she was just like any other." "So what exactly did he like so much about her?" Claire couldn't keep it all to herself and turned to Gelda. "Auntie, it seems the Marquis liked me." And Auntie answered with a joyful expression on her face, "Well, of course. Only a blind person wouldn't like someone of your beauty. The most beautiful child on earth. That's what Aunt Gelda always called me. She's too kind to me. That's why she said such things to her skinny niece, whom she found in the basement. You are the most beautiful and precious creature on earth. Although I was disappointed that I left traces of my parents in that place, holding Aunt Gelda's hand, I got out of that hell. Auntie, do I really look like my mother? Certainly, this always amazes me. You didn't get your eyes or hair from your dad. You are a copy of my sister. That's why I'm so good to you. Auntie tried her best to cheer Claire up. But you said that mother had extraordinary beauty. But I'm not that beautiful. My sister blossomed after meeting your father. It's all the power of love, I guess. Auntie laughed and spoke very loudly. And guess what? You were born only thanks to me. My feet were so swollen because I had to pass letters from your parents to each other. But Claire was not in the mood, and Gelda noticed this. And don't forget, you are the daughter of my beautiful sister and my precious treasure. After this touching phrase, Gelda laughed and added, You'll see, you'll become even more beautiful than your mother. But, Auntie, I won't be able to shine the same way my mother once did. After all, the chances are increasingly that I will be absorbed by the Marquise. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Marquise's office, we should start signing trade agreements with neighboring herds, sir. The Marquis silently looked out the window and thought. Apparently, she has finally returned to the tower. Claire. Until now, I was embarrassed to say her name out loud. But now my heart jumps out of my chest every time I say her name. I didn't expect her to become more than just a girl in the tower for me. But now I enjoy her inexperienced body and even reward her for it. What an absurdity. Mister, I was thinking about negotiating with the Lapis in the south. She gets cold easily, so moving her somewhere warmer isn't such a bad idea. Schwaven did not understand what the Marquis was talking about and asked again. She? Sorry? But the Marquise changed the subject and said, Start negotiations, with the condition that Geneva will use the port this winter. Schwaven made a deep bow and said, Yes, sir. The Marquis turned mysteriously back to the window. I have other things to do, so let's end the meeting here. Schwaven was a little nervous and noticed. The Marquis has somehow changed, somewhere on the castle grounds. And there Max, already sweating with might and main, spoke. You had never approached a training horse before due to your aversion to the smell of men. So what brings you here despite this, father? You make me look like I don't care about the main knights of Geneva. Just get to the point and go, father. What could possibly come to your mind that made you come to such a remote place as this? And then, to Max's surprise, Schwaven asked, It's about the woman in the tower. What is she like? Max was wary and didn't understand what was going on. What? Woman in the tower? Are you now wondering what's going on in the pants at the bolt? Despite the fact that you have an unmarried son, what turns into a chronic bachelor? You are the only one who decided not to start a family, because as a knight, you did not know when you would die. Schwaven took Max's head and said in a rude tone, How dare you? I told you not to address the Marquise like that. But then he calmed down and asked, Just tell me if this woman is able to interest the Marquise for a long time. If you are so interested, ask him personally. I've already looked at it myself. Then you should know the answer. He didn't seem interested in her at first, but he seems to be visiting her often lately. Keep an eye on this woman, and don't take your eyes off the Marquis for a moment. For what? Either way, it won't last long. Stupid boy. Do you really think so? Some things have changed during that time. The Marquise's gaze lingered on the tower several times. I've watched the Marquis all his life, but I've never seen him like this. I completely forgot about her existence. So when did she manage to influence him so much? I must carefully observe whether she will ultimately help the Marquise or harm him. Night, somewhere in the tower. The Marquis and Claire enjoyed the evening and read books. The Marquis noticed that something was wrong and asked, Did something happen? Why are you in such a good mood? Is it that obvious? But Claire answered with a sincere smile on her face. Kids, round up a little. The Marquise looked at her with contempt and thought. And again she talks about these little brats. I don't understand why she smiles so much with joy that these children have gained weight, when she herself looks emaciated, without a single jewel to adorn her. She doesn't dress up at all. All he does is talk about his family. Apparently, he doesn't want to thank me. But I have to admit that her nicknamed face is nice to look at, after which the Marquis could not resist, and he passionately kissed Claire. For a long time, they could not tear themselves away from each other. During the kiss, the Marquis smelled the scent of her hair and said, "Your hair smells like grass. Were you riding in the woods or something?" Claire turned away from the Marquise and said, "All red. With such and such a leg? It seems you have nothing to ask me today. I'm not shameless enough to ask for something every day." Slowly unraveling his shirt, he spoke. "Well, if you still need something, you better say it quickly." He slowly began to crawl towards her, and at the same time they said, "Because I intend to take you now." Claire was a little confused. The Marquise hugged her and looked straight into her eyes. And Claire said in an uncertain and embarrassed voice, "It hasn't been that long since the splint came off, so please be careful with your foot. Only if you ask." And then he rushed at her. Claire fell onto the sofa, and her soft, silky hair became disheveled. He began to lick and lightly bite her thin and emaciated neck. "Strange aroma? The smell is more than strange." He spoke with a small grin on his face. After that, they merged together. They kissed passionately and could not tear themselves away from each other. Claire has already scratched his entire back. And suddenly, they heard their aunt's voice. "Claire!" She didn't expect to hear her voice here. She pushed Marquis aside and stood up a little. "Aunt Gelda?" But the Marquis did not hear anything and did not understand what was happening. "What?" "I heard my aunt's voice just now." And then someone suddenly knocked on the door. The Marquis put on his shirt and opened the door. "What's happened?" A servant stood behind the door. "I'm sure it was the Teutonic Knight, Dylan, who gave the order." "I apologize for interrupting you, sir. So what happened? Did Sverkin invade us or what?" While the Marquise was talking with the servant, Claire could not find a place for herself and looked out for her aunt in the window. "Well, there's a woman standing here in the yard," Dylan said quietly, almost in a whisper. "The eldest child seems to have disappeared in the forest." Claire heard what the servant said and immediately thought about Finn. She turned away from the window and looked straight at the Marquise. She ran up to the Marquis and began to ask about the child. Her experiences knew no bounds. "What do you mean? Oldest child? Are you saying that my finances are missing?" "That's right, you're right." After this phrase, she fell to her knees and began to ask even more questions. "My aunt is downstairs, right? What happened to Finn?" The Marquise was very annoyed by Claire's behavior. He looked at her and didn't know what to do with her. He wasn't too worried about Finn, but still he ran up to her and said, "Stop making noise and get up." But Claire could not calm down and continued, "Please let me see my aunt." The Marquise realized that she would not get up on her own and took her in his arms. "What do you think you can achieve with all this?" "I have to go out and look for him," she answered. "Claire, before you get tied up, don't make me angry." But Claire did not hear the Marquis and burst into tears. "Please, sir, it's my mistake. I'm sure he got lost because he went looking for me. He asked me to stay with him, but I returned to the tower. I should have stayed with him. Please, I will do anything. So I ask, let me go find Finn." But there was only a malicious smile on the Marquise's face. She noticed this and realized that she didn't have a chance. "He enjoys watching me beg." This made her very angry, and she began to break away from the hands of the Marquise. "Let me in! Let me go!" The Marquise did not expect such behavior from Claire, and it made him very angry. "How dare you!" This was the Marquise's last straw. She angered him so much that he threw her on the bed. He tied her hands, pressed her to the wall, and said, "I told you, if you don't want to be tied up, you shouldn't make me angry." But Claire had no plans to give up. "Untie me now! I don't have time to do all this with you. But I'm the only one who decides anything here, forgot?" She tried to escape from the Marquis's trap, but all attempts were in vain. "Untie me! Untie me immediately!" She realized that the Marquise would soon leave. And in a fit of anger and bitterness, she shouted, "You crazy psycho!" But Marquis was not affected at all. On the contrary, it was even amusing. "Be a good girl and stay here. If you want a chance to at least get your child's corpse back, then you need to wipe your tears and just sit in silence." She sat alone in the room and had already lost all hope. All she had to do was just mutter to herself, "This damn psycho! This demon!" She even tried to call someone from the corridor. "Is there anyone there? Please untie me." But it was all in vain. There was silence outside the door. A lot of time wasted. Did they find him? Why is it so quiet? Is it possible that something happened? These questions didn't let her stop crying. Tears flowed like a river, and she plunged into memories. Sorry, Jenna. Claire, take care of my children for me when I'm gone. Please, promise me. I swore that day that I would keep these children safe, even if it meant putting my life on the line. I can't lose my family again. I'll go crazy with worry. It's like the helpless anticipation of death, the same as in childhood. But now I have people I have to protect. Claire kept repeating that if something happens to Finn, I won't forgive myself for it. I swear I will plunge a knife into the Marquis's heart. All in tears, with tied hands and in bitterness, she screamed. Meanwhile, on the street near the entrance to the tower, guards kept Aunt Gelda. She struggled and screamed as best she could. Let me go! I need to see my niece immediately! She tried to shout to Claire so that she could hear her. Claire! Finn is missing! Meanwhile, the Marquis and his guards watched all this from the window of the tower. So that's why she ran to the tower. My apologies, sir. We did not expect her to overcome the thorn hedge. So she crossed the field of thorny thorns from her house to here? Yes. By the time the knights surrounded her, she was all wounded. No wonder she's her aunt. How long has it been since the child went missing? According to the woman, his bed was already empty when she checked at dawn. Apparently, he insisted that his mother spend the entire day with them yesterday. How is the search going? People are looking around the area. The last trace of the child was found where a pack of wolves was often seen. What should we do, sir? The Marquis became serious. It seemed he was thinking where to look for Finn. Meanwhile, all the servants and butlers were looking for the child. The regular workers were flanked by guards with torches. The servants whispered from time to time, "Do you think he's still alive?" Who knows? Several hours have already passed. The Marquis also participated in the search. He examined the area carefully and remembered, decades ago, I spent a lot of time in the tower. To prevent them from passing through the formation, my grandfather fenced it off with thorn bushes. The only paths to this tower, surrounded by a rough fence, lie through the mountain ranges or the valley. And from this, the Marquis drew conclusions. We move into the valley. Yes, sir. The Marquis walked quietly along the path and thought. He was absolutely serious. If you've come this far, you must be tired. He was probably scared by the cries of wild animals. I'm sure his instincts would have been to hide. After that, he heard some noise behind the bushes and decided to check what was there. The bushes were very thick, and he began to make his way through them. As he walked through the bushes, he saw a little boy. It was Finn. He curled up, was very scared, and spoke. Mother. Where are you? I think she said they were getting fatter. Meanwhile, Gelda continued to scream loudly, I'll go look for him myself! But all the guards held her back. And suddenly, the Gelda was released, and the guards bowed low. Is this your character trait that is inherited? Gelda turned around in tears and saw the Marquis holding a small and frightened Finn in his arms. Gelda hugged Finn tightly and said, Oh my God! Finn, my baby, my child, you are safe now. Walk them home and call the doctor. Yes, sir. After the Marquis' order, the servants slowly escorted Gelda and the child home. But the Marquis looked at Dylan with a cold gaze and said, Why did you do this? You must not make noise in the tower without my permission. Forgot? Dylan made a deep bow and apologized. I'm sorry. The situation seemed pretty dire, so I hurried and didn't think about it. Since when did you start getting paid for things like that? The Marquis asked with a rude tone. Moranhites granted the Teutonic Knights their freedom in exchange for one thing, unconditional loyalty. However, if we had gone out to search even a little later, we might not have made it in time. The Marquis turned around and began to go about his business. From now on, do these things yourself. Of course, my lord. I'll be in trouble when the captain finds out about this. But I felt I had to tell you, sir, because it looked as if the woman who looks towards the village every night, having lost her child, would have broken into pieces. Even a knight finds it difficult to overcome the mountains of Altas in the night. If it weren't for the Marquis, the child would not have survived. Meanwhile, the Marquis had already returned to the tower in high spirits. And he looked at Claire with a grin, but Claire was all exhausted and angry. The Marquis could not resist and said, What a terrible sight. Claire raised her head and said firmly, Untie me now. I'll go find the Finn. But the Marquise did not listen to her, and just quietly sat down. If I had known that this was such a funny show, I would have stayed here rather than go looking for your child. After which the Marquis untied her, and she attacked him with questions. Have you found it? Have you found my boy? Is Finn okay? Claire almost went crazy and was very worried about Finn. She almost climbed onto the Marquise's head with her questions. Is Finn injured? But instead of making her happy, he just watched. All she had to do was just wait meekly for a few hours. Please answer, is my child okay? Claire couldn't get through to the answer. Your recklessness infuriates me. As the owner of this land, it is my responsibility to ensure the safety of the child. But she continues to provoke that barbaric side of me that I managed to suppress. Well, he wasn't eaten by the wolves after all, so stop shaking. That's why I keep saying such cruel things. After which he approached Claire and wanted to continue the night. What does it mean? Claire asked. Who cares if he dies? The Marquise answered rudely. You know, we spend every night together. So if you need another child to take care of, just say so. But to the surprise of the Marquise, Claire could not resist, and pushing the Marquise aside, gave him a slap in the face. Shut your filthy mouth. Although Claire was confident in all her actions, she trembled terribly. A large red mark was left on the Marquise's cheek. The Marquis smiled a little and moved his head away and thought about what to do with Claire. Claire calmed down a little and felt incredible coldness from the Marquise. I've completely lost my mind. I can't believe I hit Marquis in the face. What if he hurts my family? She wanted to apologize to the Marquise, but she was so frightened that she could not put two words together. Mr. Just me. But the Marquise was very amused by this. He had already forgotten about the slap. He was just enjoying the process. He looked into her frightened eyes and thought, is she afraid now? How absurd. But still, the Marquis stood up, turned around, and left. Satisfied with the irony, because she is the only one who looks down on the Marquise. He came out of the room and told his servant, I return to the main castle. Prepare your horse. No, I'll take a walk. He walked proudly down the corridor, replaying today's situation in his head. And suddenly, he was plunged into his memories. The first time I killed a person was when I was only 13 years old. After the death of an assassin from the overthrown empire who entered the tower, I realized that I, too, am a killer who enjoys the sight of blood. After what happened, my father sent me to the battlefield early to ease my brutal instincts. He also worked hard to teach me to control myself. The Marquis was confused and thought, however, it looks like I'm on the verge of a breakdown now. Liberate the tower tomorrow. Then what should I do with a woman, sir? Make sure she doesn't catch my eye. The next day, near the river, all the maids were washing clothes. And of course, while doing laundry, the maids whispered to each other, have you heard? Yesterday's preparations were not due to the Marquise leaving on a hike. What? But didn't a nightly detachment accompany him? I heard that he just went hunting. Hunting? Why so suddenly? I'm sure to annoy the Archduke for sure. This makes sense. I think he's looking forward to the Marquis right now. And of course, when Claire was washing clothes, she also heard everything. I pray that the Marquis does not become the son-in-law of this greedy Archduke. Exactly. As I remember the time spent in Poussin, I still cringe. However, it is true that there is no suitable noble lady for him right now, and Marcus is not particularly looking for meetings with women. But he accepted the woman in the tower. And then the maids saw Claire, and abruptly all fell silent. She was recently kicked out. What? Claire constantly felt eyes on the back of her head. She was very uncomfortable. She's too young to be a mother. I thought she would hold out for a long time, because the Marquis gave her a tower. But apparently, I was mistaken. You could immediately tell that she was as thin as a stick. I'm sure he didn't like it. The maids teased and laughed at Claire in every possible way, but he should have kicked her out as soon as her leg healed. I agree that it was cruel on his part. A strong wind blew, and Claire sighed heavily and held her head. How hard. Several days have passed since that night. After that incident, the Marquise left the castle to hunt, and I left the tower to get to work. Somewhere in the castle itself. Well, it's good that he continues to support my family. There was a hubbub in the castle, because all the maids were cleaning and whispering at the same time. But since I have to stay in the servants' quarters, I cannot live with them. As Claire walked past the other maids, she felt many eyes on her. But fortunately, Claire is already accustomed to such views. After some time, the head maid handed out the task. Attention! While the Marquis is away, we will clean up the third floor of the main castle. Please return to your assigned areas. Yes, ma'am. After which she walked up to Claire and said, You can remove the corner corridors. Yes, ma'am. Some people feel sorry for me after hearing what happened to me, so they are kind. With a leg like this, the easiest task for me would be to wind the floors. Now that the daily pressure has appeared, I have no time left to worry. She diligently washed the floor and thought, Well, Finn is back safe and that's all I need. Only after meeting with Aunt Gelda did I find out that the Marquis was the one who found the Finn. But then he was so cruel to me, and she remembered what her aunt told her. By the way, Marquis saved Finn. This news greatly shocked Claire, and then she wondered, then why didn't he tell me? He should be a great warrior of the Empire, so why did he allow me to hit himself? I was so unrestrained that after I slapped him, I thought I was going to die. I can't believe I was scared after I hit him because I thought he would kill me. I must have looked pathetic. Well, it doesn't matter, because I won't see this person again, she said with a smile on her face. But then this thought bothered her very much, and her smile disappeared somewhere. And so that bad thoughts would not enter her head, she continued to work diligently scrubbing the floor. Everything is for the better. I have a lot of work to do, and no one bothers me at night. So calm. And while she was trying to forget herself and muttering something under her breath, her gaze shifted to something. It was an amazingly beautiful and at the same time enchanting picture. Claire couldn't take her eyes off this picture. The picture seemed to hypnotize her. Wait a minute, isn't this man? And while she was enjoying the picture on her knees, someone approached her. She turned around and was surprised to see a Schwawen in front of her. Schwawen approached her and asked, Who sent you here? A nobleman who can easily move around the castle means he is part of the Marquis's close circle. Why is he looking at me like that? I was only tasked with cleaning the floors here. After an awkward pause and the realization that she said something wrong, she thought, Oops, looks like I said something wrong. Sorry. I must have been in the wrong hallway. Clearly Jake isn't here. Maids are not allowed here. Remember this well. And then he saw that Claire had something wrong with her leg. Injured your leg? What? No, it's okay. After which he closed his eyes to her mistake and said, You don't have to rush. Be careful. Claire was in no hurry to leave and asked, Sorry, the portrait must be of the Ringen emperors? And it's true, the very first ruler of the empire, Emperor Ringen. It looks different than the drawing I saw in the book. Well, yes, it's logical, because no one will try to write books intended for common people. What kind of book? After Claire answered, his face changed. History of the continent Rashman. His biography was described very sparingly. Do you mean the book written by the overthrowers? Have you read it? Well, yes, of course. In any case, these overthrown are only uncouth scoundrels. Scoundrels? He didn't understand what she was talking about. Looking at this portrait, Claire said. In this book, he was described as an ordinary groom. Schwaben was puzzled. How could a simple maid read such a book? This maid is so strange, he thought. So he decided to ask again. Are you sure you read this history book? And then Claire realized that she had blurted out too much and said, No, sir, I was wrong. And before he had time to come to his senses, she collected all her rags and quickly left. Now he was even more puzzled. Ran away to avoid the topic? She also dropped a rag. And yet he was tormented by only one question, and he couldn't get it out of his head. A maid who can read? The past Marquis, Lord Nurburg, liked to say that Emperor Ringen wanted to create a world where even commoners could read. A world where everyone who wanted to learn would receive an education. Yes, this was our dream. Create such a world, but time has passed, Martel. You left this world, and the Paratorian family became mired in corruption. So, while I live in this world, I simply have to make Bolta the next emperor. I will make any sacrifices in the name of our dreams. Just like you. Bolt has always been special. I think he will be a wonderful ruler. And he plunged into his memories. They turned the emperor into an ordinary groom. Godfather, look! These scoundrels really hate Emperor Ringen. Remembering this, I realized that the maid said the same thing. They are amazingly similar. Meanwhile, somewhere in the maid's bedroom, Claire tossed around and still couldn't fall asleep. Although her neighbor was already fast asleep, she jumped out of bed, grabbed her head, and said, "I don't think I'll get enough sleep today." And in order not to disturb the others from sleeping, she decided to leave the bedroom. And with small steps, she walked along the corridor. There was silence in the castle. There was no one. Absolute silence and tranquility. She couldn't walk for long with such a leg, so she decided to sit down on the steps. A castle without a master, so quiet, she said with a smile, after which she bowed her head and thought, "Here one gets a little better." To be honest, on days like these I miss my time in the tower. I miss being able to read books in the library at night. How stupid. I dreamed so much about a family only because I couldn't imagine what it would be like to live completely alone. And now I already miss the quiet life in the tower, although just a few days have passed. And suddenly, to her surprise, in the middle of the night, the castle doors slowly opened. She was so scared that she didn't even move. When the doors opened, the light of the full moon, which illuminated all living things that night, fell on Claire. It was the Marquis. Suddenly, he returned in the middle of the night. Claire was very surprised and did not expect to see him here. But the Marquis didn't care about her and said, "I see there's a rat here." Without thinking twice, she jumped up, bowed, and said, "I didn't know that you would arrive at midnight. I'll call the servants to serve you." But the Marquis didn't even pay attention to her and simply walked past. As if she didn't exist or she was some kind of ghost, he walked past her without even saying anything. And he slowly began to climb the steps. Claire kept trembling with fear and excitement and thought, "Apparently, he really lost interest in me, and I thought that now he would definitely kill me. That's good. But why then is my heart so heavy?" The Marquis's behavior of ignoring him really hurt Claire. The next day, like all the maids, she cleaned the skins near the river. When the Marquis and the knightly order returned from the hunt, my work noticeably increased. Deer, bears, even wild boar have so many skins to clean. How many days have we been doing this? There is no end to these stupid skins, but we need to wash them before they go bad. If you are tired, ask someone to relieve you. Yes, cleaning animal skins is very, very difficult. Lord God, a few days ago, you were so glad that the Marquis had finally returned. I'm even glad that I finally have something to do. When I met him after so long, the first thing I felt was fear. I was sure that he would kill me right here and now. Now, realizing how pitiful I looked when faced with death, all I can do is plow for the sake of survival. I also can't help but think about how I felt then. I'm sure my heart was ready to jump out of my chest, just because my pride was wounded. Stop being distracted. We have to work. While Claire was dreaming about her own, Aunt Gelda came out of nowhere. "Claire, Auntie, why are you here again?" Auntie's anger knew no bounds. "I told you not to go out today, didn't I? Your body can't handle processing these skins for so many days in a row. But there's nothing to do inside. Be silent. Lord, look how terrible you look. And get that stupid headscarf off your head." And the maids, having heard Aunt Gelda's curses, began to whisper to each other, "Who is this? Don't you know? She is the same abandoned one from the tower." Gelda led Claire to the water to wash her. "Auntie, I'm all wet. This is what I was trying to achieve. I brought you new things, so wash yourself already." "God, my whole face is covered in dirt." Gelda was very worried about Claire. "Didn't I tell you to sit inside yesterday? But how can I relax when everyone around me is busy working? My leg has already healed, so it's awkward for me to chill out like this." "Exactly. But what about the children? I'm sure the boys are already playing somewhere, and Mrs. Revia is taking care of Rudia. Lower your head and let me rinse your neck. By the way, does Mrs. Ravia have any trouble visiting the estate? Because if the Marquis finds out—" And before Claire had time to speak, Gelda interrupted her. "Yes, the Marquis called her palace, but he didn't indicate the exact time when it would be time for her to leave. So for now, everything seems to be fine. Don't worry about it. It seems to me that even the most callous man would not dare to intimidate the nanny who raised him from the cradle." "I told you to choose Slava. What if someone hears? Who cares?" After a few minutes of such conversations, Claire put her things away and went to wash herself properly. She let down her long, luxurious hair and lay down on her aunt's lap. Gelda gently and carefully washed and combed Claire's hair. When she undressed, she noticed that the bruises were gone. The last trace left by the marquise also disappeared. Now I completely feel that it has been cleansed. But the eyes are still blue. Auntie likes their color, because my mother had the same one. Only I hate him. This noticeable blue color did nothing but provoke trouble. By the way, we also had to flee Puisine because of my eyes. One evil knight constantly mocked me because of this blue color. And one day Endon, quite tired of this, beat him until he bled. Then we had to flee from the knights and hide in Geneva. Am I also in the marquise because of the color of my eyes? This thought haunted Claire. Throughout my life, I have suffered a lot of bullying from many dispolitical men. Why was I so reckless? But I continued to secretly hope that the Marquise, recognized as an unsurpassed warrior of the empire, would be different from other nobles. The Margraves are the only heroes left in the empire. Endian, that son of a dog. Because of his constant exaggerations, my expectations were higher than the highest mountains. To see him again, I want to rip out all his hair. Yes. I think still, you shouldn't constantly blame others. It's just my mistake that I was always naive, even in stalemate situations. It's all over, it's time to forget. And also to get rid of the strange feeling that visited me last night. Gelda noticed that something was wrong and asked, "What's happened? Are you feeling bad?" But Claire just shook her head. "Auntie, do you still think that I am the most beautiful child in the world?" Claire asked quietly and uncertainly, but Gelda gently stroked her head and said, "Certainly, look how charming you are." She held her close and said in a calm and gentle tone, "You are the most dazzling girl in the whole world." Claire liked it so much that she lay down on her aunt's lap and said, "Say it again, please." "Claire, you are the most charming girl in the whole world." But suddenly, out of nowhere, someone closely watched Claire and Gelda from the side. It was the Marquise. As always, with a cold gaze, peeking out from behind the bushes, he carefully watched Claire. But then Max came up to him and asked, "Hey, Bolt, I thought you went to wash your face. Why did you stop?" "What? Are the maids having fun in the water?" After which Max laughed hard and said, "You're such a pervert." Nodding his head a little, he added, "From the back, she's really okay." But the Marquise turned to him and immediately answered coldly and rudely, "Close your eyes, until I give you permission to open them. Meanwhile, somewhere in the kingdom, how many more times will this happen?" After these words, the glass that flew against the wall shattered. "Why should we tolerate these vile pirates?" "Please calm down, your lordship. We were accompanied by the navy, so how did they manage to besiege us again?" The servants stood in bewilderment and were very confused. "Useless dogs! What were you thinking?" And then one of the butlers said, "You can seek the help of the Marquise to find a solution to the problem, your grace." "Yes, it's true. The Marquise will soon become your son-in-law, so protecting your lands is his responsibility. Moreover, it is his direct duty to protect the borders of the empire. And our merchant ships continue to be attacked due to the fact that the Marquise does not fulfill his duties." "Yes, indeed. It's all this arrogant bastard's fault. Bring him to Langtheu, now!" Meanwhile, somewhere in the castle, Claire walked along the corridors of the castle, holding a bucket with a rag in her hands, and was all glowing with happiness. Her eyes were filled with enthusiasm. "Looks like luck is on my side. I can't believe I got the chance to visit the third floor so soon. Oh my God, I forgot to clean the third floor hallway." When Claire heard this, she immediately raised her hand and said, "I can go and clean it up." She must have forgotten about this, because the work increased greatly after the Marquise returned from the hunt. For me, this is a good opportunity in every sense. Thanks to this, I can look at this portrait again. She was fascinated by the portrait and could not take her eyes off it. And while she silently looked at the portrait and admired this masterpiece, suddenly someone approached her. It was the Marquis. He quietly and carefully watched Claire. At first, he didn't even understand what she was doing. He looked at her and thought with a smirk on his face, "At first, I thought that my peace was disturbed by a couple of rats running past." Then he began to think about how to punish this unlucky maid. But after that, the Marquise pulled back the curtains and was very surprised. He saw how beautiful Claire's smile is and how beautifully she knows how to smile. But she didn't even notice the Marquis and continued to admire the painting. "How beautiful this picture is. but I had no idea that this woman could smile so radiantly. As I expected, she likes men like him. Then she can't even take her eyes off him. She doesn't even realize that I'm standing right behind her. Meanwhile, she still looked at the picture without looking away, and even blushed a little. Her eyes were filled with happiness. The Marquise was interested in watching her, and simply stood silently behind her. The face of the X-ray Emperor is especially infuriating today. After which, the Marquise noticed how Claire slowly began to approach the painting closer and closer. It was as if she wanted to touch the painting, but suddenly she timidly took her hand away from the picture and thought, "No, this is not something that I am allowed to touch." The Marquise was very infuriated by this, and with a smirk on his face, he thought, was it permissible to slap me on the cheek? And now she can't even touch a piece of fabric. The Marquise could no longer stand it. Why is she just staring at him for so long? She can't even look at the portrait in full because it hangs too close. Even in this situation, it looks as stupid as possible. This was the last straw of the Marquis, and he could not stand it and began to approach her. For the effect of surprise, he suddenly grabbed her shoulder and said, "Looks like he's your type." He gently pressed her to him and added, "If you want to look at the whole picture, it would be better to take a couple of steps back." Claire did not expect to see the Marquis here and was simply shocked. But still, she moved away from him and asked, "Marquis Mohrenheitz, why are you here? When choosing between the two of us, isn't this a question worth asking you?" Claire couldn't answer, and she didn't have anything to add either. So she simply and humiliatingly looked away from the Marquis, but he continued to stare at her, afraid of me as always. It's just a portrait, but it infuriates me how admiringly she looks at this man. And now, she can't even raise her head and look at me. Actually, I was going to visit Poissy after returning from hunting. If only I hadn't looked again into those eyes that shine brighter than the starry sky. I would have already crossed the border to Geneva. You dress in these shabby rags and do what the other maids do. But to this day, you only attract my attention to you. My eyes are always looking for only this woman in the crowd. After an awkward pause, Claire said in a trembling voice, "I came here only because I need to clean the third floor. I didn't want to seem suspicious. Strange. I didn't see you on your knees with a rag in your hands." After this phrase, Claire lost all confidence again and lowered her gaze. So awkward. He is dressed in a beautiful formal attire, while I am in a simple maid's dress. I always feel stupid around him. After which, she again plucked up courage, bowed deeply and said, "Sorry to interrupt your vacation. I'll leave right now. Yes, I'm nobody. A weakling who cannot even go where she would like. But why do his words make you feel so worthless?" While Claire hung her head and waited for an answer, the Marquis, as always, answered with a cold gaze. "Raise your head. From this place, the portrait is perfectly visible." To Claire's surprise, the Marquis did not scold her, but rather dragged her towards the portrait. Claire was completely bewildered. "I know you have a soft spot for Emperor Ringen, but I can't believe you came here just to look at the portrait. I must admit, you are quite decisive." "I came because I need to wash the floors." But the Marquis did not listen to her and asked, "What about your ankle? Did you cure her?" "Yes, it is completely healed." The Marquis suspected that his leg was still sore, but Claire sensed it and quickly responded, "It doesn't hurt anymore, at all. Even though you haven't worked for a long time, you look much thinner than before." "Thought you got the help you needed," Claire thought. Can he worry about what happened? But the Marquis added, "This is the reason why I sent Rabia to the estate. But I'm sure these children's cheeks have become even rounder." After this phrase, Claire's heart began to beat faster, and she blushed a little. "I thought he forgot about my existence. My soul is restless again." Marquis didn't expect this, but Claire took his sleeve and said, "Thank you, that they saved my fin." Claire was a little embarrassed by the Marquis, and turning his head away, he answered, "I wouldn't say that I saved him. I was just passing by and noticed." But Claire didn't care. She looked him straight in the eyes and spoke sincerely. "Still, I want to thank you." But Claire hadn't expressed everything yet and said it in an awkward voice. "And please forgive me." While Claire timidly held his sleeve, the Marquise did not understand what they were talking about and asked, "Forgive for what?" "I'm talking about the slap." Of course I did it, because you said what they should have said, so I got angry. But I still regret what happened. I didn't know it was you who found Finn, sir. You didn't tell people that you hit me, did you? No, of course not. It's true that I slapped you, but I didn't tell anyone anything, I swear. So, even if she told someone, no one would believe it. I decided to forget about it, so you should also erase this incident from your memory. Claire was very worried and approached the Marquise and asked, "But weren't you angry that I hit you? I just think it was a little unfair to me, too." But the Marquise didn't care what Claire said. He was tormented by only one question. Why is this woman acting so strange today? She usually answered my questions in monosyllables and avoided eye contact in every possible way. So strange. If you had said then that you were the one who found Finn, I would never have done that. If only they had not tied me up and left me like a barbarian. The Marquise could no longer listen to Claire's chatter and simply silently walked up to her, gently hugged her, and said, "You apologize as if I should forgive you and return you to the tower." And biting her ear, he spoke in a whisper. "Is this what you want, Claire?" But Claire did not succumb to the Marquis's provocation and abruptly pushed him away from her. "This is wrong." Claire was very upset by the behavior of the Marquise and thought, well, what kind of person? What was I hoping for when I started talking to this arrogant man? Yes, I haven't slept well the last few days, so I've gone off the rails. After which she turned around and began to leave. Why are you trying to escape in the middle of a conversation? You don't understand at all what I want to say. You don't understand at all. After which she fell to her knees, took a rag in her hands, moistened it with water, and diligently began to wash the floor. But the Marquise just silently watched Claire with a grin on his face. To some extent, this even turned Marquis on. Claire was very ashamed of her behavior, and she thought, I understand that I shouldn't behave like that in a situation like this. I have to crawl on my knees in front of him and thank him like I have never thanked anyone, as befits a woman who was imprisoned in a tower to behave. But I can't do that. Claire realized that she had a completely different character and would never do that. While Claire was struggling with her emotions and diligently washing the floor, the Marquise slowly began to approach her. I'm overwhelmed by emotions. I just need to calm down and put them aside. How dare he? Who would want to return to a place like this? And suddenly, due to the fact that Claire could not overcome her anger, in a fit of her emotions, she accidentally touched a bucket of water. And of course it turned over and Claire was all wet. She continued to kneel in the puddle. It feels like he already knew about my feelings, even before I confessed everything. But suddenly, the Marquis came up from behind, grabbed her hand and shouted, Claire, what are you doing? If you have something to say, look me in the eye and say, damn it. Do I look like the kind of person who will always cater to your whims? Claire moved the Marquis's hand away from her, bowed and said, I'm just trying to thank you. Thank you for saving Finn and forgive me for being too rash and rude. That's what I wanted to say. And this, damn it, doesn't mean that I want to go back to the tower and roll in the hay with you. She released all her steam, clenched her hand into a fist and thought, now I don't care. I was born with this disgusting character. So if I die because of him, then that's how it should be. What woman in this world would want to live like that? Such a shameful life? This is no better than being born an animal. These words made the Marquise's cheekbones ache with anger. Enough! The Marquise could no longer tolerate this, and in order to shut up Claire, he abruptly threw her to the ground. Claire's delicate hair, as always, was disheveled from this. The Marquise began to move his hand towards Claire's hips and asked, Is it better to be born an animal? He lifted her dress, grabbed her leg, and asked, gently stroking her, Do you want to see a real beast? Well, yes. The Marquis always behaves this way when things don't go according to his plan. Previously, if I found myself in a similar situation, I would have been scared. But this will not happen again. After which, she grabbed the Marquis by the collar, pressed him to her, and kissed him passionately. She seemed to pounce on him. They continued kissing passionately and lightly biting each other. They bit each other to the point that they gave each other small wounds. Then, with a small smirk on her face and a cut on her lip, Claire said, I will no longer indulge your temptations. But the Marquis only wiped the blood on his lip and answered, Yes, only for it. Finally, I can feel like a true animal. The Marquis grabbed her leg and began to bite her, starting from the knee. After these passionate kisses, they both took off their capes. The Marquis picked up Claire and kissed her breasts and tightly squeezed her buttocks. They seemed to merge into one and forget about all their problems. They were so close that in the process, Claire heard Marquise begin to feel a little short of breath. Claire was a little amused by this and said with a smirk on her face, "What's happened? Already have shortness of breath? Can't be. Great Marquis. Tired already? How so?" The Marquise was very excited by this, and like a wild animal, he attacked Claire. And she, in turn, scratched his entire back from this. And suddenly, when the Marquis and Claire were enjoying each other, someone approached them and they were noticed. It was the headmaid. She didn't expect to see them here. How? How could this happen? I came here because dawn was approaching, and she still did not return. I don't understand how this could even happen. While the maid was racking her brains about how such a situation could even happen, the Marquis approached her and said, "I noticed that the rats in this palace are multiplying and multiplying." The Marquis stood in front of her with a wound on his lip and abrasions on his neck. And Claire was already sleeping soundly, and he wrapped her in a blanket so that she wouldn't catch a cold. He carefully handed it to the maid and said, "Take care of her." "Yes, sure." The maid put Claire on the floor and tried to bring her to her senses. "Claire, my girl, wake up." But before leaving, the Marquis said, "Inform the butler that in 2 days early in the morning we will leave for Langtheu." The next day, Gomon was standing on the street and everyone was busy with something. And meanwhile Jake entered the castle. And everyone was just happy for him and shouted, "Lord Keynes, you are back! Nice to see you, sir. Even though I've been away from here for so long, it seems like I won't have time to rest." He had been putting off this trip for so long. "I can't believe I still made the decision to go so soon." He knocked on the Marquis's office and said, "Mister, this is Jake." The Marquis, deciding matters, answered, "Sign in." The Marquis sat in his chair and said, while working on important papers, "It's been a long time since our last meeting." "Hello, sir. I myself didn't expect to be bogged down in business for so long. Have you found the right owner to manage your family's home?" "Yes. Finally able to delegate my responsibilities for maintaining lands and university business to a trusted person." The Marquis beamed at this news and asked, "And who is this confidant?" "An experienced and extremely altruistic person. He excelled in architecture and even took an active part in the reconstruction of the monastery in Solz. And this trusted person sent a request to send a large number of clerks from Voldor to the monastery." "Aren't those already sent enough?" "Oh, I almost forgot. Unfortunately, half of the clerks in the monastery suffer from food poisoning. They need at least 10 people to complete and publish the book in honor of the university's founding day. What do you order me to do?" "Well, you can send the number of people you need, Jake." "Yes, sir." And then Jake remembered the Count's words. "And we don't have enough gun here, so what? Send more? If the Count finds out, he will definitely go crazy with anger." "By the way, I'm going to take that woman with me," the Marquis said joyfully. Jake was perplexed. "What? Do you mean Lady Claire? Where to take it?" While Jake was annoying the Marquise with his questions, he simply silently watched her from the window. And Jake asked in a trembling voice, "You don't want to take her to the Langtu festival, do you?" But the Marquis just smiled and said, "Include her in the official list without her knowing about it." "I'm counting on you." After this, Jake had even more questions, but he still could not resist the orders of the Marquise. "What are you planning, sir?" Meanwhile, the maids were loading the carts and fussing terribly. "My spine will soon break from these weights." Well, it's a big holiday, so it's no surprise that there are so many things. But suddenly, the attention of the sweaty and out-of-breath maids turned to Claire. She sat awkwardly on the steps while stitching something. She asked, "Is there still as much work?" But suddenly, someone from behind grabbed her shoulder and said, "I can help. Sit." It was the headmaid, and she said with a smile on her face, "I'll give you time to rest, but don't stay cold for too long." After which all the maids ran sharply and quickly for a break. "Hooray! Let's go have a snack in the kitchen." But Claire remained seated, and the headmaid sat down next to her. "I was so tired. I thought I was going to die right here." But Claire didn't even intend to leave and just silently watched the others. And Claire's boss noticed her strange behavior. And suddenly she said, "You look like you're not happy about the break. Everyone knows that you are different from others here. Claire was very hurt by this and asked with a smirk on her face, "Different, you say? We dress in the same shabby clothes, do the same work, eat the same meals. So what's the difference?" This thought made Claire feel uncomfortable, and the maid, understanding that what she blurted out was not what she meant, answered in a panic, "Sorry, that's not what I meant. You just have reasons to get tired faster, Claire. Like what happened last night, for example." And Claire remembered how she helped her then. "Thank you for your help. Without you, I wouldn't even be able to wash myself." Of course, she helps me because of what she saw. But the maid took Claire's hand and said, "There is no reason to do good to me. We need to help each other. But I am ashamed of that incident. It's hard to raise children alone, isn't it?" This phrase struck Claire very much. She opened her eyes wider and asked, "Sorry, what did you say?" "My husband was taken to the front, and during the war he was killed. So I had to raise my daughter alone. She left this world due to the spread of the epidemic. Therefore, I perfectly understand your situation, fatigue, and what it's like to raise children alone. I also understand that the widow doesn't have much of a choice." After these words, Claire's eyes seemed to shine, and she caught herself thinking that this was the first time that someone other than Aunt Gelda had said something like that to her. After these touching words, she decided to change the topic. "No point. I understand how cruel the Marquis is. How can he satisfy needs in such a dirty way, forcing someone to do it for him?" Claire was a little daydreaming about the maid's words. "Isn't that right, Claire?" Made her think about it, after which all sorts of dirty thoughts entered her head, and she blushed. And in the end, she couldn't stand it. She jumped up sharply and said, "I need to get some fresh air." She forgot about all her work and ran into the forest. Running through the forest, she was very nervous and lost in thought. "Looks like I'm going crazy." Not only that, last night I pressed my naked body against the Marquise and moaned shamelessly. I think about it again and again and want it. I'm definitely crazy. We need to escape from this damned place as soon as possible." But suddenly, her heart began to beat faster and faster, and she thought, "I'll be with myself again when I escape this cage. Yes, when the Marquis leaves for the festival, I will not meet him again." Just the thought of it made her very sad. Let go of feelings. Everything will work out. While she was struggling with herself, a scream suddenly came from behind her. "Lady Claire! Mr. Keans! You're back. I apologize for interrupting your walk, but the Marquis asked me to tell you something. He wants you to accompany him to the Langtu party, Lady Claire." This news shocked her very much. She did not expect the Marquis to make such a decision. After which, Claire confidently and decisively turned around and walked into the castle. Along the way, she muttered to herself, "This is some kind of nonsense. This man has lost his mind." She burst into Jake's office and began wiping something with her rag. Jake, in turn, was perplexed and spoke. "Lady Claire, why are you barging into my office like that? And why a cook? How do you imagine a maid without a rag in her hands?" "Sorry, what did you say?" "Maid?" Jake began to have more and more questions. And then, from this stream of unexpected information, Jake grabbed his head and said, "You don't have to do this. We're leaving soon, so you need to get ready too, Lady Claire." But Claire didn't take Jake's words seriously, and she said with a grin on her face, "What does it mean to gather? Prepare your dress for the reception?" "That's right. I'm just a servant of the Marquis of Mornheights. Are you afraid that you'll piss him off? The fact that he suddenly decided to take me on such a long trip. Does this mean that he wants to introduce me to other nobles?" Jake wanted to tell her something, but she didn't even let him open his mouth. "Apparently, it looks like I'm venting my anger for no reason, and he is the only man who calls me by name, and also adds lady, and he treats me with at least some respect." But after which, Jake could not stand it, and explained the whole situation to her. "Lady Claire! But he's not like that. Marquise is not one of those. Besides this, he asked me to prepare you so that no one would know." But she couldn't believe Jake's words. Is this really all for me? But then Claire said, "I visit his bedroom too often, so I doubt anyone will suspect anything." These words embarrassed Jake very much. "Or do you want to put armor on me and present me as a knight? Is it worth contacting me in this way in order to calm your gentleman's conscience?" But suddenly, the doors to Jake's office suddenly opened, followed by a scream. Baron Kienz, is it true that more than 10 clerks were sent to Solz? It was an angry and rabid Schwawen. He was furious and confused. Have you gone completely crazy? She screamed. After that, without noticing Claire herself, they began to argue. This means that there will not be enough clerks in Voldor to write reports and letters. But they are really needed in the Solz, so I can't do anything about it. But this does not mean that you can take the most worthy of them. Tomorrow is a big holiday, and we don't have anyone who can write important and official letters. And this damn Max, why doesn't he still learn Latin? Claire looked at it all from the outside and thought, I believe this man is Count Aaron Chavin. He is the head of the second most influential family in Geneva, after the Mornheights, and his son Max is captain of the Order of Knighthood. In addition, the Count of Chavin is the Chancellor of Geneva and a close friend of the previous Marquise. He is so powerful that he even managed to become the son-in-law of the previous Marquise. The stories I've heard from other maids could be very helpful. We have already prepared the required number of scribes to prepare for the festival, so please do not worry. But they are all too bad. And Jake and Chavin continued to argue. But Claire was not going to listen to their argument and said, I'm sorry. Are you looking for someone who can translate from Latin to Frankish? Chavin walked up to Claire, squinted his eyes closely and said, Don't you think we've already met somewhere? But Claire felt a little awkward, and she thought, apparently he didn't even notice me. But after a few seconds of thought, the Chavin remembered her. Are you the maid with the injured leg? And after that, Claire was very happy. So he still remembers me. And suddenly, to the surprise of the Chavin, Claire said, I can read Latin. I can also write in Latin and translate into Frankish. So can I help you? Chavin was very surprised and asked, Can you read and translate Latin? And Dare answered without a doubt, Yes, Count Chavin. But suddenly, Jake stood between them and said, No, stop! You shouldn't get involved in these matters, Lady Claire. Why? Don't you need help? Claire was very upset and angry, but the Chavin was not going to listen to Jake and asked, Baron Kienz, who is this maid? Jake fussed a little and didn't know how to say it correctly. Well, this is the lady from the tower. After this, the Chavin was very surprised and could not believe Jake's words. Lady from the tower? You say this child is Lady Marquise? Yes, that's why she can't help. We cannot involve a woman in writing. After which, Claire became convinced that no one was happy to see her here. And she thought with a grin on her face, well, he pretended to respect me, but in reality, he was just as conservative a worm as everyone else here. But Claire is not so easy to break. She sat down in the chair and said with a joyful expression, Since you doubt it so much, why not test my skills, Count Chavin? Jake was at a loss and didn't know what to do, but the Count liked this attitude and responded, And I like it. Well, let's begin. After which, Claire immediately took up her pen and got to work. First, I will translate from Frankish to Latin. In the process, she noticed one detail. Judging by this elegant and neat handwriting, this must be a permit written by the Marquis himself. After some time, she finished and handed over her work to the Count. I'm done. The Count looked at her translation and answered in surprise. So you didn't lie when you said that you read a book on the history of Rashman. I thought she was exaggerating her literary abilities, but in reality, she can do almost nothing. But the grammar, translation, and even handwriting are impressive. She can even compete with the best scribe on the continent. But suddenly, Chavin said something that made Claire shudder. But Latin is a forbidden language. Even translation from it is punishable. So, only if you are not a priest. It is unlikely that a commoner could comprehend this language. If it turns out that a commoner excelled in literature, and even in Latin, most nobles would consider her a witch or suffering from some kind of plague. You should have listened to Aunt Gelda and kept quiet about your abilities. To Claire's surprise, the Count asked a very interesting question. Where did you learn this? Is there some kind of school for commoners where they teach reading and writing or something? No, I just read a lot of books when I was a child. The Count grinned and answered, Really? You are extremely talented. I thought he would be angry that I was actually gifted because I was a woman. And he is more intelligent than I thought. Graf walked up to Claire and said, Well, would you like to become a clerk? But suddenly, a confused Jake intervened in their conversation. Count Chavin as you can. If people find out, Volador will lose all authority. But he didn't care and answered, but won't the lack of talented people ultimately lead to this? Become a clerk instead of the tower lady. And then Claire said something that made the Count and Jake pay attention. Sometime later, departure day. The Marquis and his knights were sitting on a horse, and the crowd was shouting after him, "Have a nice trip! Be careful, knights!" And among all this crowd, Claire stood mysteriously in a black cape. We will pray that every priest will return home too. She was determined and self-confident, and nothing could interfere with her plans. She was clearly up to something big. Everyone admired the Marquis and could not take their eyes off him. And the Marquis himself was incredibly serious and responsible. And meanwhile, the Chavien was watching him from the window. People go crazy just by looking at our Marquis. It seems you are worried about the upcoming meeting between our Marquis and the Archduke. This doesn't sound like you, sir. Of course, I like that he has to meet this poison. But this meeting promises great benefits, so we have no choice. What do you mean by great benefit? I think you know that the empire is in decline. The next emperor of Ringen left our world, and the nobles take everything they can into their own hands, while the poor become poor every day. Discontent is growing, and doubts about the legitimate rule of the imperial family are intensifying. Are they really the descendants of our heroic emperor, since they keep the entire empire in fear and pain? The heyday of the empire passed away with the last emperor. And what will happen if our Marquis appears in such a terrible time as a bolt from the blue? He will lead our warriors to victory, eclipsing the radiance of the glory of his predecessor. The appearance of a talented military leader who is able to protect the borders of the country will remind the inhabitants of the empire that he is not only the grandson of a famous hero, but also Bolt Morenheitz, the great lion. The history of our empire is too short, since it is based only on the activities of 2 generations. And in order to maintain power, the imperial family needs a turn of unreal proportions. If someone from the Ringen couple appears, people will support this person. These words made Jake doubt, and he said, "Really? You're right. Bolt's rise to the throne is inevitable. This will happen when the imperial princess passes into another world." Wait! But why did you send Lady Claire to accompany the Marquis on such an important trip? Are you still thinking about it? But won't people think that our Marquis was seduced by a witch? What did you say? Witch? Indeed, she has such talents that you can calmly call her that. In half a day, she remembered all the rules of grammar. We cannot miss such a gift. Jake has already lost all hope of convincing the Count. How long are you going to keep her as a priest? But this is the easiest way. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In the past generation, women were more capable than men. For example, Empress Bertha and Marquis Oberto, who played a huge role in the structure of the country. This once again confirms that we cannot lose such talent in vain. The Count did not listen to Jake at all and continued to tell him his grand plan. All this will play into our hands. Have you ever wondered how many nobles are trying to offer the Marquis their daughters, ready to jump into his bed? And this woman was able to distract him. If she gets pregnant, we can take an advantageous position and keep her at court. Plus, her 3 children are under our wing, so she will be afraid to betray us. And after all these arguments, do you doubt its necessity for our Marquis? Meanwhile, the sun had already set, and there were many carts with horses, and Claire was in one of these carts. While everyone was happily talking and laughing, she sat silently in the corner. And while she sat silently, someone turned to her. "Priest Thomas, will you treat yourself?" And he held out some kind of bun. "The road ahead is bumpy. You should refresh yourself." Claire felt a little embarrassed that she was impersonating someone else and answered in an awkward voice, "No, thank you. I have good health, so everything is fine." "Good, but it could still get worse. By the way, what do you have there?" "You won't let go of this bag." But suddenly, she squeezed this bag even more tightly, turned away from that guy, and said, "Nothing that would interest you." The guy holding the pie in his hand was a little perplexed. She was very nervous and only bad things came into her head. "They're all crazy. They've all lost their minds. How do they not notice that I am not a priest, and certainly not male? The Count has gone crazy." In the Empire, priests are even allowed to draw up official documents. Moreover, they are conservatives who have lived their entire lives within the walls of a monastery. Having learned that I am a woman, they will not give me peace. The Marquise is the craziest of them all for allowing all this to happen. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that he brought a woman to meet the Archduke, managing to keep everything a secret. After which, her gaze fell on the bag where there were small flasks. Aunt Gelda warned me that if I dye my hair within 5 days, the regrown roots will become noticeable. But we have been on the road for just 5 days. Will I be able to wash myself without anyone noticing? And suddenly, after this, the cart runs over a small stone at full speed, and it flies up a little. Accordingly, Claire was also pushed quite well and hit herself a little. She might even get a bruise because of this. After that, she thought about it. What is more important? Will I even be able to get to the first rest stop safe and sound? Sometime later, late at night, the Marquise and everyone else were still able to reach the rest stop. The Marquise had just gotten off his horse when he was immediately greeted. "Welcome, my lord! You must be tired after a long trip. Thank you for the warm welcome. What are you? It is an honor to host you on the first night of your journey." After which the Marquis's gaze shifted at Claire, who was all in a black robe, climbing out of the cart. "Unfortunately, we don't have many rooms, so the priest will have to spend the night in the barracks," the owner of the estate informed. But Max answered without knowing anything. "Everything is fine. We are also glad that we will not spend the night on the street." After looking at Claire in disguise, the Marquis turned around and said, "Take us inside." Meanwhile, there was total commotion in the castle. Everyone was doing something and setting the table. And on the table, in turn, were the most expensive and rare delicacies. But the Marquis was just sitting in his room, unbuttoning his shirt a little with a glass of wine. He was thinking about his own things. He was very tired from the road. "I've been thinking about that night for a long time. How could a simple female provocation turn heads so much? What kind of indescribable emotions did I experience then?" He remembered how he held her by the waist, and her disheveled hair fluttered across the floor. But they were as alien as they were frightening. "Claire, I was so afraid that you would die by my own hands." This thought haunted him. Holding a glass in his hand and enveloping the wine against its walls, he said, "I can kill her any time I want." This was immediately followed by a loud crash and a scream. How could this happen? The security, of course, reacted sharply to this and opened the doors with words, "Sir, is something wrong?" But he thought with a grin on his face, "That was the first time I experienced the fear of loss. It's funny." Blood flowed from his hand in a stream because of the glass that he broke. But he didn't care about it and decided, "Fine. Since I can't explain those emotions, I need to try to keep it to myself as long as possible." After which, the guards were horrified and screamed, "Sir, your hand!" But the Marquis only licked the blood from his fingers and ordered, "Bring me Priest Thomas, now." The only thing I fully understand is that taking Claire to the Archduke's palace, also secretly, is too stupid a risk. While the Marquis was thinking, in the worst-case scenario, I will have to renounce all claims to the throne, even though they were the main purpose of the trip. The guard near whom Claire was standing turned to him. "Mister, I brought Priest Thomas." And after the words of the Marquis, "You can go." The guard made a deep bow and quickly left. The Marquis, without thinking twice, immediately rushed to her and asked her by the hood, "Why don't you take off this stupid hood?" After which, he immediately took off her hood and again saw her wonderful and bewitching gaze, with no less beautiful and deep eyes. Even though she was dressed like a commoner, the Marquis didn't care. He looked at her as if for the last time. But Claire turned away and asked, "Why did you take me with you?" But the Marquis did not hesitate to answer, and while he was undoing his hair, Claire said, "Well, honestly, I don't know." And because they had not seen each other for a long time, due to the difficult road. So, as not to spoil such a wonderful moment, he rushed at her and kissed her passionately. He kissed her from the tip of her nose to her neck. But Claire is not so blind and noticed that his hand was bandaged. She couldn't take her eyes off the needles in her hand. While hugging her, he suddenly bit her on the neck. But he did not calculate the strength. He overdid it a little. Claire winced a little in pain. The Marquis, feeling that something was wrong, broke the distance a little, looked her straight in the eyes, and said with a serious look, "Concentrate." Claire. She, in turn, blushed and became embarrassed at this phrase. What does he allow himself? In addition, his knight called me in front of everyone. Priest Thomas. Is Priest Thomas here? The Marquis wants to see you. And then all the people turned their gaze to her. As soon as I arrived, he immediately went in for a kiss. Claire couldn't even catch her breath. What if we get caught? While Marquis and Claire were enjoying each other, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Mister, this is Chase. After that, a terrible roar was heard outside the door. Chase was a little confused and scared by such a loud sound, but after that, the measured voice of the Marquise was heard. Sign in, and he slowly opened the doors and said, I brought the necessary documents. When he opened the doors, he saw Claire all in black sitting at the table, and the Marquise is standing next to him, with his shirt unbuttoned slightly. But Chase said without thinking twice, Sorry, you and the priest are all at work. I didn't want to disturb you. The Marquise immediately told him, Leave the papers here on the table. And he carried out the Marquise's order and put the papers on the table. Meanwhile, Claire was very worried and trembling with fear. When he put the papers on the table, he looked closely at Claire. But he did not draw hasty conclusions, and he thought, What kind of little priest are you? But he did not focus on this and said, Rest, sir, you must be tired. While the Marquis was having a nice conversation with Chase, Claire's heart almost jumped out of her chest with excitement. Her heart had never beat so fast. This man! He lost his mind. He didn't let me go, even though we were almost caught. But after a few minutes of talking, Chase said, Well, I have to go. And he quickly slammed the door and left the room. And as soon as the doors of the room closed, Claire immediately jumped up, took off the hood of her cape, and said, What the hell were you thinking? But the Marquise pretended that he did not understand what she was talking about. What are you talking about? I think if I were declassified, it would cause you a lot of problems. But the Marquise answered with a grin on his face. If I was afraid of this, I would not have taken you with me. And then the Marquise remembered the expression of her frightened face at that moment. By the way, I've never seen her like this. And I don't remove the grin from my face, he noticed. I didn't think I'd ever see such an expression on your face. But Claire didn't understand what she was talking about. She was interested in a completely different question. So why did you take me with you? The Marquis got up from his chair without thinking, but remained silent. And Claire thought that she had already guessed and answered. Is it because you need someone to warm your bed? But the Marquis, in order to refute her words, took out a bundle of paper, handed it to Claire and said, Translate this into Latin. Godfather praised your abilities, so I want to check if his praise is true. Claire was very surprised and said in an uncertain voice, But I thought that I was appointed as a clerk just to bring me here. But Claire got to work anyway. She picked up a pen and a blank sheet of paper and slowly and confidently did what the Marquise instructed her to do. And he, in turn, sat next to her, reading a book at the same time, watching her. But in the process, her gaze fell on the Marquis's bandaged hand. She tried to silently do her work, but still curiosity got the better of her. How did you get hurt? The Marquise put the book down, smiled and asked, looking her straight in the eyes, Are you worried about me? And Claire immediately turned away and said, Of course not. Claire was very curious and had one more question. By the way, why do you need to translate your travel diary? My point is that not everyone can read Latin. Is it worth translating a travel diary into a language that is difficult to understand? Besides, she could not finish speaking as the Marquis interrupted her. You're so different from Jake. Claire was a little taken by this phrase. Of course. He is a nobleman, and I am a commoner. But the Marquise, slamming the book, said, No, I'm talking about something else, while the Marquise tried to explain what he meant. Claire turned away from him and listened carefully. He may be a nobleman, but he will never contradict me. At the same time, you are always trying to cling to something. Well, Claire had her own excuse for this argument, but she couldn't even open her mouth, because the Marquise came up to her and lightly touched her nose with the tip of the book and said, Do you see? You can't even stop now. Claire was very touched by this, and her eyes sparkled for a second, and her face blushed a little. But still, as always, she turned away from him and said, I'm glad I'm not like this old-fashioned man. The Marquise got a little angry and said with a smirk on his face, Old-fashioned, you say? And after which he plunged into his memories. Jake has indulged me my whole life. This is how his family raised him. He has such a defensive reaction. He gets nervous about anything and worries about me. Marquis immediately lost his mood and just sat silently next to her. But Claire had already forgotten about her offense and noticed. Is he protecting Jake? Sometimes another side of him suddenly opens up to me. He rules the domain ruthlessly. But now he looks guilty. Guilty and responsible for the lives of other people. Claire realized the whole situation, and she said with a sincere smile and honest eyes, "Everyone at birth receives what they are entitled to. They don't have the opportunity to choose what kind of life to live. Right, just like I didn't choose." After which Claire remembered her childhood. The Marquis was very surprised that Claire was capable of such touching words. "So, I don't think you should worry about the past. After everything you've seen and done, doesn't it feel like life is too short?" After which she realized that what she said was a little different from what she meant. She grabbed her head and added, "Just like you lived your life honestly." And then the Marquis approached her, gently took her lip and began to listen further. "I'm sure Baron Kians did the same," she whispered quietly, and after which the Marquise could not resist and wanted to continue what he started, and he kissed her tenderly and carefully. They kissed so passionately that their saliva intertwined with each other. They couldn't stop. After a long journey, they both wanted only one thing. And then the Marquis took her leg, and Claire asked in bewilderment, "What does it mean?" But the Marquis answered with a smile on his face, looking straight into her eyes. "Well, since I can't control my desires, I should be true to myself," the Marquis said, looking at her, being between her legs, after which he knelt down, grabbed her legs, and wanted to please her. He began to reach under her cape. "What are you doing?" Claire screamed. She was so pleased that she was shaking all over and even had a few tears. Such a strange feeling. It's so strange. And Claire, all out of breath, barely tore the Marquise away from her and said, "Please, that's enough." But the Marquis did not understand the reason and asked, "Why?" Claire was very embarrassed, and she could not put together a few words. "Well, you know such strange sensations." The Marquise took her hand and responded by biting her fingers a little. "I think there is something more behind these words." He gently licked her fingers and spoke. "Isn't that right?" Claire found this very exciting. After which he knocked her down, and Claire wondered, "But you've never done this before." But the Marquis answered without thinking twice, "This is so. I regret that I didn't do it." After which they kissed passionately again. During this kiss, Claire thought, "Tomorrow I will feel too tired again." And suddenly, in the middle of the kiss, the Marquis abruptly lifted Claire into his arms. She was very frightened by this and asked, "What are you trying to achieve?" But Marquis simply silently began to walk towards the bed. And Claire understood everything without words. He sat the half-naked Claire on the bed, and she began to think. Today the feeling is a little different. Maybe because he did something he had never done before. Slowly taking off his shirt, Marquis said, "I assume you're still conscious enough to be distracted?" After which he threw her onto the bed and made her all red and nervous. "So I should be more patient," he said as he undressed her. The next day, everyone around was fussing and nervous. The Marquise, meanwhile, just got out of bed and began to get ready. And then Max suddenly burst into him and said, "Mister, we're almost completely ready, so—" But before he could finish speaking, the Marquise interrupted him. "Why didn't you knock?" But Max just made a distant face and asked what. "Did you oversleep? You always do everything on time. What happened this time?" Max asked in a malicious voice. But the Marquise was very dissatisfied and responded coldly, "Shut up. So, after we leave this place, we will not see a soft bed for a long time. So it was very smart of you to get some sleep. I can't believe we'll have to cross the rugged Maltese mountains. My back starts to hurt just thinking about it. By the way, do you think you can get to Poussine on time? Maybe we should split up?" Claire overheard this entire conversation. But suddenly, she jumped out of bed and couldn't believe it. Is it morning already? Then, thanks to the early archers of the sun behind the curtain, she saw two silhouettes that were loudly communicating with each other. This caused her shock and only one question. Am I serious? I fell asleep in the Marquis' room? She was covered in a cold sweat and very nervous. The trip has just begun, and I've already let my guard down. And suddenly, when Max and the Marquise were talking, a loud sound was heard from the side of the bed. Max didn't understand what was going on. "What's that there?" Max was about to take out his sword and said, "I heard something. Someone's inside." "Maybe it's an intruder." But the Marquis tried to calm him down. "Never mind, everything is fine. And it was just Claire trying to get ready early in the morning. Where the hell are my priest's things?" The Marquis stood and silently looked at the floor. And Max, hiding his sword, also listened to what was happening without making any unnecessary sounds. Meanwhile, only rustling noises were heard from the side of the bed. Hearing these awkward rustles from the side of the bed, Max smiled and said, "So you spent the night with a woman? What a surprise. Damn scoundrel. In addition, I overslept. Wait, does this mean that the owner of this house sent you a woman? I'm so disappointed." But the Marquis could no longer tolerate Max's accusations and covered his face with a cloth and said, "This is the priest." "What?" "In my bed is Priest Thomas." Max, not guessing anything, answered a little nervously, "So it's just the priest that changes everything." But the Marquis opened his eyes to the truth and spoke. "I mean, since he's a priest, I spent the night with him, and he's the one making noise in my bed." Max was very scared. Cold sweat started running down his face, and he screamed, "What?" This scream could be heard throughout the house. Sometime later, they left the house, loaded the carts, and set off. And suddenly, in the middle of the road, a guard ran up to Max and said, "Captain, we have arrived at the foot of the Maltese Mountains." "Okay, we'll arrange a halt, and you check if there are any bandits here." The guard just smiled and answered, "I don't think anyone would dare attack the Marquis. Nobody can be sure. Remember, we are at the borders of Poison, so someone could easily be here, waiting for some absent-minded nobleman. Stay alert. If all this luggage is looted, the bolt will bury us alive." Meanwhile, Claire, who was still sitting in the carriage, transferred to the priest. "Did you hear? You can go out. Priest Thomas." She put on her hood and awkwardly stepped out of the carriage. "We decided to rest here before moving deeper into the Maltese Mountains. While we are in the forest, and we will be here for several days, do not go far from me, okay?" Meanwhile, while Max was talking to her, Claire was not listening to him at all. She turned her head and listened to nature. "I hear the sound of water. Is there a stream somewhere? No one knows who you really are, so please stay close to me." But before Max could finish speaking, Claire took off her hood and said, "I want to wash my hair." Max was in absolute shock and bewilderment. "God, seriously?" Max took her to the stream, and she took out several bottles from her bag and began to gently wash her luxurious and silky hair. "I've been standing here for a long time. Please hurry up." Max spoke irritably. "The captain looked so angry, but I'm still glad he found this place. My hair color has already started to show. I started dyeing my hair so that no one would notice me when I returned to Poussin. And here I am again. Because of the unique color of my eyes and hair, I had to spend my whole life on the run, not even knowing who was really pursuing me. And then she fell into the clutches of that damn nobleman. And he was on the list of the most heartless men in my life. It's like the Altus wind, just as cold, but its touch makes my whole body burn." She froze and blushed a little from the memories of yesterday. "Why am I even thinking about this? We need to hurry." And just as she was about to leave, an arrow flew to her left. Just a few more centimeters, and the arrow would have hit her. She was very scared and did not know what to do. Out of fear, she froze in place and felt someone behind her draw the blade of a sword or dagger. She was already ready to die. She thought that her head would be cut off right away, but to her surprise, they simply put the blades to her neck. She immediately turned around. When she turned around, she saw a man in front of her who smiled maliciously. He was dressed in a completely black robe. Holding the blades to her throat, he said, "You better not open your mouth if you don't want to die, priest." She looked around and thought, "Damn it, we need to find the captain as quickly as possible." But the thief understood what Claire was thinking and said, "I know what you're thinking, but my subordinates have already found something to keep your friends busy. I can't believe I could easily fall into the hands of a bandit, and you are smart enough for a nobleman." She had already lost all hope and was simply looking at the floor in despair. Why does this always happen to me? Of course, Claire. You've fallen into a trap again. So why not finally surrender into the clutches of death right now? You always consider death to be a way out of any situation. Nobody will save you. It's better to die now than to be upset later. As always, she's right. If I die at the hands of a bandit, no one can judge me. Even Aunt Gelda will understand if I die like this. Now I can finally say goodbye to my miserable life. Pressing the blade to her Adam's apple, the bandit said, "And you are also very pretty for a priest." The bandit noticed with a malicious smile. "Doesn't this mean that you—" But before he could finish speaking, Claire took sand in her hands and threw it in his eyes. "I don't want to run away from reality anymore," she shouted heroically. The bandit immediately screamed, "My eyes! How painful it is!" And before he had time to recover, Claire stood up and was about to run. "It worked! I still have a chance to escape!" But suddenly, despite his eyes, the bandit grabbed her hand and shouted, "Where did you go?" "I thought I was blind." "Nice try, but pointless." Claire tried to break free and screamed, "Let me go, please!" But all attempts were pointless, and she had already lost all hope. When suddenly she saw blood splashes and couldn't believe her eyes. Was they really killing me? But why don't I feel pain? But then she saw how the bandit's mouth began to bleed, and he slowly began to fall. And the Marquis stood behind him. His sword was covered in blood, and his look was very scared and naive. He almost cried and was very worried about her. Claire ... I was so worried. Claire had never felt so light at heart. She knew that she was already safe. She was very grateful to him. "You saved me." With a bloody sword in his hands, he grabbed her and screamed in a fit of emotion. "Are you okay? Wounded?" But Claire didn't answer anything out of fear and thought, he was sweating so much. But the Marquis couldn't find any room for himself and continued, "Answer!" The Marquis was all out of breath and very worried. "Were you wounded in the neck or somewhere else?" I've never seen him breathe so heavily outside of his bedroom. Claire just silently continued to look at him and admire him. She could barely stand on her feet, but she still said, "Damn it. What took you so long? Do you even understand how scared I was?" After which she fell unconscious, but the Marquis managed to catch her. She was lying in his arms, and the Marquis was screaming, "Claire, wake up!" Meanwhile, near the carts, the guards gathered the bandits captive. They were all trembling with fear and very nervous, and everyone was beheaded by the Marquis in turn. He didn't spare anyone. Next ... he didn't even react to mercy. "Wait! Please let me go." Usually, after such words, he cut off the bandits' heads. All that came out of his mouth was just a single phrase, which he pronounced coldly and without emotion. The next one, he brought terror and fear to the bandits. The bandits were beheaded one by one. And then when they grabbed the next bandit, he was in tears and in despair, shouted, "Captain!" And then, when the Marquis was about to cut off his head with his sharp and at the same time bloody sword, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait!" He was very scared and shouted in a trembling voice, "I am their leader! If you want to repay someone, kill me!" They did what I told them. The Marquis, without thinking twice, put the blades to the bandit's throat and said, "They followed the orders of an incompetent leader, so they must pay for their misdeeds. But we didn't kill any of yours. Because why kill any of us?" This phrase really hurt the Marquis. "I'm very sorry that your crew suffered because of us." But before he could finish speaking, the Marquis grabbed him sharply. He pressed him so close to himself that he could breathe right into his nose. "They didn't kill anyone, you say? Doesn't that mean you couldn't do it?" He lifted him by the collar and began to choke him. "If I had been even a little late, you would have killed everyone." Max sensed something was wrong and tried to calm Marquis. "Control yourself, Bolt!" The priest is already under the supervision of a doctor. He said that he feels fine, so give us the opportunity to investigate this situation. What if someone is behind the attack? After these words, the Marquis calmed down a little and let the bandit go. And he, in turn, began to breathe very loudly because he almost died. And just as the Marquis was about to leave, he heard screams behind him. The leader of these bandits screamed through his tears, "No one is behind this. We just wanted to rob you. We didn't intend to hurt anyone's love. We captured the priest just to scare you." It's just that if we had a nobleman in our hands, it would be easier to extort money. The two of them were at a loss, and they didn't understand what he was talking about. If I had known that everything would turn out this way, I would have remained sitting in the boat in the Jurassic Sea. The Marquis did not understand and asked again. In the boat? We tried to create our own bandit group, but our partners were killed. Crap! Everything that happens in the Empire is the fault of the nobles. Creatures! After these screams, Max thought, why does his manner of speech sound so familiar? In addition, you are the light of his hair. Well, his words sound quite logical, considering that the only thing that was hurt was the crew. I don't think they attacked us with the intention of killing us, Marquis thought logically. Please, sir, don't kill us. They are like family to me, so please, kill me, but leave them alive. All this chatter made Max's head spin, and he took it up. All the commoners we met along the way were strongly attached to their families. Their leader had already lowered his head down. Thus he was preparing for his death. His tears flowed like a river and flowed down from his cheek to his knee. He did not even hope that his life would be spared. He only begged not to touch his team. The Marquis shook off his sword from someone else's blood and looked at the bandit with a cold gaze. And just as he was about to swing his sword, Max asked him, "What are you going to do, sir?" Meanwhile, Claire had already recovered. She flew off looking at the drops of blood. Holding her hand, there was not a drop of confusion on her face. And then the doctor asked her, "Are you in that much pain, Priest Thomas?" "It's okay, it's just a scratch. Those damn bandits. I can't believe it. Try to take a priest hostage. Please take off your cloak. We need to look at you for other wounds." Claire was a little nervous and answered, "I'm really fine." She squeezed her hand and turned away from him. The priest did not understand what was going on. "I already know who the real person is, so don't worry." This news made Claire very happy. Did the captain tell him? And then Claire raised her hands, and the doctor began to examine her. "I already said, the only wound on my body is on the back of my hand. There is no other damage. You can't know for sure. Besides, if a scar remains, Gelda will be very upset." And after that, in the village, he froze in place in surprise. What? Gelda? She already worries a lot about her niece and so on. And before he had time to agree, Claire interrupted him. "Do you know my aunt? We've been on good terms ever since I helped her heal her shift wounds from a previous incident. Gelda never told you anything about me?" Now I realize that Auntie was always the center of attention, although I found it very annoying. If you think about it, yes, I remember her mentioning you. This news made the doctor sparkle with happiness. He was sincerely glad that Gelda had not forgotten about him, after which he moved closer to her and began to ask, "Is it true? Are you sure?" Turning away, Claire covered her mouth with her hand and thought, "Isn't he afraid of getting burned like that?" After that, she looked at him and thought, what made him fall in love with his aunt? But the doctor only looked at the floor in embarrassment and spoke. "So she still talked about me. How can you even understand whether you are in love or not? I've always been curious about what love is. The love of a friend, loved one, and parents. This concept called love is something I never had. What's so special about it? I have seen many interpretations of love in books, and I was sure that I understood what it was about. But even now, we are far from this understanding." But suddenly, when Claire was flying in the clouds, her thoughts were interrupted by a very loud scream. This made her shudder and get a little scared. The doctor heard this cry. They stood rooted to the spot together and heard loud human screams. And then, looking at the floor, the doctor said coldly, "I thought he had already decided everything with these bandits. I'll go clean up the corpses." He does not change the decision he has already made, so I am sure he killed every last one. Do you agree with this, Claire? Claire was a little confused and unsure of her answer. "Don't even know," because this man can be unusually soft-hearted. Meanwhile, the mercenary leader was completely shocked and looked at the floor. His contractor stood next to him with tears in his eyes and calmed him down. And the Marquis, who had put his sword back in his holster, silently left. Next to him was Max, who was nervously saying something, after which all the other mercenaries rushed to the leader and with tears in their eyes began to calm him down. Max, with cold sweat on his forehead, turned, looked at the mercenaries and said, "I can't believe that you saved their lives. I appreciate your decision, but please share the reason for such generosity. I have to explain myself to the knights. You said that you were used to life on a ship. Yes, that's right. We worked all our lives on the ship with the leader. Here's your reason." Max was confused and wondered, how does this relate to working on a ship? Does this mean that he is trying to get some information about the pirates? But why does he want to use them? There are many reliable ways to get information, so why? And while Max was thinking, a servant ran up to the Marquise. "Mister, I finished my treatment with Priest Thomas." After which the Marquis asked, "Where is he?" "He said that he would rest by the stream." "Are you saying he's alone after what he's been through?" "We must introduce a knight to her. He is clearly in shock after what happened. He needs to be alone with himself." And while they were arguing, the Marquis said coldly, "I'll go to her myself." "What? But sir, what to do with these?" But no matter how Max called Marquise, he did not react and simply continued walking towards the stream. And holding his head, he thought, always does only what he wants. This woman is really strange if she wants to be alone after what happened. Well, yes. I immediately noticed something else was wrong at our first meeting. But suddenly, his gaze fell on the leader, whose tears were flowing, and he thought, just a minute. Chief Bandit and this woman, they have obvious similarities. His brash manner of speech, even his appearance. And suddenly he guessed. So Bolt. Doesn't that mean he let that bandit live because he looks like Claire? Now I see an incredible similarity. A few minutes later, the Marquis approached Claire, who was modestly sitting on a log. After he sat down next to her, he lowered his gaze to the floor and said, I started talking to myself. And then Claire asked the obvious question. Sir, have you killed all the bandits? What? Do you want them all to die? I don't really care. But, if they are dead, I think I would like to honor their memory. I know that they are these good people, but they probably also have families. The Marquis was a little angry at Claire's words, and after he clenched his hand into a fist, he asked, Are you serious? He approached her and touched Claire's tender face with his hand and asked, After everything they did to you? Claire looked at him and thought, Why is he acting this way? He looks at me like he's worried about me. But she moved the Marquise away from her and said, It's just a scratch. Compared to what happened when I broke my ankle, I can't even call it a wound. Claire touched her lip with her hands, and the Marquis watched closely. And then the Marquise turned to her. Claire! Under the moonlit sky, and with the stars behind him, the Marquis asked, Are you mad at me for this? Then a strong wind blew, and Claire answered, Don't know. I was so irritable because of the discomfort. But what's strange is, I think it's easier for me now. Her delicate hair was tousled in the wind, and she looked at him shyly. Why are you interested in this? You never cared about my health before. After which the Marquise could not stand it, and approaching her, he firmly took her hand. I just don't want to hurt you anymore. And after these words, they kissed passionately under the clear night sky. And when they looked at each other for a second, he added, This upsets me. And Claire wondered, Why? And looking her straight in the eyes, he asked sincerely, No idea. What do you think? These words turned Claire on very much, and she jumped on the Marquis and hugged his neck. I was suddenly surprised. In books, love was described as something beautiful and magical, but I think that even such sometimes difficult relationships can also be called love. Although I realize that this idea is stupid and naive. Pusin, Razmontak Festival. It all started with people tirelessly praying for a rich harvest, which meant the approach of spring. But when Emperor Ringan passed away, the very essence of the festival changed. The nobles who stayed under him boasted of luxury, which was a measure of their power. They took advantage of the value of the gifts they brought to the Archduke in order to show the power they had over him. In short, this festival has become a meeting of influential figures. Have those foolish Morinhites arrived yet? We received a letter saying that bandits would attack them on the way here. If they had moved a little earlier, this would not have happened. He was supposed to lead the parade, to show the strength of our connection. Damn, why am I surrounded by only mediocrities? And after this phrase, he looked with irritation at his daughter, who was sitting sweetly next to him. Please don't be nervous, sir. This is the Marquis's first public appearance since the war, right? The imperial margraves came all this way here just to honor you, so I'm sure your people admire the powers you possess. Brody, you understand what task I have set for you, right? And she answered hesitantly, yes, and clutching her dress, she wanted to object. But her own father interrupted her. So smile. I won't let you go so easily if you sit in front of the marquise with such a face. You must charm the marquis today, no matter how. Your only advantage is blonde hair, like your mother's. So I hope you haven't forgotten that this is your only way to prove your usefulness. And suddenly, his servant pointed his finger and shouted, Mister, take a look! And not seeing everything, he put his head on his hand and said, Why are you cackling there? The servant pointed his finger at the marquise, behind whom were his guards holding their ensign in their hands. Take a look! He has arrived! The brave brown lion has finally arrived. And out of anger and with clenched teeth, he thought, Bolt Mornheights bears an uncanny resemblance to his father Martel. And while the marquis gazed at him, the crowd that greeted the marquis screamed, Brown lion! Long life to the brown lion! And moving away from the balcony, he turned to his daughter, who was still standing on the balcony and admiring the arrival of the marquis. She, in turn, could not challenge her father's decision. And while the wind blew through her soft and silky hair, she answered, Yes, Dad. Meanwhile, it was already getting dark, and the sun was setting over the horizon. The red flowers that grew in the luxurious garden of the palace also enjoyed the sunset. And in this garden sat noblewomen who enjoyed tea with the sunset. What a wonderful rose garden! Everyone knows that the Archduke grew this garden for you, lady. The Archduke must really appreciate you, Lady Brody. These compliments made her smile and respond, Thank you. And watching how the others were whispering, Brody thought, I feel so awkward at gatherings like this. And while drinking expensive tea, she glanced and thought even more. The ladies whom my father invited to tea for me gathered here. Each of them comes from a very influential family. I have to make friends with them so that this doesn't happen. By the way, the last one to appear at the parade. Have you seen? One of the aristocrats asked. They answered her right away. You're talking about the marquis, right? I have never met such a handsome man in my life. A wonderful marquis who inherited his title at such an early age, and I was sure that he was the reincarnation of Lord Newburgh. He arrived with such a small number of knights, and I've already forgotten about everyone who came before him. And during this gossip, she heard words that made her freeze in place. You must be so happy, Lady Brody. Your husband will be such a handsome man. These words made Brody feel awkward, and she wanted to object, but she was interrupted. Everyone in the Empire can't wait for your wedding. Brody shuddered from this phrase in surprise. So romantic. The grandson and granddaughter of two heroes will unite themselves in marriage. These words sent Brody into a stupor. But suddenly, when she was flying in the clouds, one of the aristocrats pulled her hand and, pointing her finger into the distance, said, Lady Brody, there, take a look. She pointed her finger at the marquis. He stood in the garden and talked about something with the knight. The priests and guards are apparently already close, the guard said, but the marquis ignored him and cast his gaze towards the aristocrats. His attention was drawn to the young aristocratic women who were sitting at the table, drinking tea and flirting. She and Lady Brody locked eyes. This touched her very much, and she continued to look at him, but the marquis had a lot to do and did not approach them. He just bowed politely and began to leave. The marquis moved further and further away, and Brody looked at him intently, and while she silently followed the marquise with her gaze, the rest of the aristocrats giggled. He's even cuter up close. We envy you so much. But Brody, holding her chest, thought, But I can't even understand what feelings I'm experiencing. Will I really be happy after my wedding with the marquise? I had never thought about marriage before. But suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted. What do you think, Lady Brody? And then she answered, Not sure. To tell the truth. And as she spoke, she remembered her father's words. Brody, my dear daughter, if you don't marry the marquise, you won't be of any use to me as a child. And at first she wanted to tell the truth, that she had no feelings for the marquise, but her father's words made her change her mind. I'm also really looking forward to meeting the marquise. Meanwhile, the marquis was sitting at the table and deciding some important issues, and then a knight came up to him and said, Mister, The rest of the group will arrive tomorrow night. Maybe you should rest." After these words, the Marquis thought about it and said, "Tomorrow night," after which he came to his senses and said, "Okay, you can go." And then the knight bowed and left. And as soon as the door slammed, he moved away from the table, put his hand on his head, and sighed heavily. And suddenly his eyes fell on Claire, who wasn't actually there. And the non-existent Claire asked, "Do you want to say something?" But the Marquis was absolutely alone in an empty room. He just silently looked at the empty chair. And holding his head, blushing a little, he thought, "I have a serious problem." At night somewhere in a castle, there was a ball at the castle and everyone was dressed up in luxurious dresses, and the men are in expensive suits. And while Brody stood on the sidelines and looked shyly at the floor, her father talked with everyone with a smile. And suddenly, he heard the hubbub of other aristocrats. "Is there no marquis yet?" The aristocrats giggled and talked. "Do you think this dress will attract the attention of the marquis? Even in the capital, you cannot find a better husband than the marquis. I hope Marquis will dance with my daughter too." Because everyone wanted to marry their daughters to the Marquis, he became very angry. They chatter about this Marquis as if he were the most honored guest here. Brody looked at him and thought, "The father looks angry." The nanny said that this banquet could greatly change my life if I established a relationship with the Marquis. "Lady, please listen carefully. Since the Archduchess is absent, the first dance must be your Sir Sherzik. The Archduke will then smoothly hand you over to the Marquis. This will be your chance to tease the Marquis." This thought made Brody very nervous and embarrassed. "Well, how can I do this?" And while she was flying in the clouds, meanwhile the Marquis entered the hall, and everyone immediately turned around and paid attention to him. The Marquis was dressed in luxurious robes and was very serious and decisive. Approaching Brody with the Archhussar, he said, "Margrave of the Empire, greetings to your Grace Archduke Edwin and Lady Brody." After which Edwin nudged her, and she gave the Marquis her gentle hand. Without thinking twice, the Marquise gently kissed her hand, looking straight into her eyes. And while the Marquis tenderly kissed her hand, Brody looked at him and could not make up her mind. Am I capable of this? In the end, I didn't even get a chance to dance with the Marquis, let alone seduce him, because at one moment Marquis Cac fell through the ground. Everyone in the room started whispering, "Where is the Marquis? Shouldn't he be dancing with Lady Brody right now? Did anyone see him leave?" And looking at all this hubbub, Brody remembered that while she was dancing with her father, I saw the knight approach the Marquis and say something. And after the knight reported to the Marquis, he immediately smiled, and then he disappeared from sight. Why was he smiling like that? And while she thoughtfully tried to understand where the Marquis had gone, Edwin shouted, "Damn it! How dare he leave right in the middle of my banquet?" Brody immediately grabbed his hand and tried to calm him down. "Please calm down, Dad. He must have had a good reason. I think he'll be back soon." But I was wrong, because the Marquis never returned. But what's strange is that I felt relief. After some time, that damn Langau castle. Finally we are here. They said that the building belongs to our Marquis, so you can set up here. Meanwhile, Max was completely helpless, barely able to speak. God, I'm going to die right here. I had to convince the infantile Marquis to go first. You need to leave the guards and go first. Otherwise you will miss your rights. But the Marquis didn't care. "Captain, the carriage wheel has fallen off again." And on top of that, Max still had to take care of the rest of the group. Max held his head and thought with tears in his eyes. "And I must suffer from my cruel master. Whenever we return, I will definitely ask for leave." But suddenly, the Marquis came up behind him and asked, "Where is she?" When he turned around, he saw the out-of-breath Marquis in front of him. He was covered in sweat. "Did you rush here at full speed? There you are. You can't even imagine how happy I am." But before Max could finish speaking, Marquis interrupted him. I asked where she was. Priest Thomas went into the garden behind the building, and after these words, the Marquis immediately turned around and began to leave. Max was very surprised by this and said, "Are you just going to leave? Stale cracker. Don't even want to thank me for a good job?" He grabbed his head, sighed heavily and said, "Lord God." He went completely crazy because of her. Meanwhile, when the Marquis went to Claire, there were red roses everywhere. This smell bothered him very much. Damn smell of roses. It's already annoying. Ever since the day I arrived, my head has been pounding because of him. This disgusting smell drives me crazy. I can't do it anymore. But suddenly, in the middle of the dark night, Claire's delicate hair flashed. As soon as he saw her, he froze in place and forgot about that irritating smell. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Claire stood in front of him, wearing a priest's cape and holding one small rose in her hands. Dark moonlight fell on her. And enjoying that red and at the same time luxurious rose, Claire looked at the Marquise and smiled a little. He couldn't stop looking at her and stood still. Indeed, the thick aroma of trees and the bitter smell of grass, like all other smells. After that, Claire heard someone quickly approaching her from behind, after which the Marquis ran up to Claire and hugged her tightly from behind. Claire was very surprised, as she did not expect to meet him here. He pressed himself against her, and inhaling her scent said, "Finally, I can breathe you in." Claire turned around and asked awkwardly, "Mister, is that you? Max ruined your trip? What? Number?" He was very polite to me. And after he grabbed her buttock, a question arose. "So why do you feel like you've lost a lot of weight?" "And I'm trying to push, Marquise." "I'm very shy," Claire answered. "I couldn't lose much weight in a couple of days." And while Claire kept her hand on his face, he asked, "In a couple of days?" After this question, Claire became very embarrassed, blushed, and closed her eyes. These strange sensations were caused by Marquise, who grabbed her hand and slowly began to lick her fingers. After that, the Marquise pressed her hips to him. "Don't tell me that what is now resting on my thigh." But the Marquis answered with a grin. "It's only been a couple of days. How could you forget?" The Marquise whispered quietly into her ear with a grin on his face. "Don't worry." After these words, the Marquise immediately tore off the priest's cape. He grabbed her leg and said softly, kissing her chest, "I won't hesitate to remind you." Claire turned all red and moaned a little. There was a hubbub near the carts, and everyone was bustling around, dismantling the carts. And while everyone was dismantling the carts, Marquis and Claire enjoyed each other. There was only silence around them, and only one sound of kisses. The Marquis sat her on his lap, and, holding her buttocks, continued to kiss her neck and chest. Claire grabbed his cape and simply enjoyed the process. She sat on his lap with him right in the garden. And this gave her a question. What if someone sees? He smiled and answered, "Do you really think that I won't feel it if someone is nearby?" And all nervous and red, Claire answered, "You know what I mean." The Marquise could not talk for so long, and, unable to resist, continued to gently lick her neck. The Marquis saw that she was tense, and, looking up from his work, said with a smile on his face, "Don't worry about such nonsense." I continue to kiss her, added, "Just enjoy." Claire was very embarrassed to kiss in public like that. After that, he put the half-naked Claire on the bench and continued to kiss her, sank lower and lower. She felt so good that she bit her finger, and without thinking twice, while Claire was enjoying his tender kisses, he lifted her leg. Claire understood what was coming and said with an excited and at the same time red face, "Wait, now is not the right time." But the Marquis, already at her feet, answered, "I told you not to worry." But Claire, placing her hand on his head, added, "That's not what I'm talking about." But the Marquis, looking straight into her eyes, blatantly ignored her, and even through his pants, Claire felt his tender lips kissing her leg. But suddenly, she couldn't stand it and jumped up. Claire grabbed the Marquis by the head, and looking straight into his eyes, screamed very excitedly, "Me now!" Dirt! Due to the fact that Claire was very worried and at the same time very shy, she was unable to convey her idea properly. The Marquis, holding her hand, did not understand what she was talking about. "Tell me, am I dirty?" Due to the fact that the Marquise did not understand anything, Claire blushed very red and repeated, "No, I just don't know you." And stroking his face, she added, "I didn't have time to wash myself because we were in a hurry and had to arrive as quickly as possible." And the half-naked Claire, very embarrassed and shy, said, "I'm just coming from the road. Do you think someone like me would be scared by such an excuse? I spent a lot of time on the battlefield." But Claire stubbornly answered, "This is not an excuse." But the Marquis wanted to get down to business quickly, and with a smile on his face, lightly bit her finger. "Why are you getting closer and closer?" These words only turned the Marquis on, and without thinking twice, he kissed Claire. And I thought, I can finally relax. So what nonsense is this woman talking about? Worry about something like that. They gently touched each other's tongues, looking straight into their partner's eyes. However, I'm even glad that she is finally behaving so consciously with me. They couldn't keep their hands off each other. First, they kissed with tongue, but then they switched to traditional passionate kisses, to which they were both already accustomed. During the kiss, he pulled her towards him, but under no circumstances did he let her go for a minute. Claire noticed this and thought, why does he keep touching me? And holding on to him tightly, she thought even deeper. It's so strange, like I'm missing something. And being in the arms of the Marquise, pressing her chest against him, she said, Mister. She wanted to tell him that she needed something more exciting. She wanted something that made her head empty for a moment. So she leaned against his ear and whispered, I want. And before she had time to finish speaking, the Marquis moved away from her and cast his gaze to the side. The Marquis sensed Max approaching them. Priest Tom, where are you? All the rooms are occupied, so we… And before he could finish speaking, he opened his eyes and saw a huge, dark silhouette in front of him. An angry, and at the same time irritated Marquis stood in front of him and just looked at him silently. At first, Max asked in bewilderment, Why are you here? But then he looked behind him and saw Claire, who quickly threw a cape over herself. And so he said defiantly with a grin, The hot bath is already waiting, so hurry up. Claire trembled and overheard their conversation. Shut up, you stupid head! What? Clueless? Her heart was pounding very hard and jumping out of her chest, and covering her mouth with her hands, she thought in panic. Right now? What did I tell this man? After some time in the castle, there were already a lot of rare, and at the same time, delicious dishes on the table. The people in the castle were enjoying dinner and just having a nice conversation. But Claire wasn't at dinner. She was in her chambers and enjoying a warm bath. And as soon as she plunged into the hot water, she immediately said, I feel alive again. And holding her head, she added, This man, he tried to take me straight to the door. But Max stopped Marquise. Where are you going? Everyone is below. Listen to me. This situation gave Claire goosebumps. Behaves like an animal. Does he really like it that much? A few seconds later, Claire was flushed all over from the hot water in the bath. And leaning on the edge of the bath, she thought, well, this is really nice. Her Salvation shoulders were as red as her face for a while. And being alone with herself, she began to think, at first I was going to hurt him as much as he hurt me. But instead of just using it, over time, I seem to forget about my original purpose. The way he touches me and the way he talks. He really appreciates me. And now I even allowed him to take control of me. She noted, smiling a little. But I don't understand one thing. Do people always enjoy making love? Do all men want their woman as much as he does? There was not a single book about this in the library from where I was kidnapped. Every woman in the empire learns about it in the same way. Noble women from their nannies, who have their own children, just people from mothers. I can't ask this from Aunt Gelda, who is not even married. At such moments, I would also like to have a mother, but suddenly she shuddered and immediately changed her mind. No. Until this moment, I lived perfectly well without my parents. I feel good alone, as I always have. I told you I'm fine alone. In the meantime, it will fit somewhere in the corridors. Max went up to the Marquise and said, Since I generously gave my personal room to Priest Thomas, I will sleep with you, sir, as you wish. He agreed so easily, which means he is definitely going to spend the night with her. Max thought and said, Be gentle with her. Priest Thomas also needs a break. We didn't rest a single day during the trip, so even a healthy man would feel unwell. But suddenly, the Marquis asked, What about that white horse Jake was preparing? White horse? Are you talking about a gift for Lady Brody? I'm going to present the horse in person tomorrow too, so everything should be ready. This phrase really struck Max, and he asked again, Tomorrow in person? Today he is going to sleep with one woman, and tomorrow in the White Horse you will see another under the arcade. Of course, noble manners. After this, he turned to the Marquis and asked, That's what I can't understand. Are you really going to marry Lady Brody? What are you up to? And standing right in the corridor, the Marquis said with an indignant tone. What are you up to, you ask? I'm very interested in what kind of wild curiosity about my affairs, Max. Max, I didn't expect such words and thought. I only ask because many aspects regarding this parade are too suspicious. One incident in the Maltese mountains speaks volumes. The Boltmorn Heights I know would not have been so cruel. And on the other hand, he would not show pity for midges like them. This man has changed too much. And the reason for this could be that woman. It's all because of this woman, right? You are doing something that is not typical for you. And before he could finish speaking, the Marquise's hand fell on his shoulder, and he said, I think it's time for you to think about marriage. Starting tomorrow, you will attend various banquets with me. If you meet a lady you like, my family will help you arrange your wedding. And while the Marquis's hand continued to be on his shoulder, Max asked nervously, What the hell are you talking about? The Marquis said with a smile on his face, looking him straight in the eyes. Start living your life already. This behavior surprised Max very much. And what he saw, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Marquis, are you sick? I don't think you realize what you're saying right now. Are you sure you didn't lose your head on the way here? Are you sure you feel okay? Maybe I should call a doctor. But before he had time to finish, the Marquis's hand moved his face away from him, and the Marquis answered with an angry tone. Disappear! Forget it. There's no use talking to you. And after these words, the Marquis turned around and left Max. Suddenly, he heard Max turn to him and turned his attention to him. Hey, Bolt, what I said, think about it. And the Marquis, looking straight into his eyes, answered without thinking. Shut up. Meanwhile, in Claire's chambers, Claire, having taken a warm bath that washed her of her sins, immediately threw on a robe and went to bed. Her hair was all over the pillow, and turning on her side, she slept soundly. And while she, suspecting nothing, slept sweetly on her soft bed, the Marquis stood near the bed, right above it. He looked at him and said quietly, Does he think I'm behaving out of character? And then, with a creak, he placed his hand near her hair. And then he completely got ready on the bed. The Marquise was above her, and looking at her sleeping eyes, added, Quite possible. I can cut off the head of each of those bandits at any time, which is why I gave them a chance to live. And yes, I will marry Lady Brody if it benefits me. I always take what I want, and if I get tired of something, I can easily recover from it. After which, despite the fact that Claire was sleeping, he gently took off the robe from her shoulders and began to kiss her breasts. He gently reached his hand to her chest and squeezed her breast as if for the last time. But Claire couldn't be woken up so easily, and it simply turned over on its other side and continued to sleep, after which, as the Marquise kissed him, he gently lay down next to her with a creak, hugged Claire tightly, and fell asleep with her. Doesn't matter. I do everything based on my feelings. That's it. The next day, two ladies were walking in the garden, and suddenly one of them asked, How are you feeling, Lady Brody? Brody answered, holding an umbrella to protect herself from the sun. Everything is fine, as always. It's just a relief that the weather is so pleasant today. Isn't it a beautiful day for a walk? After these words, Brody looked at the maid and answered quietly, Really? From that very day when the Marquis disappeared in the middle of the ball, my nanny never took her eyes off me. She'll probably make it up that I'm upset. Everything's really fine. Brody stung the umbrella very hard and thought, But I'm afraid my father will still scold me. He is so indifferent, even to blood relatives. So what if he finds me completely useless and exiles me? How it was with my mother. And she remembered how her mother was treated when she was little. This thought makes her soul feel cold. And while the Brody was flying in the clouds, the nanny turned around and screamed at what she saw. Later! Lady, look! And on the horizon appeared the silhouette of a man sitting on a horse. And through the sun's rays, closing one eye, Brody turned her head and looked in the direction where the nanny was pointing. Her surprise knew no bounds. She saw a beautiful white horse in front of her. Brody imagined herself sitting on this white horse, riding elegantly and enjoying the ride, after which she looked in the direction of the Marquis with a not outrageous glance and thought, This man. And as soon as he began to approach her, a small smile appeared on her face. The Marquis politely approached her, carefully extended his hand to her, and said, Lady! But Brody turned away and thought, Because of the baking sun, my head got hot, and hallucinations appeared. The Marquis, behind whom the horse stood, did not understand what was happening. Covering her face with her hand out of embarrassment, Brody said, "My lord, pets are not allowed in this garden." And the Marquis, against the backdrop of a luxurious garden, answered without the slightest doubt, "I know. However, I wanted to give this gift to you personally." These words struck Brody very much, and she asked again, "Present? Horse? In this empire, dresses and diamonds are a suitable gift for a lady, and he gives me a white horse." And with this thought, the Marquis helped her climb onto the horse. She blushed all over in surprise. The Marquis does not follow the rules that society interprets. Perhaps with him, I can also become free. After some time, night fell. The damage caused by pirates to puissant ships is very, very significant. And then it was I who was responsible for safety. "Is this what you're trying to tell me?" Marquis asked Victor Barton. "It is amazing how lightly you treat the atrocities occurring on your Earth. I am sure that even the Archduke does not want the Margraves to be drawn into solving such minuscule problems. The truth is that the pirates are becoming more powerful every day. We cannot turn a blind eye to the deeds of these pirates, who do not even know where they come from, and have absolutely no understanding of what power and strength are. That's the truth. Who knows? Maybe the Geneva ships will be next. Without a doubt, one day they will be able to threaten the safety of their empire." "Now Marquis won't talk about this as a minor problem?" Martin Sevier said with an objection. A powerful figure from the Archduke's family on his mother's side. These captains of the Poissy knighthood and the navy are in fact useless idiots who received their positions only thanks to the pedigree of the Archduke on the maternal side. It seems to me that the young master's knights are not enough. And after these words, Edwin stood up with a creak and said, "Marquis of Morenheitz, sorry for the rudeness of my vassals. How about this?" And he, like a snake, approached the Marquis and asked, "Why don't you train the Puissant army in person?" After some time, "I heard that you received orders to go to the battle. Are you really going to fight for the pirates? I thought the Genevan knights did not have the proper experience in naval battles. Don't you think it's too reckless?" But the Marquis only smiled and answered, "Don't talk in vain. Do you think I can lose?" And Claire, looking at him, quietly answered, "Anything is possible. I heard that their leader is called the King of the Pirates." After this phrase, the Marquis did not answer anything and only looked intently at Claire. "Even someone like you can lose." But before she had time to speak, the Marquis pointed his fingers at her and said, "Then you can come with me and check it out." After he removed his finger, there was a slight bruise in this place. In the end, every battle is the same as the last. And with a grin, holding his sword, the Marquis said, "He who enjoys the battle always wins." And after he came close to Claire, he said, "This is the secret of all my victories. Did Ascaron influence you that way?" And holding on to his ball, he answered, "Quite possible." And then the Marquise grabbed her chin and said, "There are only two paths that can lead me to the knowledge of this sword. I can become either the best warrior of the Empire or a complete madman. He will not calm down until I let out this taste of blood." And holding her close, looking her straight in the eyes, he added, "This bloody thirst reminds me of you." And then, as always, he began to reach for her neck with his tongue. And that made Claire blush a little. He gently ran his tongue along her neck. Although Claire was used to this, she still began to moan quietly, "You must!" And before she had time to finish speaking, the Marquise continued to kiss and lick her neck, and this made her grab him very tightly. As always, he pressed her hips even closer to him. Because the Marquis was quite tall, Claire had to stand on her tiptoes. Claire was already sweating, and she finally said in a gentle voice, "Stop." And then she continued to moan, "Not now." Max saw this whole picture by chance. He was perplexed and shouted, "My lord!" And then Claire abruptly put on her hood, and the Marquise looked at Max with a cold gaze and said, "Are you looking for death? I ordered no one to enter until I left this room." "But sir, that's the point." And before he could finish speaking, Brody said in her thin voice, "Expensive! Am I invading the room while you were resting?" Brody had been wearing a chic dress since the morning, and looking straight at him, she turned to the Marquise with her sincere eyes. "My lord!" "I'm sorry, lady. I was rude because I didn't know it was you." But Brody winced and answered, "No need to apologize. It's my fault that I fell out of the blue for you. More importantly, I heard that you are going to the border of Poussin in the Jurassic Sea. I made it with the hope that you would return safe and sound. Will you accept it?" And after that, the Marquis accepted Brody's handkerchief and answered, "I will protect him like a twin." And Claire and Max awkwardly watched this whole process. Claire looked away and thought, "So this is the same Lady Brody. Now I see why everyone idolizes her so much and believes that she will become the next Marchioness. She is so charming and elegant. It is not surprising that she is the same blessed daughter of that same Archduke." Claire bit her lip in envy. And suddenly, out of the blue, Claire made a deep bow. Max was very surprised by this. She clutched her cape tightly and thought, "God, how awkward." Max didn't understand what was happening to Claire. She looked so confused today. Probably the whole point is that the difference in their appearance is too obvious. She looks too pathetic compared to Lady Brody. "I was told that some members of your group are still living in barracks due to lack of rooms. Will you allow me to be received at Langtheu Monastery? Thank you very much for the offer. But we have already been allocated separate rooms. In addition, we cannot spend the night in other places in our profession. But I really appreciate your kindness." Brody was demonstratively surprised and answered, "How ridiculous of me!" And so the wire turned to her nanny. "Moitel?" And she immediately responded, "Did you call me, lady? There's a wardrobe here in the basement, right?" "That's right, madam. There used to be a warehouse here, but I'm sure there are a lot of things left here." "Great. Let's find a new outfit for the priest. The cloak on him is already too big and uncomfortable." Max realized that things were not going for the better and shuddered. And then Max and Marquise simultaneously closed Claire and took turns saying, "We're fine. Thank you again for your generosity, lady. However, since we will soon be leaving for war, we are limiting the number of strangers entering the barracks. I hope you understand me correctly." And suddenly, Claire smiled and thought, "I understand that Lady Brody has no bad intentions, and I also know that none of this is her fault. But the last thing I would like to feel is a feeling of specific pity from you." And after Marquise's phrase, Brody became very upset and responded sweetly, "Then I'll just give you the key and you can use it as you wish." And this made Max think, is she that afraid of feeling useless? I know how hard she tries, but it's too hard for her to comprehend what it's like to be the recipient of all this endless generosity. After some time, at a meeting, "Are we sure we can trust the Marquis? He may be the leader of the Margraves, but that does not change the fact that he has no experience in naval battles. And he's too arrogant to boot," said Earl Chancellor Redford. "That's right! What is he going to do with this one boat?" And while the others were arguing, Edwin listened silently with his head. "One boat, and he plunged into memories. Do you even realize how many pirates can get in your way?" And putting the glass on the table, the Marquis answered firmly, "Yes. This strategy will not work if at least one ship is damaged. After all, it is rare to see an animal that attacks one that is larger than itself." And while the Marquis looked at Edwin with predatory eyes, he thought, "Damn, his eyes inspire fear every time." And suddenly, Edwin jumped up and shouted, "Leave him alone! Apparently he knows what he's doing. We ourselves entrusted the solution to this problem to him, so there is no point in worrying about what might happen. Sit back and relax. If everything goes smoothly, we'll win this one. If he fails, we can use this against him, so that you can finally bake it under your own thumb. Like a dirty and yard dog." The next day, the sun was shining and the weather was pretty good. Claire, who was wearing a black cape, walked along the corridors of the estate. The sun's rays penetrated the glass. She was holding some kind of key in her hands. "This is the wardrobe key received from Lady Brody. She told you to use it at your own discretion." From this thought, she stopped for a moment and thought, "I told you that Marquis and Lady Brody would definitely get married." And then she grieved Shag. Walking near the maids, she listened to their conversation. Why then does he take such a risk and go to sea? He accepted this offer only because it was beneficial for him to be the son-in-law of the Archduke. It's rare to find a woman as good as Lady Brody. As soon as Claire heard this, she pressed the key harder to her chest. And most importantly, we have the highest-ranking noblewoman of the Empire. After hearing this, Claire shuddered with attention. They will make the most beautiful couple in history. Just like Emperor Ringen and Empress Berta. I'm sure their wedding will be so outstanding that there's no comparison, right? I can't wait. Claire blushed with anger and thought, biting her lip, is she the highest-ranking lady in the empire? But this place doesn't belong to you. And the maids continued to flirt. The Marquis is definitely already head over heels in love with her. Isn't that right with you? So romantic. Claire had already heard enough of the maid's gossip, and therefore decided to turn around and leave. And finally, she heard the last of the maid's gossip. Then, why doesn't the Marquise leave the library at all? Meanwhile, in the Marquis's chambers. Surprised, Max shouted in bewilderment. What? Did you tell the Archduke that one single ship would be enough? If he was going to pull this off, why didn't they provide the Teutonic Order of Knighthood? Unlike us, they have experience in naval battles. Without taking into account how talented you are, don't you think that the war with pirates is a little out of line with your skills? But the Marquis was absolutely calm and did not pay attention to him. I was shocked that you only took 100 knights with you. You were counting on this trip from the very beginning, weren't you? And yes, I'm so annoyed because I'm stuck at this point in my life with such a terrible master. And suddenly the Marquise could not stand it and threw some piece of paper on the table and said, "Shut up and listen. This is the navigation diagram of the ocean adjacent to Poussine. Navigation chart. This is the same as a sea chart. What are these red marks? These are points where current directions change. It is likely that when there is a change in the tides, currents are so strong that they are created in them, capable of capsizing a ship. So our task is to attract the pirates to these areas." And while drinking wine with a smile on his face, he added, "This way we can destroy them in one fell swoop." But how did you know about this? Such information can only be known to those who live here almost their entire lives. That bandit gave everything away. Now they are on their way to Langeo with that man, so join us a little later. Our knights learned all this information from them. Max was very surprised and asked, "What? Have you been exchanging information with them all this time? If you were going to involve them in such an important battle, then why was there any fear of them that day?" "They paid their debts, but they touched what belonged to me." After that, Max sighed and looked at the Marquise with a contemptuous look. What a calculating bastard. I knew it. There's no way the Bolt was acting this emotional just because of a woman. I guessed that there was something else hidden behind this. But are you sure that the pirates will fall into our trap? And the Marquis answered without a doubt, "Exactly. Don't forget that all monsters will not resist taking the bait, even knowing that it can be dangerous." He clasped his palms, bit his lip, and thought, and it's true. The more confident a predator is, the more tempted he is to fall into the trap. This is an uncontrollable instinct. And while he was thinking about this, an image appeared in his head of a naked Claire gently washing herself in a blue lake. And after such a violent fantasy, he folded his hands in front of him, smiled, and said, "Maximum. Where's Claire?" Meanwhile, Claire creaked open the doors to the dressing room. She carefully stepped inside and took off her hood. She looked around carefully and studied the area. Brody said that this closet was previously used as a warehouse. Like she said, there's plenty of stuff here. And holding her head, she thought, Brody is a noblewoman, so why bother about an ordinary priest? After which she remembered how sincerely Brody smiled and spoke. "I want to help. Things could change if I refuse her kindness, so I'll just grab one outfit and leave." And after which she lit a lamp and placed it near her. While the lamp illuminated the room, she walked up to the rack with things and began to reach for one of the outfits. Every single one of them is made of expensive fabric and embedded with diamonds. It was as if all the highest taxes collected from people from all territories were gathered right here. And with a smirk on her face, she said, "Here she is, the daughter of the Archduke. He dresses up in these outfits and hangs himself with stones like a peacock, trying to seduce the Marquise. And all in order to take the place of the princess, which is still empty to this day. On the one hand, there is a naive lady who loves luxury, and on the other hand, the Marquise, who is obsessed with bloodlust and women. Do people believe that they are repeating the fate of Emperor Ringen and Empress Bertha? Because of this, she became very angry and clutched her cape. Do they even know how the Empress died? After Emperor Ringen left this world due to illness, the Archduke, who was crazy about his father's wife, Empress Bertha, tried to dishonor her. The Empress tried to escape, but was caught. Then she decided to pay with her life in the name of reputation. And after that, they call this daughter of the Archduke the most incomparable lady? These thoughts really clouded her mind. And to tune in, she took a deep breath and exhaled. It's time to think about the image and leave here. But while she was flying in the clouds, someone was already standing behind her. Now I realize how much I miss Aunt Gelda. And hearing these words, the Marquise sharply grabbed her hand and asked, "Who do you miss there?" He gently grabbed her by the waist, pulled her close, and looked straight into her eyes. Claire looked at him in surprise and did not expect to see him here. And then the Marquise kissed her on the cheek and said, "You weren't where Max advised you to look, so it took him a long time to find you. I was going to come back after I found a new coat. Even if you are going somewhere for a short time, you must notify me." And after that, the Marquise hugged tightly and thereby pressed Claire to him. Otherwise, someone may pay for it. And as soon as he reached his hand to her buttock and grabbed it, Claire screamed, "Wait!" Claire said, moving away from him. "I don't want to do this here." And after which their hands and fingers, like fabric, began to intertwine with each other. And suddenly he raised her hand to his lips and kissed it. At the same time, he did not take his eyes off her the entire time. And when he kissed her hands, he asked, "Will you swear on your honor that you are telling the truth?" Because of this phrase, Claire was very confused and did not know what to do. After that, Claire grabbed onto the Marquise even more tightly. The Marquis picked her up and threw her onto the table. But at the same time, he did not take his lips off her. And while the Marquise tenderly kissed her chest, Claire thought, "Number this is all wrong." And suddenly, the Marquise broke away from her, and with a smile on his face, looked straight into her eyes. While they were enjoying each other, the canvas that covered something behind them began to move, and because of the sharp rustles, the canvas began to slip and fell, and that same canvas fell on the Marquise and Claire right in the middle of the process. They were very surprised by this. The Marquis immediately threw off the cloth and asked, "Are you okay?" Claire replied, rubbing her forehead with her hand. "Where does all this come from?" While she was coming to her senses, something caught her attention. She saw that the linen that fell on them covered an amazing and at the same time elegant dress. She couldn't take her eyes off him. She liked this dress so much that she froze in place. The Marquise noticed that Claire was enjoying this dress and did not notice anything around her. And then the Marquis asked, "Would you like to try it on?" And Claire answered in an uncertain voice, "No thanks, it's not mine." Moreover, such a dress would only suit an elegant lady like Lady Brodie. It won't suit an ordinary maid. This answer from Claire struck the Marquise very much. He thought that Claire would immediately rush to put on that dress. Do you think such a dress is inappropriate for your status? Yes. It doesn't matter whether you are a maid or not. It does not change the fact that you are the woman of Boltmoor Heights. There is not a single thing in the world that will not suit you. And no one can shame you for anything. If you want something, I will get it for you, even if you still voluntarily want to be a maid. And after such thoughts, the Marquis said decisively, "Stop criticizing yourself and try it on." The Marquise grabbed her and brought her closer to the dress and said, "Put it on, faster." Claire resisted and wanted to move away, but the Marquis's hand did not allow her to do so. The Marquis noticed that Claire couldn't make up her mind, and little by little began to unbutton her blouse. "Do you want me to put it on you myself?" After some time, the Marquis stood in the middle of the room while Claire put on her dress behind the screen. The Marquis had been waiting for a long time, and therefore asked, "Have you already put it on?" And to his surprise, a quiet voice came from behind. "Yes," and when he turned around, his gaze froze in place, and he himself was enchanted. Standing in front of him was a shy and insecure Claire, who thought that this dress didn't suit her at all. But in fact, in this dress, she looked like a real aristocrat. And after that, Claire's gaze turned to the Marquise, and she asked awkwardly, "I look weird, right?" Putting it on was harder than I thought. But the Marquise did not answer anything, and simply stood still, silently staring at her. And while the Marquis looked at her silently, Claire continued to grovel further. "I'm sure people would laugh at me if I appeared like this." But suddenly, a quiet voice escaped from the Marquis's lips. "No, it suits you very well." These words came as a surprise to Claire. "You belong to me, so don't worry about what other people think of you. And while I'm gone, don't show this side of yourself to anyone else." or I'll worry about leaving you." And after these words, Claire's heart beat even faster. And without hearing an answer, the Marquise asked again, "Is everything clear?" Claire leaned on him, hugged his neck, and asked, "What if I show it?" She stood on her tiptoes, reached for his ear, and whispered, "What will you do then?" They approached each other, and the Marquise responded, "Then I will gouge out the eyes of the one who is looking at you right out of their sockets." This answer satisfied Claire, and she immediately kissed the Marquis. And against the background of a dark night, which was illuminated by a blue moon, Claire, who was wearing the same blue dress, passionately kissed the Marquise. The next day, Claire put on a cape, sat modestly on a bench, and leafed through a book. This morning, the Marquis gathered his warriors and set off for the Jurassic Sea. "I'm sure nobody knows how long the battle will last. Be a good girl and wait for me, looking at the portraits of the blonde emperor you like so much. There are plenty of them in this book." And after Clark read the note left by the Marquis, she smiled and thought, "You are probably the only person who treats a textbook on imperial ancestry as a picture book. He's been surprisingly kind lately, even yesterday. When they kissed passionately yesterday and made love, compliments poured from his lips. 'It suits you very well. You are the most beautiful woman in the world.'" I remember all this. A strong cold wind blew across Claire's back. This book is very rare, so I need to have time to read and reread it while I have the opportunity. Looking at the Marquis's note, Claire blushed and thought, "But why can't I concentrate at all?" In a moment, she jumped to her feet and thought, "I relax too much and become absent-minded. I'm not working yet. We must return to the estate." While she was flying in the clouds, someone came up behind her. And suddenly, when she was heading to the estate, someone turned to her. "Hey, you!" It was Edwin. He smiled sarcastically, and the guard stood behind him. "Yes, that's right. I'm turning to you." Claire was very scared. Although she did not know Edwin's intentions, it was clear from his face that he was planning something bad. And licking his teeth, looking straight into her eyes, Edwin asked, "You have blue eyes, right?" Claire immediately turned away, and Edwina responded, "I thought I told you to bring Blue Eyes to my bedroom. He is here, in the outbuilding, which means he belongs to the Marquis, and bringing a priest into your bedroom would look kind of strange." And from these unpleasant words, Claire squeezed into her cape. "I want to see his hair, so take off your coat." And after this order, the guards immediately responded with one voice, "Okay, my lord." The guards ran up to her and grabbed her by the arms, and Claire screamed in resistance, "Please don't do this. I'm a man." And Edwin, coming closer and closer, spoke, "I really hope so. Are they red? If I like you, I will provide you with a comfortable life." And as soon as Edwin grabbed her hood, bad thoughts immediately rained down on Claire. "I've lived on the brink of death for too long. I can't just hide." And just as he was about to remove her hood, a scream came from behind him. "Archduke Edwin, please stand down. It may be dangerous." "Your Grace, this priest is sick with the plague, so it's too dangerous to get so close to him." And from this news, Edwin and his guards immediately moved back. They ran away and muttered to themselves, "Then isolate him, quickly! Why did the Marquise bring the sick man here?" And as soon as Edwin and the guard left, holding Claire by the shoulder, he sighed with relief. "Claire, are you okay? It's lucky that you were saved." How could something like this happen right at the moment when the Marquis left the castle? Claire was very frightened, and her face showed great fear and excitement. Meanwhile, somewhere out at sea, the ship was cutting through huge waves. On the deck where Marquis and Max stood, orders were heard. "Drop anchor! Hold on, the current is strong." And suddenly, the leader of the mercenaries shouted, "We have arrived, my lord!" The Marquis was surprised and asked, "So, is it here?" And holding a map in his hands, looking into the distance with a smile on his face, he said, "Not a bad place for a grave." And suddenly Max asked, "Isn't this area too close to land? We only sailed for 2 days." This is because the ocean is clean. If the ship sinks further there will be no turning back. So that is why pirates choose this area for robbery, because even if a sailor falls overboard, he will remain alive and will not drown. Sounds too human for a pirate. This phrase made the mercenary leader think, but then he just smiled and answered quietly, "You're right. The nobles stole our property, wealth, and even families to cover up their losses. This is the irony that the pirates show unnecessary and inappropriate compassion. And suddenly, the leader of the mercenaries said, looking at the floor, "My lord, if our plan works, you will allow my friends and their families to live in Geneva, right? And even if I die in this war, please keep your promise. Give them a chance at a prosperous life, please." But at first, the Marquis did not answer anything and remained silent. He just grabbed the hilt of his sword. But then he smiled and answered, "Who said we would fight?" The leader of the mercenaries was very surprised and asked, "We won't fight? So why did we come all this way then?" And while the leader did not understand what was going on, the Marquis grabbed the handkerchief that Brody gave him and threw it away. "We don't need this anymore." And after he threw away that handkerchief, he looked at the leader and answered, "We'll escape." The ships continued to cut through the waves of the sea. "Captain, a ship has been spotted to our left. That makes 9 ships. No, 10 factorial. Are we continuing in this direction?" "Yes, we are following the same plan. Let's get more sailors to set sail and ride the wind when the time comes." And a frantic bustle began on board. "Take positions! Okay, sir!" While everyone was fussing and the leader went up to the Marquis and asked, "10 pirate ships? I've never seen anything like it. So you're saying this isn't normal? It all depends on the size of the merchant ship, but I have never seen more than 5 ships at a time in this place." Max overheard their conversation and said with a smile on his face, "Damn, this is really, really bad. I think the pirates will definitely take advantage of the chance to freeze you. He's not trying so hard. Maybe you should surrender." But then the Marquis answered coldly, "Shut up and get out." Max was visibly upset. What's wrong with these people? The danger is right in front of their noses, and they are joking. But suddenly, while the leader was flying in the clouds, the Marquis handed him a telescope and said, "For starters, take a look here. Do you recognize this flag? Gray Grim Reaper on a black background." At first, he didn't understand what kind of flag it was, but after a few moments, he remembered and shuddered. This is the gray shadow of the Jurassic Sea. They destroy everything in their path, even if they have to sacrifice their loot. They are the most dangerous, the most bloodthirsty of the pirates. But why do they call him the Gray Shadow? Does it really matter? Instead of messing around, we need to calm down. And while the leader was very worried, they saw the pirate ship approaching them. They saw one of the pirates, with a grin on his face, load the cannon with an audible click. And then suddenly, chains with a sharp hook at the end flew at them from the cannons. These hooks were flying straight at them. The leader closed his eyes and was already preparing for death. "We are doomed!" But suddenly, through the loud sounds of chains, he heard the Marquis's sword being taken out of its scabbard. And then, right in front of the Marquis's face, deftly and with one blow, he cut the chain and hook in half. And before he had time to deal with the first one, another hook was flying from the side, and they shouted to him, "My lord, another!" The Marquis was not taken aback. He grabbed the sword tightly in his hands, and the rays of the sun that fell on the sword made it shine. And with one deft movement, he turned sharply and cut in half the chain that was flying straight at him. The leader, when he saw that the chains were breaking in front of him like autumn leaves, thought with surprise, "Impossible. How could he cut that sharp hook in half with such ease? I heard that he is the one who tamed Ascaron's sword, but I didn't expect to see this." And observing their behavior, the leader realized that they were not joking then. They continue to pursue our ship with such zeal. Haven't you realized that this is all a trap? They definitely understand everything, but the bait is too sweet to resist. And looking at the confident face of the Marquis, the leader thought, "In any case, the Marquis of Morinheights and the Margraves are on our side." And he said with a smile on his face, "Max, let's begin." Max raised his hand and responded with admiration, "Yes, I've been waiting for this moment." He raised his hand for a reason. His hand showed a secret gesture that only the crew knew. After the knight above saw this gesture, he simply nodded silently, without saying anything, after which the knight took the pipe and blew into it. And she, in turn, made a very loud sound. The leader was very surprised. "This is the call sign. What are you doing? We haven't reached the ambush site yet." And then Max saw that the leader was confused and answered, "Listen, do you dare doubt the best warrior of the Empire?" And looking straight at him with a grin on his face, he added, "We have a plan." And after which, Max pointed his finger towards the sea, where the silhouettes of ships were visible from the fog. After some time, the leader of the mercenaries fully saw the ships that had emerged from behind the thick fog. He saw these ships heading towards the enemy. Isn't this the Archduke's coat of arms? What's going on here? Some time before departure, a scream echoed through the castle corridors. What are you talking about? Max stood completely calm and listened to Edwin's whims. You come to me in the middle of the night to change the plan? He hit the table where the Marquis was sitting with his fist and said, And you tell me that you don't need my knights? What is this, a joke? And suddenly, the Marquis answered, Because there is a rat hiding among your subordinates. Haven't you ever thought about this? The Pusain army may be weak, but it has superiority in numbers and ammunition. So why does she lose every time? What about unexpected attacks? They are inexplicable if the enemy does not know about all your movements and details of the plan. I'll catch this rat for you. This will be my gift. These guesses did not please Marquis and Edwin at all. He propped his head on his fist and looked into the distance with a dissatisfied face. The next day he was sitting on a chair. A knight came up to him and whispered in his ear, My lord, are you sure about this? Under these conditions, you will help the Markgrave reach new heights. You shouldn't take risks in the face of danger. And after this phrase, Edwin broke his glass on the knight. Shut up! The knight naturally started bleeding, but Edwin did not calm down. How dare you talk to me in such a tone? All because of your carelessness and unwillingness to take care of it in the first place. I gave him support, not because I like him. The knight leaned on the other and walked away. And Eden jumped up and continued screaming, What are you doing? Why don't you fight? Edwin continued to order, Destroy these dogs, every single one of them. The Archduke's ensign fluttered in the wind, and right at Edwin's knees they threw the bound savior with a loud crash. He was lying on the floor and screaming in panic. How dare you? You may be a Margrave, but this is the Archduke's territory. But the Marquis looked down at him and answered in a calm tone, Shut up already. And looking straight into his eyes, a huge smile appeared on his face. Captain Xavier did not give his word to the rats. Xavier was spinning and trying to get out. What the hell are you talking about? Edwin stood up and said, holding the card in his hands, Martin. And from this one word Xavier shuddered. Edwin was very angry. His teeth were grinding with anger. And unable to bear it all, he shouted, How dare you betray me? What do you mean? And after that, Edwin threw a card at him. The available documents clearly demonstrate everything you have been doing for a long time, so how dare you deny your guilt? He was all sweaty, and drool was flying from his mouth. I don't know anything about this, my lord. Please believe me, someone must have set me up. Everyone looked at him with contempt, and some completely turned their heads away from shame. Why don't we end the gift-giving ceremony here and now? I doubt that I will be pleased to watch the last moment of the life of the one who betrayed you. In any case, do not delay presenting my well-deserved gift. Why wait so long for news to arrive announcing your victory, Archduke? Damn, I can't believe he was right. Still, he managed to drive me into a corner, but I didn't. Well, allow me to take my leave, Archduke Regan. And then the Marquis heard Edwin shout behind him, Send a response report. We are returning to Poissy. Everything went as smoothly as the Marquis had expected. After a while, already at the estate, footsteps and Max's voice were heard along the corridor. Actually, that's why the atmosphere was so tense. Max explained the whole situation to Claire. Yes. Moreover, they said that Xavier's entire family would be seriously punished. But how could he do this to his maternal relatives? I'm afraid the streets will soon be filled with blood. That's right. But since we are leaving tomorrow, we won't be able to watch the performance. These words surprised Claire. What? We received information about the need for reinforcements from the Lapis Mountains. More news from the north? Yes. Apparently, the invasion of these Malabo dogs has become something of an annual event. That is why half of the knight and the Marquis will join the fight immediately, and you, I, and the rest of the knights will return to Geneva. Claire listened to him carefully and said, To join the Teutonic Knightly Order. Exactly. The services are already collecting your substances, so no need to worry, our other priest. Claire answered, Understood. And after that, I thought, I still have almost nothing of my own. As they walked, Claire wondered, by the way, why did he take me for a walk? And then Max said, and here he is. She's here, sir. Meanwhile, the Marquis stood with his back to Claire between two beautiful trees. After that, he turned around and looked tenderly in Claire's direction. As soon as Claire saw him, she immediately froze in place and was mesmerized by the appearance of the Marquis. After Max led Claire to the Marquis, he turned around and began to leave. But Claire shuddered and screamed, "No, stop!" But the Marquis grabbed her by the waist and asked, "Where are you going?" But Claire tried to break free and screamed, "Let me go! What if someone sees?" But the Marquise didn't care about others and began to gently kiss her shoulder. "Don't worry. I made arrangements for this entire place just to be alone with you. All because I want to tell you something." The Marquise handed her a red rose and said, "I heard that you remained indifferent to the last festival. They say women like this kind of thing. You too?" He gently tucked the rose behind Claire's ear and admired it. And she, in turn, answered, "Something like this simply doesn't suit me." And looking at her awkward expression, the Marquise grinned. He grabbed her chin and said, "You know yourself too well." And then, running his hand over her tender face, after a few days of separation, he kissed her passionately. During the kiss, he thought, Rose really isn't right for you. You would like something more charming and with a light scent. What makes me feel comfortable will always suit you. For example, wildflowers from the fields of the Altus Mountains that grow in the wind under this blue sky. Something similar to this would definitely suit you much better. Some creaks could be heard from the windows, even in the garden. These creaks came from the room of the Marquise and Claire. She was lying on the table, spreading her delicate silky hair all over the table. And from time to time, she moaned softly. And while the Marquise threw her on the table and kissed her, Claire grabbed his shirt and said, "Mister, wait, I'm in pain." The Marquis looked at the red and all out of breath Claire and thought, "I can't believe I have to leave her. Damn dogs from Malabo." Claire's shirt slipped off, and she grabbed his back and began to scratch him hard. But this only made the Marquise more and more excited. And suddenly, in the middle of the process, the Marquis quietly told her, "Go to Volador Castle and wait for me." He moved closer to her red ear and gently stretched his tongue towards her, licking it gently. "Be a good girl and don't get into trouble." But Claire did not weaken her grip and continued to scratch his back. And Marquis also began to moan quietly from all these pleasant sensations. The sweat that accumulated on his face slowly dripped down. "It's so stupid to ask her to wait for me. It's nice that he forced her to do this countless times." The all-sweaty Marquise, with a grin, looking at her, thought, "She still obeys me in everything to this day." He got so excited that he grabbed her red and very embarrassed face. "In any case, was there ever a moment when she really waited for me? And now I ask her about it again." Claire did not understand the strange behavior of the Marquise. Why is he touching her face so passionately? Because I can no longer imagine myself without this woman in this tower and by my side. All red and out of breath, Claire closed her eyes because the Marquis gently grabbed her leg. Claire held on to him tightly and moaned. The Marquis liked this very much and said, "Yes, be obedient as you are now." Stroking her hair, the Marquis added, "Then I will give you an appropriate reward. I will continue to repeat this meaningless promise if you stay by my side." A few days later, Volador is in the castle. While some cart was in the estate, Jake ran out and shouted with delight, "Welcome back, Sir Max!" And Max, standing near the horse, answered with a smile, "Hi, Jake. How are you doing? We are one step away from war, so how can I chew? Didn't sleep for 3 days to have time to prepare all the supplies you requested. You work tirelessly, as always. So let's take a look at the blanks now." But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a joyful Max. Wait. Take this first." And then he held out some kind of package. Jake was surprised and asked, "What is this?" And while Jake read the contents of the package in surprise, Max turned away and looked in the other direction. His gaze fell on Claire, who was modestly sitting in the cart in a black cape. And after a few seconds, Jake said, "This is not an official request. In order to prepare for a possible labor shortage in anticipation of visiting Rosmontac, although this person accompanied the group, occupying a temporary position due to the lack of free hands. Everyone performed their duties conscientiously, and he showed that he could achieve great success in the future. From now on, I'm nominating Claire as the clerk of Valador Castle. Jake was very surprised by this news and screamed in surprise. During a rest in the Lapis Mountains, the Marquis and the others discussed the plan. Then we need to destroy them once and for all. I don't agree. Your strategy will kill you. Our nights cannot be dark from constant battles. And before he had time to agree, he was interrupted. But we can't predict their next move. How about burning each of them to the ground? He twitched at this question. You again propose a solution that is completely absurd. But Max looked at the Marquis with surprise. And then it came to him. Wait, it was the Marquis, not the captain. Which one of them said this? Then this boring war will finally end. Our Marquis loves to fight so much that death itself trembles in fear at the sight of him. So don't think he would use the word sick and tired to describe the war. And then the Marquis was asked a question. Do you miss Geneva? And then the Marquis stood up with a creak and answered. I miss. Why? And the knight answered him. Well, this after all is your home, and you have been away from it for several weeks now. It doesn't make any difference to me. And after these words, he left them. The wind blew the curtains of the tent. The sky is damn bright blue today, just like her eyes. After some time, it was already getting dark. Meanwhile, Claire was sitting at her desk, holding a pen in her hands and completely immersed in her work. She looked out the window and enjoyed the scenery with her bright blue eyes. The sky is unusually beautiful today. Where does this tickling feeling of déjà vu come from? Then the image of the Marquis surfaced in her memory. But what if I want you? She remembered standing opposite him at the top of the tower. What should I do if I want you, sir? Now, remembering these moments, I realize how much time has passed since the Marquis went to the Lapis Mountains. What if right now he is also admiring the sky, just like then? She continued to remember those moments and enjoy the scenery. But suddenly, while she was flying in the clouds, someone called her. Claire! She jumped up in surprise and said, What's happened? Why are you so surprised? Apparently, you don't set yourself the task of finishing the work on time. Sorry, my lord. Is there any additional work? You're damn right. Well, I haven't closed my eyes for 3 days. But he just patted the table and answered, Well, then I advise you to hurry up and finish the accumulated work so that you can close these very eyes. Well, this amount of work will soon drive me straight to the grave. You just need to translate it into French and Latin. She took one of the sheets and said, These are donation requests. Letters will be sent to high-ranking nobles of the empire. Will any of them want to do charity as soon as I receive a letter? These are not just letters. This is a letter from the Mornheights house. In addition, this incident is in disarray. Rumors spread throughout the empire about the lack of progress in the relationship between the Marquis and Lady Brodie. Therefore, every family with a daughter was visited by a feeling of hope. Everyone will respond instantly as soon as they receive the letter, so they will donate money to bribe the Marquis. And holding a rose in his hands and enjoying its scent, he answered, This is exactly how the world of aristocracy works. This is the essence of current sanity. After this phrase, Claire became sad, dropped her eyes to the floor and thought, but suddenly a question burst out of her mouth. So, does that mean the Marquis is also interested in getting married soon? Are you jealous? This question put her in an awkward position. Jealous? What are you talking about? Do you want to get your hands on our Marquis? What a greedy, cunning fox. Because of all this, Claire put her hand on her head and thought, there was no need to even ask. This was a mistake. I'll tell you what. Don't get your hopes up and be grateful for the fact that now you are his favorite. When he marries, be sure to serve the future Marquis faithfully, as you serve the Marquis now. And all angry and annoyed, Claire responded, Well, unsure. I haven't gotten enough of a return to be proud of it yet. And dropping the rose, he answered with a trembling voice, You ignorant wench! Do you not understand at all the significance of the fact that he left you in the tower? But Claire was like a stupid bunny and didn't understand anything. Tower? The heir's tower was built by the first Marquis of Newberg. This is not a place where the first person you meet is allowed to stay. By the way, he himself developed a construction plan specifically for his great-grandson. So, since now you know everything that is known to everyone, from the flesh to him for his kindness. I was grabbed and placed there by force, so how could I know such details? She thought with irritation and answered, I have nothing, so how can I repay him? What are you talking about? But you have the opportunity to give him the most beautiful gift a man can receive. It's amazing that after 3 times you couldn't realize this. But in confusion, Claire asked, Sorry? You mean? And before she had time to speak, he interrupted her. Yes, you must give birth to his child. From this phrase, she fell into a stupor and became very angry. You're kidding, right? Right now, all I can think about is how nice it would be to pierce him right through with this feather. Meanwhile, somewhere in the port, the sounds of seagulls mixed with the sounds of the surf. And in this very port, some man with white hair, holding a barrel on his shoulders, just walked peacefully. And suddenly, something caught his attention. His gaze fell on the handkerchief. He decided to reach for it and thought, What is this? It doesn't look cheap. We need to give it to Claire. And while he was distracted from his work and picked up his handkerchief, his foreman shouted at him, What have you forgotten here? Let's go back to your place. Faster! And as the foreman repeated, the barrel began to fall from his back. As a result, the barrel of luxurious, expensive wine shattered, and its contents spilled onto the floor. The foreman grabbed him by the collar and screamed in panic. Damn dog! It cost more than your pathetic life! You're making too much noise. If it's so different, you shouldn't have let it go with you. And after these words, he could not stand it and hit the foreman very hard. Everyone around saw how the foreman could not even stand on his feet from this blow. And putting the handkerchief in his pocket, he said, Take my salary and we'll be even. I will do everything that I would like to do on your last day here. The foreman, not understanding the situation, lay on the floor, and he said as he left, Well, be it. And suddenly, when he came in, he heard a scream. Andon, where are you going? After that, he turned around, smiled broadly, and looked him straight in the eyes, and answered, To meet my little sister. There's an estate somewhere. It was already quite late and it was snowing. Claire slowly walked along the snowy path, holding pen and paper in her hands. She was very cold. Because of this, she was breathing into her palms. I can't believe he made me work so late, and on a night like this. I swear, he wants to take me to the grave. I've been working for 6 months now, and things haven't gotten any less busy. And looking at all these papers in her hands, Claire thought. And, if you think about it, I wouldn't say that I don't like it. Reduce the toll to Lapasovo? Yes, don't forget. This is why there are riots here every year. But if you show them that you are ready to wipe out all these bandits from the face of the earth and spend any money on it, then the good prerogative emerges. I have learned a lot, and now I can voice my thoughts. And with red cheeks from the cold, holding tightly all the papers and feather, she said sincerely, Now I finally feel alive. And while she was flying in the clouds, she caught herself thinking that she needed to work. Exactly. This is not the time to fantasize. We must hurry home in order to wish the children good night before they fall asleep. But suddenly, she caught on a stone that barely stuck out from under the snow and fell. She couldn't stop and started sliding down like a hill. Everything was jumbled and spinning in her eyes. But she remembered the time when she fell. I have a problem. There's a stream there at the end of the slope. If I hit it there, I definitely won't get away with slight frostbite. But suddenly she stopped. And because of this, she opened her eyes and thought, Didn't I fall? Got caught on something? But she was very surprised when she saw the Marquise in front of her, who was tenderly holding her. He looked at her and said, I thought I told you to obediently wait for me. Claire, meanwhile at the Archduke's castle. What? Did he leave? But you said that negotiations have already begun. Well, yes. The Marquis instructed his captain to conduct negotiations on his own and left somewhere. Lapis Mountains, around the same time. Max supported the negotiations in every possible way, but he was thinking inside, Let me go home! Is he hiding something important in Volador? Or how can I explain this? Why did he run away so quickly? I'm not sure of anything anymore. The fact is that immediately after the naval battle, I have to marry them, all because of the Malabo dogs. And after that, one of Edwin's assistants said, How about sending him a letter? You've already started preparing for the victory banquet, so he should be there anyway. And suddenly they objected to him. This won't work. Traveling around the Altus in winter is very difficult. In addition, negotiations with Lopez are not yet over. So, if we call him under the pretext of some kind of banquet, it will only anger him. There is also a risk of undermining the Duke's reputation among all the people. But suddenly, Edwin jumped up, hit the table with his hand, and shouted, "His idiot! So send him a gift or something! Don't waste your money and send him a whole bunch of gifts! Break it into a cake, but do everything to bring me closer to him until next spring." With the beginning of spring, they should definitely already be husband and wife. Although I am not destined to bear this great title, if Brody enters the Marinhewitts' house, then my grandson can inherit it. And since I can use the power of the bolt and the people's love for my grandson, I can wield power that cannot even be compared with that held by the current emperor. This means I won't have to wait for my own brother to die. And clenching his fists, there was no limit to his plan. "I'll prove it to you, father. The son you brought into this world will erase you from history." Meanwhile, the Marquis carried the wet Claire into the room and lit the fireplace to keep her warm. Claire sat on a blanket thrown over herself and looked intently at the Marquis. And as he approached her, unbuttoning his shirt, Claire said, "I didn't think you'd be back so soon." With a creak, he climbed onto her bed and, touching her leg, answered, "So I didn't tell anyone about my return." And Claire asked with an uncertain voice, "Why?" And he answered without thinking, just like that, after which the Marquis touched his forehead to hers. But Claire continued to look at him and said, "So why?" And suddenly, she felt that he was somehow cold. She jumped up and asked in a panic, "Wait, why are you wet? Did you take a bath?" But he answered ironically, "Yeah, in that same stream, in such and such weather." And he still gave me the cloak? The Marquis has no idea what the problem is. After which, Claire turned away and said, "You need to wash your hair first. I'll go find something to dry it with." But as soon as she wanted to go somewhere, the Marquis grabbed her by the waist and pressed her tightly to him. He hugged her so tenderly, as he had never hugged her before. He sat her on his lap and asked, "How's your leg?" Because the Marquis grabbed her, that same cape fell off Claire. But she answered, "Are you talking about a dislocation? Everything has healed a long time ago. I can even run." And after that, the Marquis lifted her skirt and grabbed her leg. He moved closer to her ear and said, "So she healed so much that even rolling down the hill didn't hurt?" But Claire didn't answer because she was very shy and blushed. "Next time you fall down a slide, spread your legs to slow down." And he decided to demonstratively show me this. And he began to spread her legs, gently running his hands along her legs. He added, "Otherwise you will break your skull." After which he reached his hand towards her shoes and asked, "Does anything else hurt?" And through Claire's moans, he heard the answer, "Number." "Sure?" Moans could be heard throughout the room, but Claire still responded, "Yes, I'm sure." After this phrase, he abruptly took off her shoes and himself. He threw her onto the bed, hugged her gently, and whispered in her ear, "Then come on. Let's just sleep a little. That's it." Claire was perplexed by this phrase. She lay under the Marquis and did not understand what was happening. Surprisingly, the Marquis did not pester her, but simply put his head on her chest and thought, "God, this scent." That is why this war seemed so unusually long. Surrounded by the smell of blood, I continued to remember the aroma emanating from this woman, and the very tired, exhausted Marquis fell asleep right on Claire's breasts. It was very strange for her. After all, he had never done this before. It became difficult for Claire to hold him on herself, so she shifted him to his side. And looking at him, she thought, "How soundly he sleeps." Now that I reflect, I realize that I was always the one who lost my temper first. And now I see him just sleeping peacefully, and for the first time so defenseless. Once upon a time, even Mr. Bolt was a boy. And after these thoughts, she gently began to stroke his face with her gentle hand. When Mrs. Ravaya told me this, the picture did not emerge in my head. Well, when I see him like this, I think I understand what she wanted to tell me. And after that, she tenderly hugged the Marquis, and he, through his sleep, hugged her back. And in such a romantic position, they fell asleep together. The next day, there were very expensive suitcases on some boxes. Wow, how much does it all cost? This carriage walk is simply endless. There was an incredible hubbub, and everyone was talking and fussing about something. Hey, there you are. First, sort everything out and don't put it in a heap, like now. We need help too. And looking at the whole pile of these suitcases and barrels, the Marquis said, the Archduke sent so many gifts, and the servant who stood next to him with a pen confirmed it. Indeed, it is also interesting that he chose most of them himself. Most likely, all this is connected with La Paz. I managed to finish it when he was interrupted. That's right. He was so saddened by the fact that all he could send was gifts, so he chose everything with special trepidation, anticipating the day when he would personally be able to congratulate you on your victory. And then the Marquis asked, "Why is Viscount Barton here?" He arrived as the person responsible for transporting gifts, so I hope you can repay him with the same kindness that he has given you when he arrives, my lord. But the Marquis ignored him, and Jake answered very nervously, "We are always amazed by the generosity of the Archduke's heart. Lady Brodie's riding skills are getting better every day. She can't wait to show off her skills to you in person." But the Marquis wanted to communicate with him and answered, "Great. I will be sure to tell the Archduke that you appreciated his gifts." What Barton meant was that he should express his emotions more clearly about this. The Marquis was tired of talking to him, so he simply turned around and said, "Is it true? Well, have a good rest before leaving soon." Because of the Marquis's behavior, Barton was very angry, and when the two of them were alone, Barton expressed his dissatisfaction. "Don't think that he is behaving inappropriately? I have never been so rude before." And while Barton expressed his dissatisfaction, "And you will allow him to behave like this?" The Marquis silently walked up the steps. Schweben met him and said, "He shoves his handouts as best he can, as if you have already become his precious son-in-law." But the Marquis ignored him and walked past. And just out of politeness to him, he answered, "Let him think what he wants. He pesters everyone with questions about whether there is at least a hint of marriage in your relationship. Soon rumors will spread throughout the empire. Why do you keep your connection with pirates a secret? The Archduke is even more eager to improve the relationship because of this." But the Marquis answered reluctantly, "Even if we have already achieved so much, now we are able to easily eliminate the powerful figure of the Puisan army." And after that, he began to take something out of his pocket. And Schweben noticed this, and we were able to push one of our accomplices into their headquarters. 6 months later, immediately after the destruction of the pirates, the Marquis's guard brought someone and threw him on his knees. "We brought him, my lord. Please have mercy. I supplied certain information only to cover my son's gambling debts, and then they began to blackmail me that if I stopped doing this, they would tell everything to the Archduke." And suddenly, when the man was in tears begging for mercy, the Marquis said in a moderate and calm tone, "Calm down, Count Redfort." And looking straight into his eyes with a smile on his face, the Marquis added, "I'm much more merciful than you think. You saw everything with your own eyes, didn't you? I got rid of Martin Sevier to give you an invaluable opportunity. Prove your loyalty to me, and I will continue to be so generous." Well, what do you think? The fact that Marquis immediately saw through him gave Redford goosebumps. He couldn't understand how he pulled it all off. This caused cold sweat to run down his forehead. "I swear unquestioning loyalty to you, my lord. I'll give you everything you want. No, I will give you everything I have, so please." Now, I am sure that the Archduke has no reason to disturb you, Marquise, but it's only a matter of time. When spring comes, I'm sure. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. "But I think you need to continue to keep a tight rein on the Archduke." The Marquis turned around and asked, "How?" Schweiwen answered without hesitation, "You must formally introduce the hostess of the family. If this news spreads around the area, the Archduke's reputation will go through the roof. Then he will stop playing these games, and he will run away as fast as he can. I think he will be very ashamed too. And by the way, Claire is a smart girl, so she will be useful to you if you continue to keep her around. It would be nice to present it officially in this status." But the Marquise turned away and answered, "I don't want to get involved in this pointless nonsense." And while a scream was heard behind the shadow, "Sir, please think about it." The Marquise looked into the distance and thought, "The mistress of the family?" After a few seconds of thinking, he smiled and introduced. He was curious how she would react upon hearing such a proposal. He has already visualized her distant face, which looks at him and does not understand what is going on. The next day, she dedicated the bright sun, and the birds sang. Overall, it was a nice and sunny day. Claire, who was holding a pen and a book in her hands, asked, "Are you getting me to keep an eye on the Marquise's bedroom?" And they answered her right away. "Yes, you. Baron Keynes personally requested such an assignment. I think what you said then, during the rainy season, unsettled him." And the head maid, with a smile on her face, reminded Claire of all her antics. "But compared to me, I think someone else could do it." But the maid put her hand on Claire's shoulder and answered, "No, it can't." And looking at her, the maid smiled. "I think there are reasons why the Baron decided to entrust this to you. So many things have changed here for the better because of you, Claire. I hope everyone can learn from your work ethic." The maid couldn't stop praising Claire, but then she came to her senses and said, "In general, do everything perfectly. I should go through." And Claire answered without fail, "Fine." Subsequently, a lot of things fell on me, and people began to ask me what I thought about this or that matter. I used to be only the lady from the tower, which was watched by the servants and made handouts. And now, influential figures in the castle ask me for advice. But why? Because I'm a Marquise woman? Maybe they think that I'm some kind of Marquise's puppet? This cannot be true. It's because I know a lot. Exactly, I'm very well read. I can read and write, and also think critically. I understand what they need, and that's why they ask me for advice. Wherever I go, no one can stop me." And a few minutes later, she was already entering Jake's chambers. She walked past the guards and creaked open the massive doors. She walked over to the bed and ran her hand over the silky bed. Having placed it in a book with a pen, I sat down on the bed and thought, what will happen if he brings another woman into this bedroom? She pressed the blanket, and only one thing bothered her. I haven't seen Marquis since that day. I don't know when he left. Without the warmth from the fireplace and his cloak, it might have seemed like it was all just a dream. Maybe I had strong hallucinations that day. From that very day. Why didn't he come looking for me again? Have you already found a replacement for me? Or is it because he's actually getting married, as the rumors say? From all these guesses, she just smiled, looking at the silky blanket and said, "How stupid." She frowned and continued to look thoughtfully at the floor. Am I really that afraid of losing the meager power I have now? I already felt the pleasure of the meager power that she had acquired. I already felt the taste of power. But why still don't realize my place and can't put up with the life I deserve? I just have to please him and keep him interested in me. Well, suddenly, while she was flying in the clouds during the day, a familiar voice rang out. "Well, I didn't expect to meet you here." She got scared and turned around and shuddered a little. It was the Marquis. He leaned on the door and said straight into Claire's eyes, "In my room, at this time of day. Don't you think you've become too bold?" Claire continued to sit on the bed and just silently look at the Marquis, who stood and looked at her in the doorway. And hastily collecting her papers, she answered, "I'm sorry, I entered your room without permission. I'm just here to check the condition of the room, so I better go." But the Marquis ignored her and approached her and said, "I heard that your work has increased significantly lately," after which he grabbed her by the shoulder and added, "I didn't think that you would take on such an assignment because of this." He grabbed Claire too tightly, so much so that she squinted and said, "What are you doing?" After which he, as always, threw her onto the bed and said, looking her straight in the eyes, "You are much more enthusiastic than I thought. What happened? Is this room no longer to your taste?" Claire looked at his hungry eyes, and, because of her excitement, could not give a clear answer. But he interrupted her and said, "Just what?" Due to the fact that the Marquis interrupted her, she lost her thoughts and just silently looked at him and thought, maybe it's all because those memories popped up in my head only seconds ago, but I feel very uncomfortable. And gathering her courage, she said, "Baron Keynes asked me about this." "I swear." The Marquis immediately moved away from her and answered, "I suppose it's true that you've been bombarded with a lot of different responsibilities." Then she looked away and said, "Well, it happened by chance. Is the decor of this room your work?" I just compiled a number of necessary things, and the rest was handled by the merchants. After hearing the answer, The Marquise smiled and said, "Then remember, I prefer bright colors." The Marquise took hold of her tender, and at the same time, pale face, and added, "These colors are amazing, especially blue, like the color of your deep and rich eyes. Keep that in mind. You will need this information while you are near me." These words stuck in her head, and she thought, "What? While I'm near him?" Now I realize that there are only a measly couple of months left before the arrival of spring, and then the topic of my whereabouts here will come into question. He's probably preparing me this way. After all, the true mistress of this castle will arrive very soon. Not a fake like me, and the one who can turn this beast into a truly influential figure. A real hostess. So now it costs him nothing to throw the lady out of the tower. And with these bad thoughts, looking at the floor, Claire answered, "Fine. I will remember these words, sir." After some time, she was sitting in her office, and through the sounds of a pen scratching on a sheet, a conversation could be heard. "I'm talking about the proposal you made regarding La Paz. We decided to send all this information to the palace. Of course, I made some minor changes. And Claire continues to write," she replied. "So that's what's on my agenda today." And after Claire's phrase, he turned around and looked at her intently. "You should learn to take responsibility when required." And without looking up from the letter, Claire asked, "Why?" "I have nowhere to take an example from to learn such things. This was yours. You must be upset that no one will ever know about your achievement." To this, only her usual worthless maid. However, I appreciate your concern." During this conversation, he thought, such statements have such an impact on her mood. Maybe this looks like a sign of modesty. However, I hear a certain arrogance in her voice. If she lived in any other place, she would give anything for a piece of bread. Her abilities and talents have faded over time, only because she was born a commoner. It's not fair. And then a phrase came out of his mouth. "Have you by any chance ever thought of me as an adoptive father?" From this phrase, in great surprise, Claire froze in place. Claire thought I had shown myself, and she asked again, "What? Sorry? If the surname Chauvin bothers you, I can find you another family that suits your talents. It will be easier for you to improve your abilities if you become related to some noble family. Will you really only be remembered as the mistress of the Marquise without a worthy past?" Every word he said made Claire flinch. Despite the fact that Archduke Edwin is doing everything to get the Marquise as his son-in-law, Lady Brodie is not suitable for the role of Volador's mistress. That is why we need someone who can at least not officially interrupt in this status. Out of anger, she pressed her pen into the paper and thought, "Rumors have already spread throughout the empire, so what can he achieve? A large-scale scandal? He also tried to make me a mistress. There are no words. Especially this man." And in her memory, the image immediately surfaced of how the Marquis was sweetly communicating with Brodie, and she stood nearby like an abandoned person. After this, Claire responded with bitterness and sadness. Probably, the Marquis still wants this wedding. And suddenly the Chauvin answered without thinking, "No, don't be stupid. Listen to what worries me more. Honestly, I don't want you to waste your talents. It is quite possible that your life will become better if you acquire the status of a hostess instead of the one who warms the Marquise's bed whenever he wishes." And against the background of roses, which were blowing their petals at the slightest wind, Schwawin said, "So think about my proposal." "No, my lord. And before she had time to finish speaking, the Chauvin slammed the door. After some time, at night somewhere in the forest when it was snowing, in the middle of it all was Claire, who sat down and said something while tying it to her legs. Damn, what bad luck. How absurd it was for me to believe him only because of the endless pleas of my abilities. It doesn't matter what you think about it, it's a good option. So why are you wasting your chance? He made it sound like he was worried about me. He acted as if he were so good and kind. But the only thing he wanted was to keep me around so that I could satisfy his base desires. You just have to forget and let go. I can't show myself in front of my children in this mood, especially today, when I return home and they are still awake. Because now I have them. Snowshoes. In fact, Claire simply borrowed them from other servants. And after she had firmly tied these snowshoes to her feet, she set off. And moving her feet, she spoke. "Come on, 1, 2, hop!" The gentle winter wind blew under her skirt, and since she was wearing these stilts very much up to her body, it was only to her advantage. Okay, how refreshing! And suddenly, she caught herself thinking that she felt as free as never before. And while she was flying in the clouds, through the snow she saw a dim, and at the same time dark silhouette in a black cape. But she immediately realized who it was, and so she slid down as if on skis and stopped abruptly right in front of the Marquis himself. The snow, due to the fact that she stopped very abruptly, flew near the Marquis. I thought you would fly straight at me, but I was wrong. And shaking his silky hair from the coarse snow, he added, This time I still managed to resist. But Claire turned her head and answered, I would never harm you in such a way. But the Marquis just smiled and asked, Is it true? However, it seems that the Count's proposal has driven you crazy. Not really. Happiness. Even in the fact that my heart beats to this day. This answer amused the Marquis. But then he smiled broadly, looking her straight in the eyes, and said, Claire, you've become much more arrogant since we last met. And after that, against the backdrop of the winter forest, a response immediately came from Claire. I'm sorry. I swear, it wasn't my intention to somehow offend you, sir. But the Marquis did not pay attention to Claire's behavior and tone, and said, You are not inferior in deceit either. Claire could not understand what the Marquis wanted from her. And clutching her cape, she said, If you wanted something, let's get to the point. Oh, do you want me to thank you? You offered me the status of the official mistress of the castle, knowing that I did not deserve it. And after that, she defiantly thanked him. I am so happy and grateful for the honor you have given me. But suddenly, she shuddered when the Marquis laughed and answered, I guess I worried for nothing. I couldn't understand why you started behaving like an ordinary boring mademoiselle. But you haven't changed at all. The Marquis's happiness knew no bounds. He held his hair and couldn't stop laughing. Claire's intentions immediately changed after what she saw. She was fascinated by the Marquis. And when she looked at him, she thought, I didn't know this man could laugh like that. And then the Marquis grabbed her hand and said, And now, if you have vented your anger, follow me. And leading her behind him, he turned around and said with a sincere smile and honest eyes, Well, of course, if you are not attracted to the prospect of being eaten. After some time, they were already in the tower and warming themselves inside. Without thinking twice, the Marquis handed Claire a flask with words, Drink, don't be shy, you'll warm up faster. Claire was a little surprised, but she still took the flask in her hands as soon as she was about to drink. She thought, Alcohol? I've never tried it before. And as soon as her lips reached for the neck of the flask, the tired Marquise gently lay down on her shoulder. She was even more surprised by this. Despite the Marquise's sleeping face, Claire thought in bewilderment, What's wrong with him? Why has he been acting so strange lately? I still have no idea why he insisted on my being in the tower, if I was living quietly in my own home. He dragged her to the tower instead of greeting her family, and the children who watched their mother being taken away said politely, Goodbye, Mommy. See you tomorrow. And now, when she is in the tower, just sitting on an armchair in front of the fireplace, on which the Marquis is sleeping, holding a flask in her hands, she thought, Since when did he start drinking alcohol on me and using my pillow space? And suddenly she began to think, maybe I should have a drink. And then she took one awkward sip, and suddenly the sleeping Marquis said out of nowhere, Claire! And she, in turn, immediately drew attention to him, and they continued to lie on her shoulder. He said quietly, From now on, if you really want to take a walk among the mountains, at least make sure you have a torch with you. Quite a few wolves have been spotted in the area. I was very surprised by this and asked again, Seriously? Wolves? You mean here in the mountains? Claire was scared out of her wits, but the Marquis answered with a smile on his face, Yeah, I like to hunt them, wherever I was as a boy. One smart person told me that these mountains are the same as a grave for this particular species, so they will not even dare to approach this area. But there are individuals who are too arrogant, with imperfect charm, so it's worth being careful. It turns out that since you are knowledgeable enough about this topic, you should know the habits of these wolves. It's not for nothing that you called yourself an experienced hunter. But the Marquis answered her in a sleeping tone, Maybe when I was 11 years old, I would have been able to tell you about them. This changed her look. At 11, Mrs. Revia told me, and she plunged into her memories. Indeed, it is often very difficult to understand the Marquise. And when Revia was wrapping her then sprained ankle, she said, but he was completely different as a child. And then Claire asked, which ones? This question made Revia smile sincerely and remember the old days. Well, he had such sweet cheeks. And he was very disobedient. An ordinary boy, like everyone else. Revia gradually recalled the image of the small and naughty Marquise that was imprinted in her memory. This is what Mrs. Revia said then. But it seems to me, only Mrs. Revia could call him an ordinary boy. I can't imagine anyone else calling him that, even when he was a baby. And through his sleep, the Marquis noticed that Claire was smiling strangely, and even laughing a little. This seemed too strange to him, and suddenly, the Marquis rose from her shoulder, looked her straight in the eyes, and asked a question in a quiet, and at the same time gentle tone. Claire. So you still refuse to become the mistress of the castle? But Claire could not answer anything, and the only sound in the room was the sound of burning wood in the fireplace. But the Marquise did not stop talking. Think for yourself. If you acquire such a status, you will not be in power. So is there any reason to be so dismissive of this proposal? But Claire continued to hold the flask of alcohol in her hands and looked at the fireplace with a thoughtful look. And grabbing the flask more tightly, she answered, the fact is that this power will not belong specifically to me. I never wanted to receive any fertilizer just because of my status as one of your women. This is a tower and a house. I accepted all this only because you insisted. When you no longer need me, you will throw me out of here. And while Claire was crucifying herself in front of him, the Marquise listened to her silently, and at the same time thoughtfully. After Claire finished speaking, the Marquise snatched the flask from her hands that she had been warming in her hands for so long, and said, well, despite all this, you showed up here quite often. And after taking a small sip of alcohol, he added, and, judging by the rumors, you liked the work of a clerk, and you succeeded in it. Recently, I began to notice this woman's handwriting in every work, in every document of the Mohrenheit's house, starting with small errands around the house, which involved details that Jake never paid enough attention to, ending with various types of negotiation proposals that the Count would never write. And all these documents are full of directness and gratitude. And all this is decorated in ornate handwriting, which symbolizes the character of the clerk. She is everywhere. She reminds of herself everywhere. And now she acts as if she is trying to show that she doesn't mean anything to anyone in this place. And after all this thinking and a drop of alcohol, the Marquis smiled and muttered under his breath, it's funny, but Claire kept talking. If anything bothers you, I can refuse my proper position as a clerk. And making a deep bow, she politely added, I have no choice, because I must obey your every word. The Marquise thought Claire's serious behavior was funny, but still, this was not what he wanted from her. At first, I consciously kept my distance. I really didn't want her to become like anyone else who was called the Mohrenheit's surname, gaining even a drop of power. Even though I knew she was different, I couldn't trust her simply because she was different from everyone else, so I stayed away. And yet, I like the way she looks at me and looks me straight in the face and rejects me. And the Marquis also looked at her intently with a cold gaze. Her gaze was unquestioning and decisive, after which the Marquis also stood up and said, I had no idea that you were so obedient, and yet it's not worth it. He walked closer to her, pressed her hips to him, and said with a smirk on his face, I will find the right gender for you. You will only need to choose the family that you like. And after which, he threw her onto the sofa. And while the sofa was creaking from them, the Marquis said, we don't need to waste your talent as a hostess. But Claire, pushing him away with her hand, said in a quiet and uncertain tone, no, sir. I don't want to be the mistress of anyone's house at all. This was followed by the question, why? If you really want to use the Mohrenheit's name for this, I would certainly agree to your suggestions. After all, you really don't belong next to someone like me, sir. You do not need to give such a title and belonging to your own family to a woman who you need only when you want her, and who cannot refuse. You're right. You don't act like a typical lover, so you don't deserve any of this. And then he grabbed Claire's tender face and said, But the more you say this, the harder it is for me to say goodbye to you. After that, his fingers slightly moved Claire's tender and pale lip. Be smart, Claire. Smile and flirt. Drive me crazy. Who knows? Maybe I will lay this empire at your feet. You have no idea how soft-hearted I can be. You see, I can't resist you. And you're not even interested in the continuation of our story? You should use this instead of demonstrating how unhappy you are with what I have already given you and continue to give you. From that, perhaps, everything will become much more interesting. But suddenly, after all these words, Claire took her head from the Marquis's hands, and while her hair lay disheveled, Claire herself looked at him with a contemptuous look and asked, "Can you really give me this entire empire?" The Marquise was very amused by this and thought, "I never thought that she would ever be able to say something so ridiculous." And after that, a counter-question followed from the lips of the Marquise. "Will you be able to find a use for the power that you will receive if I really do this? I can't believe I'm seriously considering this idea," the Marquise thought, and to his surprise, Claire immediately answered, "Such a prerogative is clearly better than when your life depends on someone else and will depend on the rest of your time." And lowering her gaze to the floor, the fire in her eyes began to fade. "Well, if you don't like that, there are other options." But suddenly, Claire betrayed her own principles. She pounced on Marquise and, lying on him, said, "Number, I don't want to be known as the mistress of the castle, who only thinks about sharing your bed, sir." The Marquise was very turned on by this, and looking her straight in the eyes, he asked, "What's the difference?" And continuing to sit on it, she answered, "There is a difference. Choosing to live as a maid is different from taking on someone else's name that overrides my own. And live like your mistress until the end of your days. I want to at least have freedom of choice, because without it, my life will become even more monstrous. If you want, I will behave like a seductress. But then I ask you to let me continue to live this way. That's all I ask. Well, maybe if you beg, I'll agree. But why should I meet you halfway if you act so arrogantly, forgetting where you belong?" And suddenly, in a moment, all the Marquise's determination disappeared somewhere as soon as Claire touched his face. It was the first time she had come so close to him. And sitting on him, stroking his face and looking at his confused eyes, Claire told, "Because right now, you won't be able to let me go. That is why you indulge my desires and act arrogantly, while at the same time pointing out that I have forgotten my place. And if you continue to put pressure on me, then who knows? Maybe the wolves will eat me. You are worried and worried about me. Or will you find me somewhere with a broken neck? You so desperately want to see me near you that you even offer to buy the meaningless name of some noble family. Isn't that right, Boltmorn Heights?" This behavior of Claire excited the Marquis very much, and after he grabbed her hand, he said, "What an arrogant girl you are." The fire was already burning so brightly, and such heat was emanating from it, that it was possible to walk around in only underwear. The Marquis and Claire sat opposite the burning fireplace, filling the room with the sounds of kisses and the occasional creaking of the sofa. Because Claire was an order of magnitude shorter than Marquis, he grabbed her narrow waist, lifted her up, and said, "Look at me, Claire." And after which, the Marquis began to lick her, starting from her chest and ending with her neck. From the gentle tongue of the Marquis, Claire could not restrain herself and began to moan loudly when the gentle touch of the excited Marquis made her blush very much. While one of his hands stroked Claire's hair, the other held her waist tightly and pressed Claire's chest against the Marquis. "You said that you would be my seductress. Then you shouldn't shyly avoid my gaze." While the Marquise was enjoying Claire's body, she became all red and sweaty. The fireplace made her feel very hot. Looking at him, Claire thought, his intense and frank gaze still weighs on me to this day. In the past, I would have felt helpless and weak in front of this gaze. But now I'm not afraid of him. Claire didn't take her eyes off him for a second. Their eyes were locked on each other, and stroking her hair, the all-out-of-breath Marquis said, "Yes, that's it. Good girl. Look at me when I have you. Do everything to make me want you even more. Do whatever you please." And during this whole process, Claire began to wonder, what is he trying to achieve? If he continues to behave in such openly depraved ways, I will simply have to use him. Because of all these thoughts in the moment, Claire's face changed, and she looked at him with a dominant gaze. and without thinking twice, she put her palm on his chest and pushed the Marquise with all her strength. Because she used all her strength, she was able to throw Marquise onto the bed. The Marquise was surprised by Claire's behavior, and I just silently watched this process. The Marquis saw how difficult it was for Claire to do something she had never done. He felt how awkward and uncomfortable she was, and as soon as he wanted to touch her with his hand, she immediately threw his hand aside. "What are you doing?" But Claire only answered, "Lie down." Claire continued to sit on the surprised Marquise and said uncertainly, "Be a good boy and don't move." After this self-control, she slowly began to stretch his shirt. "I'm trying to be the lover you desire. As you can see, I have already entered into the role. I hope you can withstand such intense passions, because I'm very excited, and I'm ready to make love all night long." And after that, because the Marquis loved Claire very passionately, one of the two blankets fell to the floor, and they had to share not only the bed, but also the blanket. The room was filled with the sounds of the fireplace and Claire's moans. The Marquis was sweating from such passion from Claire, and a vein popped out on his neck. He was already at his limit and clenched his teeth, and he heard the creaking of the sofa give way to Claire's elegant moans. And after that, both out of breath and sweating, the Marquis and Claire lay and rested from what had happened. They had never had such a hot night before, and Claire, lying on him, said, "Now promise me you'll leave me alone." And without thinking twice, the Marquis tenderly, and at the same time very sweetly, kissed Claire on the forehead. "For now, you yourself are coming into my arms. You must always be in the place where I want and where I feel comfortable. Give yourself to me completely. Do this until your last breath." And Claire, all exhausted and sweaty, gently pressed herself against the Marquis while he kissed her forehead. "Well, if that's what you want, so be it. I looked at you," she thought. "That's it. So be it, if this is your order." The blushing Marquis was very pleased with Claire's answer, and holding her head and pressing himself against her, he said, "This is wonderful." The next day, gentle rays of sun fell on the castle, and those same rays penetrated Claire's office through the glass and filled her workplace with sunshine. She carefully read some paper, and when she straightened her hair on her neck, a trace of how passionately the Marquise kissed her that night was visible. And while she was flying in the clouds, a Schwaven quietly crept up to her and said, "It would seem that winter is already outside, and the bugs are still running around the tower." He looked at her intently and waited for an answer, and Claire answered a little nervously, "Well, is it really worth me explaining anything?" He looked at her with a dissatisfied look, and after he sighed, Schwawen said, "I just can't understand you." Claire asked in bewilderment, "What do you mean by this?" And then Schwaben attacked her, and from this Claire covered her ears. It would simply be much more useful if you gained the status of mistress and his mistress than to continue to live as a woman without any support. So why do you continue to be stubborn? Plus, if you get pregnant, you won't even have to try to explain anything. Claire could no longer stand this chatter, and so, in a rage, she jumped up and shouted, "Look, the ink is out! I'll go to the warehouse to get some new paper." And walking along the corridor, being all on nerves, Claire was thinking, "God, he's so annoying. If it were up to me, I would rewind time back and would not have spoken to him then." And suddenly, without noticing it, when she raised her gaze, she saw the Marquise in front of her. They both instantly locked eyes. Then the Marquise, looking at her, asked, "Are you taking time off from work?" "I just noticed that the Count went into his office." But Claire got nervous and answered him, "I ran out of ink, so I just headed to the warehouse for more." And to Claire's surprise, the Marquise turned around and said, "During, let's follow me." And when the Marquis opened some doors with a creak, Claire said nervously, "Sir, you may not have understood everything I need. Take a bottle of ink and get back to work." And then she went into some office and looking around asked, "Why did you bring me to this office?" The office was quite luxurious, and Claire liked him very much. "It would be nice if I could work here." From behind her, the Marquis stood in the doorway and answered with a malicious smile, "Well, nothing important." And suddenly, she heard a distinct click, which meant that the Marquise closed the door and latched it. A moment later, the Marquis was already behind her and whispering in her ear, I was wondering if you want to pester me here. And after that, he gently pressed Claire to him and brought his hand to her amazing and perfect waist. And while he was hugging her to him and kissing her, suddenly someone knocked hard on the door. The guard stood outside the door and said, "My lord, the informant has arrived. Are you inside?" The Marquis, without taking his hands off Claire's waist, simply turned his head and said, "Everything later." She was very surprised by this answer because she was nervous. And being all red and shy, she said, "What if these are some urgent matters?" But the Marquis was unperturbed and answered in a calm tone, "Here I also have a very urgent matter. No, hurry up!" And before she had time to finish speaking, the Marquis touched his surprisingly tender lips to Claire's reddened ear. And looking tenderly at her, the Marquis said decisively, "I mean, you are my immediate concern." Such words touched her very much. But then, because of the Marquis's phrase, her attitude and gaze towards him changed dramatically. "You promised to give yourself completely to me. In return, I will not keep you in this castle that you hate." But then, being hugged by the Marquise, she thought, "I gave you my all last night, so how much more do you need? This man is nothing other than a fierce beast." And suddenly, to her surprise, the Marquis moved away from her and addressed her in a calm voice. She saw him standing near the table and holding a jar of ink in his hands, and asked, "Will this much ink be enough?" And after Claire replied that so much ink would be enough for her, he immediately rushed to her and kissed her. "I will be in the tower before dawn. I advise you to wait for me." And after that, the Marquis decided to let her go. She shakily and unsurely left the room. And after she saw the knight, she completely froze in place in surprise. She was all red and looked at the floor and thought, "There is no need to be ashamed. I do what I have to do." She remembered how the Marquis said between her legs, "I hope you remember. From now on, this will be my payment." Claire confidently raised her head and looked into the distance. "In any case, I knew what I was getting into, and I knew the pay and value of this status. If he gives me the opportunity to be the lady of the tower instead of the mistress, I will have to give him what he wants." After some time, it became dark, and in the tavern where the best beer was poured, loud laughter was heard, and the people at the table were chatting while drinking after a hard day at work. "Have you heard the news yet?" "Which?" "The Marquise brought the woman to Volador Castle. Moreover, she is a widow with 3 children. And they also say that he painted the tower to her taste, as luxurious as a castle, and also gave her this very tower. What type of woman is like her?" And suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the loud sound of a glass hitting the table. "I want to listen too. About the Marquis of Volador. Everyone says that he is going to marry the daughter of Edwin Riggin," he said as he sat down at the table. "I heard out of the corner of my ear that this man brought a widow to the castle," and to his surprise, the people began to be indignant and shout at him, "Who are you anyway?" And also, "You must speak respectfully, Archduke Ringen." And he immediately apologized and did not want to develop the conflict. And suddenly, one of the men asked, "Damn, I've never really seen you. Coming to Geneva in the middle of winter? Are you a knight?" And he answered with a smile on his face, "Well, the truth is that I truly am the ultimate fighter, but I'm here on business." And then, despite his words, they told him rudely, "In any case, stop talking nonsense. This capricious Archduke is the only one who wants this wedding. I bet our Marquise is not interested in his daughter at all. That's right. He didn't even look at her when he came to the Langto Castle for the holiday." And throwing a piece of meat into his mouth, he said, "Okay for you. I heard that the Marquise even massacred the pirates for the sake of the Archduke. It's all about impressing him." And then all the people gathered in front of him and shouted in one voice, "He just wanted to show the Archduke what he was capable of. Here comes the opportunity." And in surprise, he dropped a piece of meat and thought, "When did you manage to connect everything to me?" And after that, he changed his face and asked with a serious tone, "So what about the widow? Since she has 3 children, we must be old, so why?" But suddenly, his indignation was challenged and said, "Not a fact. My wife works in that castle, and she said that that woman was quite young. Probably some pervert married her and decided to get his due. I can say that she is very beautiful, especially her blue eyes." After hearing this, he froze in place in surprise, Here he is, our Marquis. He has good taste, woman. If the Archduke heard this, he would be furious. And while everyone else was gossiping, the information that he heard was enough for him, and he simply, silently, got up from the table and left. And after that, he went outside, where a strong wind was blowing and thick snow was falling. And behind him, there was a hubbub and loud laughter. Gina was pregnant before I left, and if she took care of them properly, she should have just 3 children, including Finn and Luca. And the words about the blue eyes of that widow made cold water run down his forehead. And his eyebrows frowned, and clenching his hand into a fist, sighing heavily, he said, "Claire, so what have you gotten yourself into this time?" The next day, a child's cough could be clearly heard in Gelda's house. Gelda sat next to the sick children and looked at them with regret. And the poor children felt very bad and could not find a place for themselves. And suddenly, with a creak, Claire, all out of breath, flies into the room and screams in fear. "Aunt Gelda!" "Claire, shouldn't you be working right now?" Gelda asked. But Claire couldn't just work knowing that her children were sick. "The kids got sick, so I just had to be here. I brought the doctor." And after that, the doctor came into the room and made a low bow. He approached the boy, and after touching his forehead, he said, "Well, they have a high temperature. Finn also has a fever. He must have caught it from his brother. They most likely just go there. Now everything hurts her." Claire became very nervous at the doctor's words and asked, "Cold? Will they get better?" Gelda stopped her and said, "What if you get sick too? Don't get too close. You should stay away from us these days too, so as not to catch a cold," the doctor said with awkwardness in his tone. "Gelda is okay, but now you should be careful. What's wrong with Rudia?" And suddenly the doors opened into the room and Ravia entered. "I'm here." Ravia, who was holding the baby in her arms, said, "I thought that, for now, it's better for her to stay in the castle, so I'm always nearby." After which, Claire better ran to her and said, "Give it to me." But Ravia shook her head and answered, "No, it's not necessary. Only those with permission can enter the heir's castle. If you take it away, problems may arise." But Claire could not come to terms with this, and arose. But Rudia is still a child. Claire timidly grabbed the baby's hand and looked straight into Ravi's eyes and begged, "Please, Mrs. Ravia, I'm so worried about her." But Ravia tried to calm her down. "Calm down, Claire. I'll take care of the ore, so don't worry." Well, before she had time to finish speaking, she was interrupted by the Marquise, who came up from behind. "You haven't finished your work yet, so what are you doing here? Dylan, take my things and you can be free. Don't forget to light the fireplace in the tower." And then the Marquise said, "We'll take the child." And handing over the child with a smile on her face, Ravia was very happy. But suddenly, she noticed that Claire's face had changed and asked, "What's happened? You look shocked." And then the Marquise turned around and asked decisively, "Do you want this child to catch a cold?" And after that, Claire came to her senses and immediately answered, "No, I have to go." Meanwhile, it was already dark, and the light was on the 3rd floor of the tower. In a warm room, Claire sat in front of the fireplace, with guns sitting in her arms, and suddenly Rudia's scream was heard throughout the room, and a spoon with porridge flew out of Claire's hands. But Claire, this only amused her, and wiping the mess from her cheek, she said, "My God, Rudia, you don't need to do that. First you finish, and then you go to sleep. The food is already cold. I'll warm it up again now." And as soon as she jumped up, Claire saw the Marquise in front of her. And he said to her surprise, "Give it to me," Claire asked again in bewilderment. "What did you say?" But the Marquis extended his hands and repeated, "I'll support her while you heat the food." Knowing the bad character of the Marquis, she could not allow the child to be given to him. Give the child to the Marquis? "How can I?" And after that she answered, "No, me myself." But Rudia did not share Claire's thoughts, and, stretching out her hand to the Marquise, shouted, "Dad!" And after that, she rushed to the Marquise, hugged him tenderly, and repeated it again. "Dad!" Rudia was truly happy and smiled sincerely. They were both silent and watched as the gun itself crawled into the Marquise's arms and grabbed him tightly. And then the Marquise turned around and said, "It seems that the child himself decided what was best." And Claire thought in bewilderment, "Well, wow! I can't believe that the infamous Marquis is holding a child in his arms. And fueling the porridge, her thoughts kept getting worse. Initially, I refused, because it was all somehow strange, and I couldn't imagine him holding a baby in his arms. And from time to time, glancing at the Marquise, she thought, will everything be okay with the gun? She saw in front of her an absolutely calm Marquis, who was looking at the child and silently watching him. After which, the Marquis pointed his finger at the baby and said, "What's so funny? Why are you smiling so much? You're nothing like your aunt." And while the Marquise was trying to understand the behavior of the gun, she, in turn, bit his finger. But Rhodia could not bite the Marquise painfully, so it just seemed to him as if she had licked him. The Marquis initially tried to pull his finger out of her mouth and said, "What? I'm hungry again." But the little girl did not let go of Marquis's finger back. But suddenly, Claire ran up with porridge in her hands and said in a frightened tone, "How did you even think of putting your finger in her mouth? Rhodia, he's dirty. Don't put dirty things in your mouth." And looking at Claire, the Marquis thought, she elevates herself too much above others, all because of my disposition towards her. Because Claire was scolded by the gun, she burst into tears. And to keep her from throwing hysterics, Claire started feeding her porridge. Claire's behavior irritated him very much, but today he could make an exception and sighed with relief. And holding the gun in his arms, he watched as Claire slowly fed her with a smile on her face. And after sitting like that for a few seconds, he decided, today I will allow her to behave like this. Meanwhile, it was completely dark outside. The room was so quiet that the sound of cracking wood in the fireplace could be heard. Claire looked at the gun with sleepy eyes, who, after eating a hearty meal, slept sweetly in Claire's arm. And suddenly, when she was sure that the baby had already fallen asleep, Claire turned to the Marquis, who was lying behind her, and asked, "Is it possible to leave the gun here for a while? At least until the boys get better." And the Marquise didn't doubt it for a second. "If you continue to give yourself to me as before." This answer shocked Claire very much, and she blushed all over. "Sorry. This is impossible here, little child. She is too young to understand anything." But still, Claire could not make love in front of Rudy. And after that, he pressed himself close to her, hugged her tenderly, and said, "Well, then I could not agree to your request." And as soon as she wanted to return the Marquis, he pressed himself to her ear and whispered, "Hush, the child will wake up." The Marquise lightly bit her ear and spoke. "Why don't you take advantage of the chance given to you to move your family to a place not far from the castle? If they are warm, it will obviously be easier for them to endure the cold winter." But Claire blushed and answered, "I don't want to be too far from the children." The Marquise began to kiss her and talk. "If that's all you care about, then live in a castle too." But she answered, "This tower is enough for me." This answer from Claire made the Marquise think, she's back to her old ways again. Their legs rubbed against each other. But Claire wouldn't stop talking. "As I already said, what I have is enough for me." But the Marquise could not tolerate this and turned to her. "Claire, you should use what I give you." And then he squeezed her hand tightly. And while the guns were sleeping sweetly, the Marquise, squeezing Claire's hand, kissed her tenderly. "Be content with every single opportunity. I'll be happy to give you whatever you want." And in the arms of the Marquis, Claire plunged into memories. "I have this memory that just won't let me go. Cold, freezing, when you are frozen to the bones and death seems to be knocking on the door. But I have to deal with this." Emaciated little Claire, shivering from the cold, turned over the pages of the book. "I can handle this," she thought, running her frost-bitten hand over the cold page of the book, and she constantly heard whispers behind her back. "How is she today? What, have you completely lost your mind?" "No, it's still holding up. So stubborn, just like her mother. Sturdy girl. I'll do whatever they want me to do. They can say whatever they want. And at this time, I will do everything to survive." And from the open door, the sun's rays fell on Claire's pale skin. This made her feel warm, and tears welled up in his eyes. Already an adult, Claire also shed a tear and thought, "I've never had this dream before." And after that, she suddenly jumped out of bed and said, "What? Why did I cry? Some kind of savagery." Out of anger and bewilderment, she clenched her hand into a fist. I haven't cried for so long, so why now? But suddenly, having recovered from the nightmare, she noticed that neither the Marquise nor Rudia were nearby. Claire got out of bed and in a panic began to throw the blanket off the bed and scream, "My girl! Where is she?" Then she saw the open door and wondered, how could it have fallen out? And without thinking twice, she immediately rushed down the steps of the tower, and at the same time Claire did not stop calling her. Rudia! Where are you, Rudia? But suddenly, her pace slowed down, and she was forced on the spot. She heard familiar sounds, and little by little, her panic began to subside. From the slightly open door, she heard sounds made only by the gun. Claire immediately recognized her voice, and her anxiety was lifted. When she entered the room, the first thing she saw was the Marquise, who was communicating with the knight. Still not enough? It looks like it. How can she eat so much with such a tiny stomach? There must be some explanation for this. When she came closer, she saw the knight holding a plate of porridge, and the Marquise holding her baby. Lady Claire! You've finally woken up! The Marquise looked at Claire and said, You can go. Hurry up and come up with something. She just ate a whole bowl of food, but still wants more. But Claire did not hear the Marquise. She was fascinated by the picture that opened before her. Doesn't it seem weird to me? What happened to the greatest Boltmornhites while I was having my seventh dream? She saw the Marquise gently and carefully holding the gun in his arms. After some time, the gun mastered another bowl. And after that, she wiped her mouth on the Marquis and fell asleep sweetly right in his arms. The Marquis held her gently and noticed, even her appetite seems to have a limit. The knight who watched all this from the side politely bowed and said, Well, I'll go. I will deliver most of the necessary things tomorrow. Claire turned around and answered immediately, Thank you, Dylan. And after Dylan left, Claire awkwardly asked the Marquis, Can I take the gun into my hands? But to her surprise, the Marquis, together with the baby in his arms, went forward and answered, Everything is fine. Don't waste energy. We'll go upstairs. Exactly, I remembered. The new bed is arriving today, so keep your eyes peeled for any problems. But the one we have is already new, the one that should arrive less. Claire was a little nervous and asked, What? Less? And the Marquis answered yes with a smile on his face. Small, especially for the little one, who will sleep in it from today. Claire froze in place at this news and couldn't believe her ears. And holding the gun in one hand, and taking Claire's hand with the other, and kissing it, the Marquis said, So now you don't have to curl up into a ball to make them both fall asleep. This really worries me. She silently looked at the Marquis and could not put two words together from surprise. Her face turned a little red from this news, but she was not worried about the new bed, but about how the Marquis got along with the baby. I still can't get used to it. What's going on? Did the world turn upside down while I was sleeping? Over time, he coped better and better with raising the baby. He allowed the baby to crawl all over him and do whatever she wanted with him. And this didn't make him the least bit irritated and in no way angry. This weapon made him very fond of her, and she looked at him with admiration and joy. And only the word came out of her mouth. Dad! What? Rudia, why are you so stuck to this man? She also started chatting. 3 days later, the knight, who was beaming with happiness, said, Good news, Lady Claire. Finn and Luca are much better. Tomorrow morning, I will take the gun to the house. For some reason, this news did not make Claire very happy, and holding the baby in her arms, she answered, Okay, thank you. Well, see you tomorrow. Good luck. The Marquis carefully overheard their entire conversation, and suddenly the Marquis asked in a calm tone, Are you upset that you have to live separately from your baby? Do you really love children that much? Claire answered, unsure as the gun grabbed her finger. Well, they are my family after all. So you didn't always love children? I'm not sure. I've never thought about it that way. What if these were your own children? Claire winced at this question and froze in place. And holding the baby in her arms, Claire said, I was battling a severe fever when I was little. Due to the fact that I never knew what it was like to eat enough and live in a warm place, I often got sick. So if you were thinking about having a child with me, then it wasn't worth it. Taking hold of his jacket, the Marquis thought. What kind of nonsense is she talking about? trying to somehow change the subject. By the way, the doctor told me that it would be difficult for me to get pregnant. Looking straight at the Marquise with guilty eyes, Claire said, "In other words, I cannot become a mother, sir." After some time, it was completely dark. Rudia held Marquis's hair tightly and screamed throughout the room, "Dad!" The Marquis irritably held her in his arms, while the baby played with his face. "You have plenty of stamina. You have it in abundance, just like a real captain." But suddenly, the Marquis tore Rudia away from himself and said, "Now calm down, baby." But in response, the gun only began to wave its arms chaotically and make sounds characteristic of a baby. He looked with a stony look at the baby and remembered Claire's words. "In other words, I cannot become a mother, sir." "Well, you apparently don't care about that." When I told Aunt Gelda about this, she cried incessantly. But the Marquis only responded with a counter-question. "Why should I care?" And with a grin on his face, looking straight into her eyes, he added, "Whether we have a child or not, you still belong to me." The Marquis ran his hand over Claire's tender face, and while she looked at him, he thought, "Claire is so calm." It was as if she had never wanted to try becoming a mother in her life. It was as if she had never dreamed of building her own family. And after this conversation, Claire was very tired and decided to lie down for a while. But without noticing it, she fell fast asleep right in her clothes. But while Claire was sleeping sweetly, the Marquis stood next to her, holding the baby in his arms and thinking, "It's annoying." She curled up again. Claire was tormented by hunger, which is why she is so weak. In addition, she took on the responsibility of raising other people's children. So she also lured me and gave herself to a man of noble blood, whom she should have despised. And after all these thoughts, continuing to look at Claire sleeping sweetly, the Marquis thought, "It's so annoying." And suddenly, after that, he slowly reached out with his fingers to her tender, and at the same time pale hands, and said, "I never understood why she always sleeps in the fetal position." And of course, Rudia, who finally noticed her sleeping mother, continued to hold tightly to the Marquise's jacket, shouted to the whole room, "Mother!" But the Marquise did not want to wake Claire and said, "Hush, gun." And with a heavy sigh, the Marquis added, "No matter how hard you try, your aunt belongs to me, child, so don't even try." And before he could finish speaking, the gun crawled out onto his head and began slobbering profusely on his hair. And the Marquis, holding her by the legs so that she would not fall, said, "I will forgive you for this only because today is our last day together." The next day, the amazing sun was shining and birds were singing near the horse carts. Meanwhile, two people walked happily in the chic and at the same time elegant corridors of the estate, and one of them smiled broadly and, humming his favorite melody, thought, "I'm Viscount, full name Barton. A week has passed since I arrived in Volador, all because of the idiot Marquis. I failed my mission, which was to deliver an incredibly important message from the Archduke. He could not catch the Marquis on the spot and convey an important message. All the time he asked the servants, or even Max, where was the Marquis? But I only heard in response, "He's in training now. Why are you asking this?" But today everything is different. Now I'm here with military supplies, perfect for a warlord. And clenching his hand into a fist, he was sincerely proud of himself. "Dear Archduke Edwin Ringen, I am sure this time the Marquise will say many grateful words about how generous and respected you are." And in the same corridor, while the Viscount was all glowing and jumping with happiness, Claire walked towards them. And according to etiquette, she stopped and bowed. And after a few seconds he shuddered and was very shocked by what he saw. From surprise, he could not move and froze in place. And while Claire was passing by him, carrying some kind of stack of paper, he turned around and, watching her leave, thought, "How is this possible? I have never seen eyes such a pure blue shade." If the Archduke had already met her, he would definitely not be able to resist such beauty. Yes, her hair color is a little off, but her eyes should be enough. I can't believe that such a treasure could be hidden in these mountains. If I present her to the Archduke, he will be very happy. And after these thoughts, with a smile on his face, looking at Jake, he shouted, "Baron Keynes, I want to ask about that woman who just walked past us." But before he could finish speaking, Jake answered with a cold look and with the same cold tone, "Viscount Barton, let me give you some advice. From such unexpected behavior of Jake, he froze in place and began to tremble with fear. And Jake, looking at Vikandi's frightened face, said, "Not a single soul in Volador will dare to touch what belongs to our Marquis." And remembering the godlike image of the Marquis, Jake added, "Because in the worst-case scenario, during your lifetime, you will go through so many circles of hell from which you will not be able to get out under any circumstances, even if you die." Meanwhile, the Marquis was looking at the sunset as it went beyond the horizon of the snowy, and at the same time powerful mountains of Altas. He slowly walked to the edge of the tower and thought, "She would definitely like this color of the sky. She should visit this place." And meanwhile, while the Marquise was enjoying the sunset, Claire, lifting her skirt with all her might so as not to stumble, ran to the tower. While she was running, her delicate silky hair was tousled in the cold wind that blew from those very mountains. And while the all out of breath Claire continued to run towards the tower, the Marquise thought, remembering her, "After all, I'm sure she will want to be closer to this sky as much as possible. Isn't that right, Claire?" And having seen enough of the sunset, the Marquis closed his eyes, smiled widely, and said with mockery in his tone, "She's so predictable." Meanwhile, Claire was already at the foot of the tower, raised her head, and looked out for the Marquise there. And without thinking twice, she continued to run and ran into the tower. And looking at all this, the Marquise continued to think, "She's cold, but she can't resist looking at such a little thing as the beautifully colored sky. But the sight of her running towards me gives me great pleasure. So, run, Claire. Don't stop and just run." And meanwhile, all out of breath, Claire, with the hope of seeing a mesmerizing sunset, ran out onto the roof of the tower. And after that, she immediately saw the Marquise in front of her, who had been waiting for her for so long. She froze in place in surprise, and the gentle wind of Altas blew between them in this awkward silence. Without thinking twice, the Marquis walked closer to the favored Claire with his chic white shoes and thought, "How absurd this is!" And looking at her embarrassed eyes and hair flying in the wind, the Marquise thought, "She has a man who is ready to lie at her feet, but she continues to be stubborn and cannot even give him her smile." And after that, he touched her incredibly soft, and at the same time sexy lip and noticed, "But still, when I see her, I look into her eyes. All my disappointment drowns in those deep blue eyes." And after that, the Marquise could not resist, and, holding her tender, fragile face without closing his eyes, he kissed her. And Claire, who came to watch the sunset, had already forgotten about it a long time ago, and, closing her eyes, enjoyed the process. And after a while, when it was already dark, Marquis and Claire decided to go to the bedroom together. And through the silence, the Marquis heard Claire's quiet voice. Claire stroked the Marquis's muscular body with her hand, and, lying next to him, said, "I didn't think you would come today, because I saw the crews arriving from Langteo." And remembering what she saw this afternoon with an empty look, she added, "These carriages were much larger than the ones I saw last time. Especially the last one is so green with gold accents, but it's catchy and extravagant. Thought Lady Brody might be inside?" But the Marquis was calm and balanced, and to calm Claire's anxiety, he gently kissed her head and asked, "So what?" And continuing to lie on him, Claire thought, "So what? He must be the only person in the whole wide world who doesn't care so much about the Archduke's gifts." And after all these thoughts, Claire got up from the bed, and while her nightie was slowly falling down from her shoulders and slightly exposing her curvaceous form, she said, "Do you want to become the Archduke's son-in-law?" This question amused the Marquis very much, and he answered with a smile on his face, "What am I? Of course not. If the Count of Chavagne could hear you now, he would foam at the mouth." And stroking the delicate hair of Claire, whose extremely beautiful eyes were shining because of the light of the night moon, the Marquis added, "Shaven is very afraid that one day I will suddenly want to become the son-in-law of this idiot Archduke." But Claire was embarrassed, and she averted her blue eyes and said, "Well, who knows? It's not a fact that Lady Brody looks like her father. Of course, I still don't like her, but to say that she was not elegant when we met in Langteo is to lie to myself. She seemed good-natured to me that time when she wanted to help the poor priest. But before she had time to finish speaking, the Marquis stood up and, thereby interrupting Claire, said, "Yes, it was quite revealing. And blue really suits you," the Marquis said after he moved close to the dissatisfied Claire and looked at her charming eyes with a smile on his face. Claire wanted to object. "You mean—" But the Marquis did not let her do this and shut her mouth with his tender kiss. He kissed her tenderly, but at the same time passionately. And after that, the Marquis, holding her hands, threw her onto the bed. Claire was a little sweaty and responded by holding on to the Marquis's muscular arms. The Marquis, being above her, pressed on her shoulders, and Claire said in a trembling voice, "I can't do it any more today." But her confession was interrupted by a loud sound, and the Marquis, who had a scratched whole back because of the previous night spent with Claire, immediately froze and at the same time shuddered. The Marquis looked towards the door with a distant glance, but said nothing. Claire didn't understand what was happening and asked, "Mister, what's happening?" And to her surprise, after another equally loud sound, Marquis jumped out of bed and immediately ran to the exit. Claire was very scared and uncomfortable with such harsh behavior from the Marquis, so she jumped out of bed and screamed, "What's going on outside?" But the Marquis answered with an alarming tone, "Hush, Claire!" Without thinking twice, he sharply and at the same time firmly grabbed his blade and added, "Don't worry, wait for me here." And after that, he turned around and said everything with the same smile. "Be a good girl and don't leave the room. If you listen, I'll give you something that suits you much better than that dress." Meanwhile, outside there were drops of blood everywhere on the grass, and the only sound that could be heard was the sound of swords hitting each other. With a loud scream, the swords of the guard and some villain moved away from each other. No one could have thought that someone would dare to attack the Marquis's fortress in the middle of the night. The two guards, leaning on each other while wounded, said, "You're not injured, are you?" But the villain, holding his sword in one hand, answered, "I can't even remember the last time I fought, so it's hard for me to control my strength." The two already out-of-breath guards could barely stand on their feet and thought, "It can't be. Two Teutonic knights can't handle some strangers? Who is he?" And suddenly, meeting the darkness of the night, they heard the sound of a cloak fluttering in the cold night wind. And after that, they heard a familiar voice. "Out of the way." The guards and that villain immediately stopped fighting, shuddered, and were surprised. And the Marquis, with a mockery in his tone, looking straight into the eyes of his ill-wisher, pulled a smile on his face and asked, "What's the matter?" And looking at that villain, the guards made a verdict. "Looks like he's a mercenary, but he uses fighting techniques that we have not seen before, so we could not defeat him." Such news turned the Marquis on very much, and did not frighten him in any way. This news made him want to fight him even more, and while the villain was muttering something under his breath, the Marquis took his sword out of its sheath and said, "Too much noise. You'll lose anyway, so shut your mouth already." And after that, without thinking twice, the blade of an extremely sharp and light sword headed towards the mercenary. But as Marquis expected, the mercenary blocked his attack with his ball of equal quality. He pressed him with his whole body, and at the same time looked into his eyes. And through the creak of two skillful balls looking at him, the Marquis thought, "He's not trying to kill me, but there's a lot of power hidden in his sword. While it's not a textbook technique, he keeps everything under control. This goes beyond what a mediocre mercenary is capable of. Who is this man?" While they were fighting, the Marquis gained the upper hand, and his sword was already flying to the mercenary's throat. The impostor already thought that his life was about to come to an end, but to the Marquis's surprise, he heard Claire's voice and immediately froze in place. He didn't think that Claire would run out and was very surprised. And from the Marquis's back, a shoe flew straight at the head of the white-haired impostor at full speed. This caused him to throw his head back and hear a loud scream, "You stinking dog!" From such a strong blow, he sat down on the floor and, holding his head where there was already a bruise, said, "Oh God, that voice." And after that, they saw Claire angry and furious. She was so angry that she blushed. The Marquis had never seen her so angry. She gritted her teeth and frowned with anger. Claire, wearing only one shoe, jumped on one leg and continued to scream in anger. "You little puppy! But in bewilderment, the Marquis grabbed her and said, "I think I told you not to leave the castle, no matter what happens." But Claire struggled and screamed, "Let me in! I swear I will kill this idiot with my own hands." And looking at the blonde who awkwardly took off his hood and combed his hair, the Marquis asked, "A moron?" And Claire answered without thinking, "Yes, damn idiot, this idiot Endine." A few minutes ago, remembering how the Marquis grabbed his sword, Claire thought, "I can't understand why he took the sword with him." And sitting on the bed, Claire was very worried and continued to think. Usually he put it away and didn't even want to look at it. So what happened? Why did he decide to take it? I just wanted to look outside out of curiosity. But as soon as Claire looked out the window, she immediately shuddered and, in surprise, could not do anything. Claire was so surprised that she continued to stand near the window for several seconds. She stood close to the window and watched as the Marquis fought with the stranger. But she recognized him at first sight. But at first, she couldn't believe that it was him and began to analyze his behavior. As big as Marquis, annoyingly arrogant sword style, and stupid gray hair and face, Endine stood and raised his hands up, put a wide smile on his face, and said, "Wow. I give up. Have mercy, please. I know this woman. Didn't you hear? She just said my name. Be silent, otherwise I will cut out your tongue." But before he could finish speaking, Claire broke free from the Marquis's embrace and immediately ran to the Indian. And then, without thinking twice, everyone around heard a distinct slap from Claire's strong slap in the face. This left the Indian with a huge red mark on his cheek. Claire was furious, and with an irritated tone, she could not stop talking. "Why did you come back? It would be better if you died right there." But Aiden, with a reddened cheek, smiled again and answered, "Your hand is still as heavy. Although no, maybe even harder than before. I was so skinny, but now it seems I've gained weight." But Claire couldn't control herself and hit Indian in the face again. "Shut your dirty mouth. Do you even understand how much Aunt Gelda and I have suffered because of you? Reckless dog!" But Indian ignored Claire's hysteria and answered, "Stop! Stop fighting already! It hurts me!" The Marquis observed all this and listened carefully to their conversation. "I was sucked because I wanted to help you, my beloved sister, like a real big brother. So actually, you should be thanking me." Even after several minutes of hysteria, Claire could not calm her tone. "Yes, only we both ended up in exile. We couldn't even prepare a decent funeral for Jaina." And while she was hysterical, the Marquise came up and grabbed her. The Marquis grabbed her by the waist and pulled her towards him and said, "Enough." But Claire still couldn't calm down and continued to struggle. And holding Claire tightly next to him, the Marquis turned around and said as he left, "Throw him into prison. You can kill him if he resists." These words greatly tensed the Endin, and he looked sullenly at the Marquis leaving for the tower. After some time, the Marquis and Claire returned to the tower and lit the fireplace. The Marquis sat down on the sofa and placed Claire on his lap, who had already calmed down a little. Claire felt how tightly the Marquis was squeezing her. He was really worried about her. Claire noticed this and said, "Please leave me alone. I'm uncomfortable." But the Marquis could not leave her alone and answered, "You're still shaking. So how can I leave you and go quietly? Because I'm still pissed. Until recently, I lived in cold and hunger, and everything was fine." But the Marquis took her hands and looked straight into her eyes and answered, "Not anymore. I don't know what you went through before, but I won't let you go through that again while you're by my side." And through the sounds of cracking firewood in the stone, Claire heard a question. "Why did you and your brother part ways?" Claire lowered her gaze to the floor and, despite herself, answered in a depressed tone. "Some time ago, I worked at the pier. I was responsible for installing fishing nets. One day, a nobleman noticed me. When Endon saw how this nobleman showed interest in me and tried to take me with him, without thinking twice, he cut off his hand. Unfortunately, it later turned out that I am a male knight from Langtao Castle, so we had to go on the run. But the Endon, because of whom the whole mess began, abruptly changed the plan. He said that he would go to the ship alone, explaining that it would be too noticeable if we escaped together. This cowardly dog abandoned his pregnant wife and children. Gina, the mother of his children, called him until her last breath. Suddenly, He didn't seem cowardly to me. What do you want me to do? Killing him is the easiest option. But Claire just put her hands down, frowned, and answered, Just kill him. I don't even want to see his pathetic face. But the Marquis answered with a mocking tone, It seems you've gotten the hang of it. And pointing to his sword, which he had eaten all of, the Marquis said, But think carefully about your decision, because Ascaron seems furious that he couldn't get his fill. And looking at the sword, Claire answered without hesitation, Understood. I can do it myself if you give me Ascaron. And after that, the Marquis immediately threw her off his lap and threw her onto the sofa. Fine. We'll discuss this later, the Marquis said, looking straight at her. Claire did not expect this and was at a loss. He kissed the trembling Claire and spoke. Since you disobeyed my order to stay inside, you will be punished. And holding her tighter and tighter with a smile on his face, he added, And since you stopped listening to me, don't expect any favors. Claire? And while the excited Marcus was enjoying Claire, meanwhile, Indian was lying on the hay in a cold dungeon. And from the squeaking of mice that ran near him, the Indian suddenly woke up. And as soon as he moved and woke up, the mouse, without thinking twice, immediately ran into its hole. And then he heard the knight's order. Let's go loud scream in surprise, he shuddered. After which they thought for a long time. The guard sharply and harshly grabbed him by the hair and said, Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? This is revenge for the hurt honor of my master. I think this is part of my job as general of the order. Do you have something against it? But while the general pressed his muzzle to the floor, the Endon smiled and answered, Only it was your master who swung his sword at me in the first meeting. All I did was come visit my little sister. Then you should have formally requested an audience. You burst in here wearing a thief's mask, so you must be aware of what could follow from something like this. But due to the fact that the guard pressed him very hard, the Endon changed his tone and answered, Wait, this is all to make sure she's really here. Damn, I'm not lying. If this person really wanted to cause harm, then he would have aimed straight for the head, not the shoulder. So said the Marquis. Considering how obediently he leads you now, this may be true. But he makes so much noise. After which the general released him, turned around and said as he left, Get up, come with me somewhere. And Dian, who continued to lie on the floor, answered, And you have a fiery temper. And as he left, the general turned around, after looking at the Endon and thought, But still, I can't trust him completely. By the way, since you introduced yourself as a general, you must be Julian Crom. But the general ignored him and thought, Did he really come here for the Lady of the Tower? Despite the similarity in appearance, his aura is completely different. There is something unusual about it. He has an aura that only another swordsman can read. And with these thoughts, and not trusting the Indian, the general looked at him intently. And I go up the stairs. The general said in a calm tone, Just hurry up and follow me. And Endon answered in an irritated tone, Yes, okay. After some time, the general brought the Endon to the training fields, where all the Teutonic knights train. The general hit himself on the chest with his fist and said loudly, I brought him, sir. Meanwhile, a surprised Indian stood behind him and did not understand what was going on. He watched as the Marquis and the general talked about something and thought, So this is Marquis Morenheitz? The moment we met yesterday, I felt something unusually remarkable about him. He's younger than I thought, but I still can't tell his exact age. How much older is he than Claire? And his thoughts were interrupted by the Marquis. So are you Claire's brother? And one answered, holding his shoulder. Yes, that's right. And after that came another question. How did you know that your sister was in the tower? This is a well-known rumor, that the great Lord Margrave imprisoned the widow in his tower. Is your sister the only widow in all of Geneva? Well, a woman with blue eyes and 3 children isn't very hard to find. And after that, the Marquis smiled broadly and said, So you entered Volador Castle even without complete confidence. As I thought, you are confident in your abilities. Yes, I'm not that bad, if you ask my opinion. From the outside, they had very similar personalities, and when talking, they smiled the same. But behind the false smile, the Endon looked coldly at the Marquis and thought, Just look, he's interrogating me. He smiles, but his gaze penetrates directly into the soul. Now I understand why everyone calls him the Brown Lion. And looking at her shoulder, the thought did not leave the ending. Hell, if it weren't for my bad shoulder, I might try something. And after that, he grabbed his shoulder even harder. No, even if the shoulder were completely healthy, I'm not sure how much longer I'll last. Even yesterday, I would have suffered even more if it weren't for Claire. And while Endon was flying in the clouds, he heard the sound of the retractable blade of the Marquis's sword. And after that, he immediately put his sword against the Endin's throat. And he said all nervously, "Wow, this sword matches its owner." But the Marquise did not pay attention to him and answered coldly, "Your sister told me to kill you." And with a trembling voice, while cold sweat ran down his forehead, he said, "She must have been too upset. I'm sure he's not serious about it." But the Marquise was completely confident in himself and answered, smiling, "She even mentioned that she wants to cut off your head with her own hands." But after that, his look and expression instantly changed, and he just silently looked at the trembling Undine, which he immediately put his sword back into its sheath and said, "Maybe I should give her that chance?" Endon became even more nervous and asked again, "What do you mean?" And then he imagined how the Marquis pounced on him and grabbed his shoulders with his strong bestial grip. And after that, he felt the Marquis pierce him with his sword and tear out his heart. And because these thoughts frightened him very much, he immediately made a low bow so that the Marquis would not see his fear. But the Marquis turned his gaze away and turned to the general. "Order the Teutonic Knights to keep an eye on him. We need to be patient and wait for Claire to improve her ball skills enough." The general was very surprised and asked, "Do you want to train her yourself?" And the Marquis answered without thinking, "Of course. Did you think that you would teach her yourself?" The general felt awkward and a little nervous. "You know better, sir. It will be difficult for a student to train with an overly educated teacher. Do you really think that I will teach my woman the way I taught men?" These crazy plans of the Marquis frightened the Endon so much that he fell into a stupor and silently looked at the floor. After which the general took the Endon's hand and said, "I understood you. Then the Teutons will not take their eyes off him." And while the general was pulling the Endon along with him, he was thinking, dragging his feet on the ground. Did he say his woman? Yes, everything is as always. I'm the madman who forgets his place. You are like the wind, like ocean water that never stops. Never in my life has it happened that you were on my side. Meanwhile, the clatter of shoes and screams were heard within the walls of the estate. "Stop! Baron Keynes!" When Jake turned around, he saw the Viscount in front of him, who was rapidly approaching him. "Good day, Viscount Barton. How are you doing? It seems like we live in the same castle, but it feels like we haven't seen each other for many years." This behavior of Jake gave the Viscount goosebumps, and he thought, "Is he serious? Of course we haven't met. After all, from that day on, he did everything to avoid running into me." And the indignant Viscount, waving his hand, presented it to Jake. "When can I expect to meet the Marquis? I have long requested an audience with him. I need to get home before the cold weather hits." But Jake just smiled and answered in a calm tone, "Indeed. I apologize for my indiscretion. You should hurry up and prepare to return home." But the Viscount was very surprised at Jake's calmness and said, "What? Are you driving me away like this? I told you that I just need to discuss something with the Marquis." And placing his hand on Jake, the Indian added, "But overall, forget what I said. I need to meet the Marquis today. I'll go tell him everything in person." And after the Indian began to leave Jake, he rushed after him and said, "My lord, wait." But the Indian answered rudely, "No, you definitely won't understand." But Jake knew that Marquis was very busy right now and stopped the Endine. But after Jake said that Marquis was now with a woman, Endon immediately stopped and froze in place. And after they ran out into the street, Jake, covered in sweat, looked at the Indian, frozen in place. They both stood in the stone arch, and their gaze fell on Claire's hair blowing in the wind. After that, they saw a wooden sword fall to the ground with a roar. And when Jake saw how shocked the Endon was standing and observing this whole situation, he said, "How I knew this would happen. I think you should request an audience again on another day." And after that, they saw how the Marquis, through the sun's rays, holding Claire's hands, gently reached out to her lips and kissed her, looking straight into her eyes. Some time before that, Claire quickly moved her feet and ran to the Marquis and said, I heard you calling me. The Marquis, who was holding some kind of wooden sword in his hands, immediately answered, Yes, I called you. And then he threw a wooden sword at Claire, and she immediately caught it and heard the Marquise's unexpected request. Try swinging! She held it tightly, and without answering the Marquise, she simply silently looked at the sword. But after a few seconds of doubt, she deftly and skillfully waved her wooden sword and looked with her confident and stern gaze at the Marquise. The Marquise was very happy with Claire's attitude and asked with a grin on his face, Have you studied fencing before? At my grandfather's. My brother also taught me, but only from time to time. And now you want to behead such a helpful teacher? In any case, even if I don't dare, my ability to wield a sword can be very useful to me in the future. And then, to Claire's surprise, the Marquis grabbed her sword tightly and said, Then I will train you properly. And burying the sword in his chest, looking her straight in the eyes, the Marquis said, This is where the heart is. If you have a chance, aim right here. If you firmly decide to take someone's life, don't sack him and hit him as soon as the moment comes. Features if your opponent is the one who insulted you. In the end, there may not be a second chance in life. With such a frank phrase from the Marquise, Claire's heart began to beat faster. And after hearing this, Claire decided to try her knowledge in practice and once again thrust her sword into the Marquise's chest and asked, Like this? But to her surprise, the Marquise sharply and at the same time quickly moved her sword to the side and grabbed her hand. Holding her hand, he moved her towards him, and when his lips approached her lips, the Marquise answered, Yes, that's it. You learn quickly. And looking straight at her with a smirk on his face, he added, Never miss your prey. It was at this moment, when the Marquis passionately kissed Claire, that Jake and Edwin caught this process. Some time later in Claire's office, while some books and sheets of paper were lying on the table, the room was filled with the smell of fragrant black tea. Shaven and Claire sat opposite each other and enjoyed tea. And after the first sip, Chauvin asked, How was the lesson with the Marquise? Claire immediately answered, raising her mug to her mouth. Everything is fine. Now my mood has even improved. Suddenly, he got so angry when he heard the Marquis's order, and after that, she remembered how furious the Shaven was. Fencing. But today, Claire has a huge amount of work, after which she elegantly placed the mug of tea on the table and said, I will do everything so that this does not interfere with doing my job productively. I understand that I liked this idea, my lord. In addition, learning fencing has nothing to do with what the Lady of the Tower should do. But suddenly, Chowan lowered her gaze, as if she was about to say something important to Claire. And in the awkward atmosphere of the tea party, Chauvin asked, Have you thought about becoming my adopted daughter? Claire was perplexed, but answered, It seemed that we had finished talking about me as the mistress of the house and the lover of the Marquise. But Chawan, looking at his reflection in the tea, said, This is a separate question. I am sure there are many charming years in the Empire who would clearly be better suited to the role of the daughter of the Count of Chavan, and would be willing to accept such a title. But before she could finish speaking, he slammed his cup on the table and said, I'm sure it will be so. I understand everything. But I'm not looking for a daughter who will be nothing more than a girl to satisfy the Marquise's needs in bed. I don't want you to become like that. I want you to live your life and realize your potential to the fullest. These words struck Claire very much, and she was surprised that this phrase came out of the mouth of the Chauvin. Some time later, the sun was already setting behind the horizon, and the last rays of the sun were falling on Aunt Gelda's house. An Indian approached the aunt's house with a sack on his back. He was very surprised, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. And a sign of his surprise were small children who looked at him with huge and surprised eyes. But before he had time to look at his children enough, Gelda ran up behind him and hit him very hard on the back. Why are you frozen and not coming in? It's a draft. Indian was very angry and shouted, I told you, Auntie, I'm really sick. Amazing. Maybe if your body falls apart piece by piece, you will stop getting into endless troubles. And while the Indian awkwardly shook himself off, very surprised children stood behind him and looked at him with admiration. They couldn't believe their eyes. Indian noticed how the children were looking at him and said, It seems that the children do not disdain to be near me. Gelda walked up to Rudia and answered, Yeah, that's why they say no blood is given, you idiot. I don't think they even realize that you were the one who abandoned their mother. This phrase shocked the Endon, and he responded indignantly, I didn't leave her. I was only trying to help. But before he could finish speaking, the front door swung open, and from there they heard a piercing scream. No need, Auntie! All out of breath and sweating, Claire burst into the house, and with excitement in her voice, she said, I asked you to be careful in your choice of words around children. But all the angry and hot-tempered Gelda answered, He infuriates me so much that I couldn't help myself. But Claire was so happy that she didn't hear her aunt and immediately ran up to the kids to ask how they were doing. After Claire was convinced that everything was fine with the children, she asked Indian, How was your night? But he answered awkwardly, Well, not bad. Your lord told me not to rock the boat. And after the usual question, Claire asked with a cold tone, Now explain yourself. Why did you burst in here like this? At this question, Endon shuddered and froze in place. What are you talking about? This old man made me promise that I would bring you back. Grandfather? Yes! He's getting older and older every day, all because he's worried about you. And suddenly, Claire became nervous and asked with uncertainty in tone, Stop! What? You sent pirates to Pouzille? This is all just because the old man became too impatient with you. We didn't cause any serious damage, so don't worry. I can't believe you became the Marquis's woman. We had to crash the Margrave's ship one day. And holding his head, he continued to mutter, Why can't you just sit back and stay out of trouble? I told you to stay in the shadows and not attract too much attention. And now we are all noisy. But before he could finish speaking, they hit his forehead with something metallic, with the force of a Teutonic knight. It was Gelda who was holding a metal ladle in her hands and screaming, She did all this to save your children, you homeless dog! And Dean asked, holding her head, What are you talking about? But Claire took her aunt aside and said, Don't worry about it. If it weren't for you, I would definitely have died that day on the island. But suddenly, the Endon's tone and behavior changed, and he asked, Does this mean that you didn't come here of your own free will? So this dog Marquise forced you to go with him? From this awkward question, Auntie and Claire froze in place and did not understand what he was talking about. But Claire answered with awkwardness in her voice, Everything is wrong. And after that, there was a loud scream. That's not what you say? From such a rude tone, Rudia, who was sitting in Gelda's arms, shuddered and was very frightened. She pressed herself against the Gelda, lowered her head, and began to cry loudly. This made the Endine feel awkward, and he froze in place. Claire couldn't stand such brazen behavior, and turned around and said in a calm voice, Let's go. This is not his doing. I chose this path myself. Are you completely crazy? You are a woman, so why did you think that you could decide anything and achieve something? I told you to just wait out this winter. I gave you money. But Claire answered, This was not enough to save the children. Foam came out of the Endon's mouth, and he, like a mad dog, could not stop talking. And you just decided to walk straight into the arms of this bastard? Why do you even care about my children? Why are you worried about them starving or freezing to death one day? You were always so cold towards me, so why? And then he grabbed Claire's hand tightly. But Claire was not going to tolerate the Endine's antics and rude behavior. So she pulled her hand away and said, Pull yourself together, Endine. And while her hair gently fluttered in the wind, Claire said with a serious voice, And look. I said, I don't need you as a man. And looking directly at him with her clear blue eyes, she added, You should only be my big brother and nothing more. Don't make me repeat it twice. If you don't like something, leave. You've already done this once, so the second time will be even easier. Honestly, one of the reasons you ran away was Jenna's obsession with you. I'm sure of it. Such a sincere and direct confession from Claire made Endine hold his head and freeze in place from shock. And after that, he began to make excuses. No, I tried to love her back, tried to love and protect her. And Claire, looking at him with a contemptuous look, said, Endine, we both know the truth. You accepted Jenna's love just when I rejected you. That's why I had no other choice but to be cold-blooded with you. If I had misled you then, your life would have been even more hellish. Endin was very angry, and lowering his hand down, without taking his eyes off the ground, he answered, I really can't understand you. If you already knew all this, why did you continue to take care of my children? You could have ignored them. You should have run away. So how much heavier does your burden have to be for you to stop being so cruel? And with a trembling in his voice, Endon added, In any case, you don't have to worry about it anymore. I will take you from this place. But Claire answered clearly as she left him. No, you won't take it. Sit quietly and just help Auntie when needed. Endon was very surprised by this answer and asked, What? Wait, are you leaving already? And while behind her she heard the screams of the Endon, Claire thought, Why didn't I run away? Why did I personally do everything to make you look so stupid? Do you really think I had a choice? Do you really think that you have the right to care about me? You ask me, what can I do as a woman? How stupid. At that moment, Claire had no shortage of confidence. She was absolutely sure and answered him straight in the eyes. If you resist and interfere, I will really kill you. If I return, it will be of my own free will. And then she remembered the words of the shaven. I want you to be able to realize your full potential. So how about we take a higher position, Claire? And driving herself more and more into a corner, Claire was haunted by bad thoughts. I don't need anyone's help. I can handle it completely on my own.